Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 501 Suppression. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you become my test subject, I naturally have ways to ensure you have enough God-making eggs to use, said Changhan Dongli in a cold voice. So you're implying that there are many more God-making eggs within the crashed spaceship, right? Lin Shen squinted as he spoke. That's correct. So, as long as you stick with me, you'll naturally be able to keep using the God-making eggs to ascend, Changhan Dongli stated. If I kill you, all the God-making eggs inside the spaceship would be mine. That's also true, isn't it? Lin Shen said with a smile. Haha, that's true as well. The problem is that you don't have the ability to kill me, whereas I can easily slay you, Changhan Dongli laughed, then his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he leaped up again, charging at Lin Shen, who was hanging in the stone dome, like a streak of light. Lin Shen's words just now had somewhat enraged him. Almost in the instant Changhan Dongli surged forward, Lin Shen opened fire once more, and he darted in another direction. But this time, Changhan Dongli somehow predicted his movement. His hands erupted with terrifying power, propelling his form towards Lin Shen. While flying towards Lin Shen, he drew the strange fang hanging from his person and waved it at Lin Shen over and over. Invisible bursts of strange power, like the fangs of a spectral beast, tore at Lin Shen from different directions, leaving him with no room to dodge. Changhan Dongli had now become murderous and no longer intended to leave any survivors. Lin Shen tried his best to adjust his position while unleashing the surfing quadra punch. Even with the double enhancement of his super base form and super base change, the full force surfing quadra punch was still shredded by that strange tearing power. Lin Shen failed to dodge the continuing onslaught of the tearing force and felt a severe pain in his chest as the carapace there shattered, revealing the celestial number 7 battle suit underneath. The battle suit twisted but didn't tear, and Lin Shen's body was sent flying backward, striking a large mountain below like a shooting star. Boom! The mountain's side collapsed where he struck, and when Lin Shen crawled out from the broken rocks, Changhan Dongli was already standing outside the ruins, mockingly saying to the bedraggled Lin Shen, "Didn't you want to kill me? Go ahead, make your move." No sooner had he spoken than, without giving Lin Shen a chance to respond, he charged at him again, his strange fang once again swinging toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen retreated in panic, instinctively throwing anything he could grasp at Changhan Dongli. The scrap sword and pet gun at his waist and the backpack on his back all hurled toward Changhan Dongli. The scrap sword and pet gun, when they encountered the strange fang's tearing power, were not shredded but instead knocked flying. The backpack was torn open, scattering its contents everywhere. Most of the items were instantly torn apart by the fang's tearing force, but among them, a flash of white light burst forth and then vanished. Changhan Dongli instinctively stepped back, for that flash of white was so fast he didn't even see how it disappeared. During the retreat, Changhan Dongli suddenly felt heavy and fell stiffly to the ground. Above Changhan Dongli's head appeared the snowball-like figure of Fei Zhe, Fatty. Lin Shen stopped pretending and rushed toward Changhan Dongli, who was pinned down by Fatty, aiming a finger sand strike at his waist. What he thought was an almost certain strike was dodged by Changhan Dongli with a twist of his waist. Lin Shen was astonished. Changhan Dongli, even while suppressed by Fatty, could still move. However, Changhan Dongli's movement was clearly very labored, and he barely managed to avoid Lin Shen's finger sand. What the hell is this? Changhan Dongli's compound eyes spotted Fatty standing atop his head, his expression one of shock as he reached out to grab Fatty off his head. Lin Shen wouldn't give him that chance, simultaneously launching punches and finger strikes, furiously attacking Changhan Dongli. Fortunately, under Fatty's suppression, Changhan Dongli's speed slowed considerably, no longer faster than Lin Shen. If he tried to grab Fatty from his head, he wouldn't be able to defend against all of Lin Shen's attacks in time. Changhan Dongli instinctively lowered his hand and swung his bizarre fang, hoping to shred Lin Shen's attacks first. But when the two forces collided, Lin Shen found his own strength had diminished significantly, not much stronger than his own. If it weren't for the tearing effect of the attacks made by the fang, it was likely that the two would have been equally matched. Lin Shen was overjoyed, launching a frenzy of attacks at Changhan Dongli. Changhan Dongli, however, was utterly dismayed. Not only was his body suppressed, but his strength was also diminished to such a weak level, something unimaginable. "Damn it, you think that thing will kill me?" Changhan Dongli continually fended off Lin Shen's offenses, without any attempt to remove fatty from atop his head. His expression turned grim, and he stopped trying to remove the fatty from his head, aiming to take out Lin Shen first. Even if their strength and speed were similar, he was confident he could kill Lin Shen. His skills and various abilities were certainly not something these uncivilized primitives could compare to. But when Changhan Dongli truly started fighting Lin Shen as an equal, he immediately found Lin Shen's techniques far exceeded his expectations, even making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Shen used one hand for boxing, and the other for finger skills, the boxing fierce and unsurpassed, the finger skills sinister to an extreme. The wave-like boxing Lin Shen unleashed was manageable for Changhan Dongli, but the silent, deadly finger strikes made him dodge in peril every time. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Those finger strikes were not only hard to detect, but Lin Shen always released them at the most uncomfortable rhythm for Changhan Dongli, and if it weren't for his superhuman physique and unique techniques, he would have been hit by those finger strikes several times. Changhan Dongli wasn't certain whether his body, under fatty's suppression, had also become fragile, thus, he dared not forcefully withstand Lin Shen's attacks. With his hands and fingers misaligned, Lin Shen forced Changhan Dongli to retreat step by step, finding himself at a disadvantage. Wei Wufu, holding the evil ghost blade, charged up, his white robe billowing. Lin Shen was instantly thrilled. Wei Wufu's timing was perfect. With his white robe ability further weakening Changhan Dongli would find it difficult to dodge his finger sand, no matter how powerful he may be. Indeed, as Wei Wufu drew closer, Changhan Dongli's speed and strength were again diminished. His strange fang tore through the surfing fist but failed to block the unexpected finger sand. The needle-like finger force pierced straight into Changhan Dongli's waist. Although it did not penetrate, it caused Changhan Dongli's body to stiffen on the spot. The spot targeted by the finger force was precisely an A-cup ointment on Changhan Dongli's body. "Kill him!" Lin Shen roared ferociously, his fingers jabbing towards Changhan Dongli's eyes. Wei Wufu also held the evil ghost blade in both hands, chopping towards Changhan Dongli's neck from behind. The stiffened Changhan Dongli, eyes shining mirror-like, within his honeycomb-structured compound eyes, it seemed as if small hexagonal mirrors reflected the figures of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Chapter 502. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if their souls couldn't break and were rushing out of their bodies. It wasn't just a feeling, they really did rush out and were sucked into a mass of darkness. The darkness seemed like a soul-devouring mist, nibbling away at Lin Shen's will, causing a pain in his mind akin to being stabbed by needles. Suddenly, a white light rose from the darkness, illuminating the dark space. That white light turned out to be a spirit body formed entirely of white light, resembling a phoenix. Its wings danced, and wherever they passed, the darkness burned away like a curtain, making the space brighter and brighter. Once the dark space was illuminated, Lin Shen was shocked to find himself inside a massive structure. There were all kinds of sci-fi instruments around, as well as various transparent containers holding all manner of strange creatures, preserved in formalin-like specimens. Lin Shen only glanced briefly but noticed several familiar beings among the creatures. There were members of the celestial race with angelic appearances, the demonic Diman tribe, the tiger clan, and other bizarre species that Lin Shen had never seen before. Wei Wufu, glowing brightly as if a spirit body, was also nearby. To their surprise, inside the building was something resembling an operating table, with all kinds of instruments. Changhen Dongli, who appeared like a spirit body just like them, was actually bound to the table, with various tubes and metal rings inserted into him, and his head was trapped by a hemispherical crystal. As the white spirit bird flew past, everything inside the building caught fire, and soon the entire building was ablaze. Changhen Dongli, who was bound to the table, was also ignited by the white flames, letting out agonized screams as he desperately struggled, but no matter what, he couldn't escape from the table. Boom! Lin Shen felt a moment of dizziness in his brain and, upon opening his eyes, found that his vision had returned to normal. Changhen Dongli, opposite him, screamed in pain, desperately clawing at his own eyes. His black compound eyes were now burning with white flames. Fei Zhe, Fatty, flapped his little wings, carrying his round body into the air, and settled back on Lin Shen's shoulder. Lin Shen hit Changhen Dongli with a finger sand, once again striking his pressure points, causing his body to stiffen. At that moment, Changhen Dongli was digging into his own eyes with his fingertips already penetrated halfway, remaining in this position unable to move. The white flame in his eyes burned fiercer and fiercer as if it was incinerating his brain and causing it to give off white light. As Changhen Dongli's fingers twitched slightly again, Lin Shen delivered another finger sand, continuously controlling his body, preventing him from moving. The white flame continued to burn, gradually spreading out from his eyes, igniting Changhen Dongli's entire body. Soon, Changhen Dongli's whole body was engulfed in white flames, and his body no longer showed any response, burning continuously like a piece of wood. It wasn't until he had burned to a crisp that the white flames finally extinguished completely. Changhen Dongli's body, now like charcoal, stood rigid. A gust of wind blew over, and it immediately turned into black ash scattering across the ground, while a pigeon egg-sized black crystal rolled out. Reincarnation ashes. Lin Shen immediately recognized what it was and picked it up. Wei Wufu took a long breath, and it was clear, even for him, this experience was hard to remain calm about. If we can't kill Changhen Dongli, it won't just be the Wei family that's doomed, but all of humanity on our home planet. Fatty, I'll give you an extra meal later. Lin Shen stroked Fatty's feathers, feeling some lingering fear in his heart. Changhen Dongli was truly terrifying, and without Fatty as their trump card, they likely would not have been a match for him even altogether. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. This also made Lin Shen remember the name God-making race. When he was controlled by Changhen Dongli's compound eye skill and saw that eerie scene, Lin Shen started to doubt that Changhen Dongli was really a member of the God-making race. It was very possible he was just an experimental subject of theirs. However, Changhen Dongli was now dead, and as for his true identity, they might be able to find answers inside that spaceship. But entering the interior of the spaceship was clearly an extremely dangerous task. No one knew if there were other creatures like Changhen Dongli inside. It was also unknown what schemes the God-making race had concocted inside that spaceship. Both of them hurried back and found Wei Chongqing and the others. When they learned of Changhen Dongli's death, they first found it hard to believe, then felt a deep sense of relief. Lin Shen handed out some medicines to them, allowing them to recover some of their strength. Fatty flapped his wings and flew toward the log that had been turned to charcoal by the combined strike of Wei Chongqing and the others, landed on it, and began pecking at something. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen saw that the small branch on the log still maintained its crystalline blue color and had not turned into black char. The few leaves at the top of the branch were also clear and translucent, like flawless blue crystals. Fatty pecked at the leaves one by one and in no time had pecked them all clean. After losing its leaves, the small branch gradually withered and soon lost its luster. Fatty jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, tucked his head in, closed his eyes, and became as still as a plush ball. Changhen Dongli mentioned that this underground space is a place of base mutation, but it's a pity that I couldn't get a clear answer about what kind of base mutation site it is. We can only explore it slowly in the future, Lin Shen thought to himself. After resting, the group left the underground space. Lin Shen planned to ask Wei Chongqing and the others to join him in exploring the underground space after they had fully recovered. It would be best if they could enter the interior of the spaceship that was broken in two to see what was inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that Changhen Dongli wasn't quite right, and it was very likely that he was just an experimental subject or simply a regular member responsible for transporting the god-making egg. After returning to Tiancheng, Lin Shen used Zioki to search for information about the god-making race, but the material he found was very sparse. The closer to modern times, the less information there was about the god-making race. Most of the material related to the god-making race dated from before the era of the ancient dynasty. After the ancient realm king, information on the god-making race became exceptionally scarce, and it was only in the archives of the celestial race's imperial family that Lin Shen managed to find even a little bit of information. Ordinary people probably couldn't access any content related to the god-making race at all. To Lin Shen's surprise, information about Changhen Dongli also dated back to the era of the ancient realm king. Changhen Dongli was not a person from the current era at all, and the destruction of Dongli Star was also an event from the time of the ancient realm king. What's going on here? Could it be that the spaceship transporting the god-making egg crashed here during the era of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen was full of doubts. This was obviously impossible. More than 200 years ago, many people from the Wei family witnessed the spaceship crash, plunging into the underground space. Chapter 503 should not bear the surname Wei. Could it be that this spaceship, transporting the god-making eggs, had already set off during the era of the ancient realm king and had been voyaging through the universe for countless eons before accidentally crashing here? Why didn't they use the teleporter instead of undertaking such a prolonged cosmic journey? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the key point. It seems we can only find the answer by entering the spaceship. Just as Lin Shen was pondering this, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. He had thought it was Wei Wufu, but upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Wei Chongqing standing outside. Searching, Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and didn't know why Wei Chongqing had come here alone. Wufu is at the Townland Hall. There are some things I want to discuss with you alone, Wei Chongqing said. Searching, please come inside to talk. Lin Shen probably guessed what Wei Chongqing wanted to talk about. Wei Chongqing looked at Lin Shen and said, "Child, I want Wufu to leave the mother planet with you so that he can achieve nirvana elsewhere. I also want to take him with me, but it's not my decision to make," Lin Shen sighed. "That boy Wufu is stubborn. As long as you are willing. I have my ways." Wei Chongqing also sighed and then continued, "Do you want to explore that spaceship?" "Yes, but it's difficult, and maybe now is not the time," Lin Shen shook his head. According to what Changhen Dongli said, the spaceship should still contain what he referred to as the god-making egg, which could allow one to ascend to nirvana or even become immortal, said Wei Chongqing. "I have discussed this with the others, and when the time is ripe, we will attempt to enter the spaceship. If we are lucky enough to succeed and retrieve the god-making eggs, then you and Wufu can leave the mother planet with them and never return. With those god-making eggs, one could achieve immortality just as well on the mother planet. There's no need to go out into the universe." Lin Shen was puzzled about why Wei Chongqing and the others were so intent on getting Wei Wufu off the mother planet. In line with the Wei family's usual manner, they would presumably prefer Wufu to stay and guard the mother planet, to suppress the creatures from the underground space. Moreover, with those god-making eggs, they could become immortal while remaining on the mother planet, so it seemed unnecessary to venture into the universe. Wufu actually should not bear the Wei surname. Wei Chongqing revealed a secret that made Lin Shen's eyes widen. "Not bear the Wei surname?" Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. "Then what should his surname be?" "I don't know," Wei Chongqing shook his head. "Does that mean he is an orphan adopted by the Wei family?" Lin Shen did not expect Wufu to have such a pitiable past. "It's not as you think. Although Wufu originally should not bear the Wei surname, he is indeed my own grandson," just my daughter's child." Wei Chongqing shook his head and said. Lin Shen was slightly startled, realizing he had thought incorrectly. Then who is his father? That's just it, we don't know who his father is. Otherwise, how could we not know what his surname should be? Wei Chongqing said with a bitter smile, revealing a secret. Years ago, Wei Changqing's daughter had left Tiancheng and spent some time in the universe. When she returned, she brought Wufa back with her, gave him to Wei Chongqing to raise, and then she left the mother planet and never returned. Wei Chongqing had asked Wufa's mother who Wufa's father really was, but she refused to tell him and sneaked away instead. Thus, Wei Chongqing also did not know who Wufa's father really was. He had always kept Wufa by his side, raising him as if he were his own grandson. In order for Wufa to have a complete childhood, Wei Chongqing never told Wufa about this matter. Wei Wufa has always thought that he was the child of Wei Changqing's son who had died in battle. I know my daughter well. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never abandon her child. She must have encountered a great difficulty to make such a choice, Wei Chongqing said, staring at Lin Shen. Therefore, I would like to ask you for this favor, to find out whether Wufa's mother is still alive, and who his father is. However, all of this must be done in secret. It cannot be exposed, or it may bring unwarranted disaster upon you. Rest assured, Sir Qing, I will do my utmost to investigate these two matters thoroughly, Lin Shen replied earnestly. Also, before you find out the truth, Wufa must not know about this, Wei Chongqing added. Understood, Lin Shen nodded slightly. Now he finally understood why Wei Chongqing didn't want Wei Wufa to stay on the mother planet. Child, Wufa is fortunate to have a friend like you, Wei Chongqing said as he stood up. Sir Qing, you have it the wrong way around. Having a friend like Wufa is my good fortune, Lin Shen corrected him. Good, very good, Wei Chongqing smiled. With you by his side, I am reassured. After you find out the truth, you decide whether or not to tell him. Watching Wei Chongqing leave, Lin Shen then closed the door and pondered where to start his investigation. All the information Wei Chongqing gave him was the name Wei Jiawen. The Wei family had a unique way of naming their children, and for a woman to have such a name was quite unusual. Aside from the name, Wei Chongqing couldn't provide any more information. He only knew that after leaving the universe, Wei Jiawen's first stop had been the celestial race.n/o/vel/b/n.c/om. Where Wei Jiawen had gone after that, he hadn't been able to find out. However, Wei Chongqing did provide Lin Shen with a clue. Wei Jiawen once mentioned that she had made a very good confidant in the universe. Perhaps some information could be gleaned from her. All Wei Chongqing knew was that Wei Jiawen's confidant was named Yi Fei, but which race she belonged to was unknown. The surname Yi, is it possible that old Wei's mother's confidant could be a human? Lin Shen mused to himself. It seemed that Yi was not a surname among the celestial race. He himself did know a human woman with the surname Yi, who seemed to be about the same age as Wei Jiawen. Of course, the Yi surnamed woman Lin Shen knew was none other than Ye Yuzhen's mother, Yi Jinggren's daughter. It might just be a coincidence, such things are too coincidental, Lin Shen thought, unaware of Madame Yi's full name. He considered asking her in case Madame Ye really was Wei Jiawen's confidant. Lin Shen originally planned to wait in Tiancheng until Wang Chongqing and the others recovered, then explore the underground space to understand the nature of the base mutation site. An urgent message from Tianxun forced him to return to Sky Pinnacle Star first. The Heavenly Emperor summoned Lin Shen, apparently for something important. Lin Shen had no choice but to immediately leave the mother planet and, after several transfers via the High Mansion's teleporter, returned to Sky Pinnacle Star. What does the Heavenly Emperor want that he must have me come back? Could there be another opportunity to make money? Which planet does he want me to go to this time to make a fortune? Lin Shen thought as he arrived at Splendid Palace. However, he did not see the Heavenly Emperor. Instead, the heavenly consort was sitting alone at the main seat. Tian, you are quite bold, the heavenly consort stared at Lin Shen, her tone very unpleasant. Chapter 504 Raising an Army to Demand Accountability. What do you mean by these words, Your Highness? Lin Shen looked at the heavenly consort with confusion in his eyes. I did not expect that the young chief of the Heavenly Institute could be such a fine actor. The heavenly consort coldly hummed as she stared at the seemingly bewildered Lin Shen. I sent Kong Chuan to Giant Ring Star to protect you, and you did not show gratitude, it would have been fine. But you forced him to gouge out the eye of the peacock. Do you think Kong Chuan is easy to bully, or do you think I am easy to bully? Your Highness, these words could not have come from Kong Chuan's own mouth, could they? Lin Shen said calmly. Kong Chuan is a gentleman of great benevolence, he would naturally not speak ill in my presence. However, facts are facts, do you still want to argue? The heavenly consort said fiercely with anger in her heart, glaring at Lin Shen, the entire celestial race is waiting to see your downfall, hoping that you die on Giant Ring Star. I sent Kong Chuan to ensure your well-being, yet you forced him to gouge out the eye of the peacock. Is this how you repay me? Lin Shen took out the eye of the peacock and placed it in front of the heavenly consort, then calmly performed a salute, saying, If your Highness views me thus, then please take back Kong Chuan's eye of the peacock and administer my punishment. You believe just because the Heavenly Emperor favors you, I cannot handle you. The heavenly consort seemed to be a bit relieved and at the same time puzzled, why Lin Shen would easily hand over Kong Chuan's eye of the peacock. Even if I am foolish, I still understand what is important, Your Highness. If you have determined that I am such a fool, then please punish me, Lin Shen said, still bowing his head to ask for punishment. In her heart, the heavenly consort too had some doubts. Forcing Kong Chuan to gouge out the eye of the peacock was a significant matter that could not have been kept hidden. Lin Shen had handled the matters at Giant Ring Star so splendidly and had gained the deep favor of the Heavenly Emperor, it was unlikely he could be that foolish. Speak your mind freely, the heavenly consort said with coldness in her voice. Your Highness must be well aware of what kind of person Kong Chuan is. Lin Shen paused before continuing. Firstly, I did not force Kong Chuan to gouge out the eye of the peacock, I merely asked him to leave as I couldn't make use of such a person. Secondly, it was precisely because Kong Chuan was sent by Your Highness to protect me that I accepted the eye of the peacock and /o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Are you saying that if Kong Chuan hadn't been sent by me, even if he offered you his eye of the peacock by gouging it out himself, you wouldn't have kept him? The heavenly consort asked with a cold face. To say something Your Highness may not like to hear, if he wasn't Your Highness's man, he wouldn't have survived until this moment, Lin Shen said. The heavenly consort was slightly taken aback. The fact that Lin Shen could say such a thing clearly indicated that there was great resentment in his heart. Explain yourself clearly, the heavenly consort said with a frown. Only then did Lin Shen recount the incident when Kong Chuan had locked him in a room and went after the enemy alone, almost causing Lin Shen to lose his life. If Lin Shen had started with this defense, the heavenly consort might not have been receptive, but with the context of the conversation thus far, she could somewhat understand why Lin Shen harbored such great resentment. Kong Chuan's merits have been clearly stated before the Heavenly Emperor, and I have not spoken a word more, thus I have not failed to appreciate Your Highness's kindness. Please show your grace, Your Highness. No matter what, I cannot employ this person again. I have but one life, and I wish to live a few more years. Please show your grace. Lin Shen once again performed a salute. The heavenly consort gazed at Lin Shen for a long moment before suddenly saying softly, Chief of the Heavenly Institute, there's no need for this. I now realize you have been wronged. The mistake was indeed on the part of my brother and me, and we will make amends to you in the future. Your Highness has kind intentions, for which I feel grateful in my heart, Lin Shen said. I'm glad you understand that wasn't my intention. I apologize on behalf of my older brother, and I ask for your continued care for him. I will instruct him as well so such incidents will not occur again, the heavenly consort said. My abilities are limited, I really am powerless to assist. Your Highness should seek someone more capable, Lin Shen continued, his head still lowered. The heavenly consort looked at Lin Shen, feeling somewhat annoyed, yet it was not appropriate for her to show it. Indeed, Kong Chuan had handled the matter foolishly. If she were in his place, she would not employ someone like that either. But after all, Kong Chuan was her blood brother, and the Heavenly Emperor had already tacitly agreed that Kong Chuan could hold a position within the Celestial Master Institute. However, the Celestial Master Institute was now under Lin Shen's control, and the position of Special Service Department Chief that she fancied for him was still occupied. Hence, it must be Lin Shen, the Dean, who reassigned the current chief to make way for Kong Chuan's promotion. But after Kong Chuan's blunder, Lin Shen would rather defy her orders than employ him again, making the situation difficult to handle. The heavenly consort had summoned Lin Shen intending to rebuke him and then have him assist Kong Chuan into the position of Special Service Department Chief. Yet things had progressed to this point, somewhat beyond the heavenly consort's expectations. The Special Service Department is currently in the hands of the Yin family. If you do not replace the chief, I'm afraid future affairs will be as frustrating as this time, unable to mobilize even a single person. After years of the Yin family's operation within the Special Service Department, even if you replace a chief, an ordinary person would not be able to control it. After this incident, Kong Chuan has learned his lesson, and he will surely not act rashly again. Plus, with the favor my brother and I owe you, the Special Service Department will certainly look up to you as their leader. The heavenly consort had no choice but to clarify the advantages and disadvantages to Lin Shen, still hoping he would give Kong Chuan another chance. Your Highness, my abilities are insufficient, and I am planning to ask the Heavenly Emperor for resignation. This position as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute is beyond my capacity, Lin Shen said. Hearing this, the Heavenly Consort's expression immediately turned colder. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the position of Dean is not so casual that you can take it when you wish and shirk it when you don't. Don't mention such a thing again in the future. Seeing Lin Shen's head still lowered and silent, the Heavenly Consort could only sigh and approached him softly, saying, "He's my only brother, and I know his temperament is troublesome. Without someone reliable to watch over him, I really can't rest easy. Tian, your talents and wisdom are unmatched, and you are capable of great things. If my older brother could serve under you, and be mentored by you, I would be at peace. Your Highness, if you definitely want Kong Chuan to work under me, that's fine. But he can only start with his basic duties, and when I think he's capable, only then can he take on a higher role. If things remain unchanged, please understand that I am also helpless." Lin Shen was very clear. He was willing to take Kong Chuan along, but for the position of Special Service Department Chief, he definitely would not appoint him for now. I understand your difficulty. For now, let's proceed this way. Sky Pinnacle Star currently has more than 100 ascenders from the Peacock clan. If you need them, they will be at your disposal from now on. Don't worry about the expenses, consider it a small gesture of apology from my brother and me, the Heavenly Consort said after a moment of contemplation. Lin Shen did not refuse, free labor was not to be passed up. After all, he was a dean and could not be expected to do everything himself, he needed subordinates for the legwork. The Special Service Department was unreliable at the moment, hence Kong Chuan and the 100+ members of the Peacock clan would serve well as free labor. The inter-clan ranking battle is about to begin, do you plan to compete? The Heavenly Consort sat down again and looked at Lin Shen. If you wish to compete, I have a gift for you that might benefit you. Chapter 505. Lin Shen didn't know what the Heavenly Consort's gift was, but as far as he knew, pets and spirit base couldn't be used in the racial ranking battles. Because the ranking was a measure of a race's strength, it was limited to only using one's own strength and life base, and even equipment and battle suits were prohibited. Although Lin Shen had no intention of participating in the battle, the fact that the heavenly consort said her item could help him aroused his curiosity. What exactly was it? Come here, the heavenly consort beckoned Lin Shen with a wave of her hand. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, whether I participate or not, I should take any benefits first. Besides, it's time to get closer to the heavenly consort. Perhaps my fire seed might still have a chance. It wouldn't be good to refuse. With that thought, Lin Shen approached the heavenly consort, maintaining a distance of 3 steps. Come closer, said the heavenly consort again. Lin Shen had to take another step forward, leaving only 2 steps between him and the heavenly consort. Closer, the heavenly consort continued, looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated. Coming any closer would mean standing right in front of the heavenly consort, which seemed somewhat improper. But it would be somewhat inappropriate to voice this reluctance himself. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shen still took a small step forward. Stretch out your hand, the heavenly consort finally said with satisfaction. Lin Shen obediently extended his hand to the heavenly consort, expecting her to give him something. But he was taken aback when she suddenly took hold of his palm. Lin Shen was startled, unsure whether he should withdraw his hand. If the heavenly emperor found out, could he be misunderstood? Luckily, the room housed only the 2 of them, and Lin Shen hadn't noticed any surveillance equipment. As long as the heavenly consort kept silent, no one else should know. But Lin Shen failed to understand why the heavenly consort suddenly took his hand. Could it be because he was handsome, and she wanted to keep a pretty man in secret from the heavenly emperor? Your Highness, I am a man of morals and limits. I would never engage in such deeds. Lin Shen silently established his persona in his mind. Your next journey awaits at Empire. If I were to give you an opportunity to make a request to me, what would you desire? The heavenly consort asked while looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, what else could I request but to share a bed with you? I have no other desires, only hope that your Highness and His Majesty may achieve your heart's desires, said Lin Shen aloud. You do have a way with words. The heavenly consort let go of Lin Shen's hand, leaving something in his palm. Lin Shen sighed with relief, realizing she indeed had something to give him. Take the item with you, it will be of use to you. For my elder brother's matter, I would ask that you take special care as well. The heavenly consort sounded somewhat tired and waved her hand. You may go. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Highness. I shall take my leave, Lin Shen said, seeing that the heavenly consort didn't wish to say more and left, holding the item. After Lin Shen left the splendid palace, the heavenly consort looked at his receding figure, a blush crept over her cheeks, and she muttered inwardly, that man isn't all that virtuous either, his mind full of sordid thoughts. Little did Lin Shen know that the heavenly consort was aware of the thoughts in his mind. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have let her touch his hand. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Lin Shen took out the item the heavenly consort had given him for a closer look. Expecting some divine object, he was surprised to find it was merely a crumpled piece of paper. Unfolding the paper and glancing over it, he saw it was filled with small letters. 7-step soul lock. Lin Shen scrutinized it for a while, realizing that it described a stepping technique. It was merely a simple series of 7 steps, but it was capable of endless variations when applied. What use is a stepping technique for me? I don't have time to practice such things. Lin Shen folded the paper and put it away, planning to let Yun practice it later. Returning home, Lin Shen opened the chest to look at the 3,000 celestial crystal coins again, truly reluctant to use them to pay off his debts. Since no one has come to collect the debt yet, let's just keep it for now. Lin Shen thought about what to do with the money when suddenly a beautiful point of light appeared before his eyes. The light appeared abruptly, as if it had leapt out of nowhere, but there was no disturbance at all. Lin Shen sprang back, his body wrapped in the carapace, one hand holding the scrap sword, and the other grasping the pet gun, staring intently at the point of light. Strangely, the light spread out and transformed into a scroll of light in mid-air, with no images inside, only countless points of light moving around, like the stars in the sky. One of the stars flew out from the scroll, gradually expanding and turning into a light sphere the size of a balloon. Seeing this, Lin Shen already knew what it was. Every time the cosmic ranking battle was initiated, ethnic invitation cards would appear before those who were eligible to participate. This thing that had appeared out of thin air must be the ethnic invitation card. Generally speaking, any adult life form in the universe that has used a teleporter to leave their mother planet and reached other life planets would receive an ethnic invitation card. However, on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had never seen an ethnic invitation card, nor had he witnessed a cosmic ranking battle. The next second, the light sphere turned into an elf-like figure the size of a palm, flapping its wings of light, and said to Lin Shen, "Human, you now possess the eligibility to participate in the cosmic ranking battle. Would you like to strike?" "I'd like to first understand the rules of the cosmic ranking battle," Lin Shen said to the elf-like shadow. He was very curious, wondering who organized the cosmic ranking battle and who issued the invitation card. Even the Supreme Clan did not have the ability to do something that involved the whole universe. The cosmic ranking battle is divided into an elimination round and a ranking round. The elf shadow explained the rules of the cosmic ranking battle in detail. After listening, Lin Shen thought for a moment and asked, "Does it mean I can only represent humans in battle, but I can use any name I want for myself?" "Yes, you can only represent your own race in battle. As for your own name, it's entirely up to you to decide," the elf shadow answered. "Are battles limited to one's own strength and life base without the use of any equipment or pets?" Lin Shen asked again. "Yes," the elf shadow affirmed Lin Shen's question once more. "Is it possible for me not to fight and just send my life base into battle?" Lin Shen asked further. "No, you must fight in person," the elf shadow shook its head. "After I register to fight, can I forfeit?" "You can." "Is there any penalty for forfeiting?" "There is not." After asking many questions, Lin Shen chose to register first. After all, he could forfeit even if he had signed up. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you for your participation. There are 10 universal days until the start of the first elimination round. Please be sure to stay in your best competitive state. Goodbye. The elf shadow flew back into the scroll, which then rapidly closed and finally turned into a point of light and disappeared. This is too strange. Who exactly organized the cosmic ranking battle? Lin Shen thought of those teleporters. Chapter 506 Join the battle? All the teleporters were discovered later on. Even for those races ranked within the top 10 in the universe, the teleporters they used were found on different planets. They could not manufacture interstellar teleporters on their own. But these teleporters couldn't possibly be naturally occurring, they must have been created by someone. Lin Shen thought again about what Cheng Hendongli had said and suddenly felt there was some truth to it. However, these were not things he needed to consider at the moment. Those powerful cosmic races had spent billions of years without figuring this out. Right now, he just needed to decide whether to participate in the war or not. Unfortunately, the elimination round didn't offer any real benefits unless one took part in the ranking battle and managed to bring their race into the top 100 million rankings to gain some advantages. As long as one could enter the rankings, the evolutionary speed of their entire race could be somewhat accelerated. The higher the rank, the more substantial this acceleration. The fact that the Supreme Clan was able to produce an innate nirvana like DESI owed much to their repeated high rankings, never falling below the top 3. Their rate of evolutionary advancement was naturally much faster than those of smaller races. Such a rule just means the strong get stronger. It's really too difficult for other small races to overturn the old, higher-ranked races. Lin Shen pondered the pros and cons. Zioki, search for news related to the racial ranking battles. Lin Shen issued the command to Zioki. The internet was flooded with news about the racial rankings, major races were all reporting on it. Many well-known fighters had already signed up to participate in this racial ranking battle. Originally, Lin Shen thought the ranking battle would be a stage for those top fighters, where immortals would be the main force. But after searching the news, he found very little information about immortals. Instead, there was a lot about nirvana beings and ascenders. After reading for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what was happening. Since immortals were too powerful, ordinary people simply couldn't comprehend what was happening in their battles. It usually turned out to be a dazzling light show, followed by a wait until the battle was over to announce the winner. Instead, the battles of nirvana beings and ascenders were somewhat comprehensible to those with certain abilities. Particularly, the battles of ascenders had higher entertainment value. The battles of nirvana beings could still be roughly understood by ascenders, but anything lower was similarly incomprehensible. Therefore, the most popular were the ascension-level battles. The vast majority of cosmic races could understand a bit of the strategy, making the viewing threshold not so high. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Among the ascenders, DESI was without any controversy the most supported, a resounding first place. Beyond DESI, there were also many strong contenders from other powerful cosmic races. Like Feng Shengxia from the Phoenix clan, Kristen from the Diman tribe, Wu Mian from the Chaos clan, Zhan Xian from the Soul Martial clan, and so on, all received high acclaim. Within the celestial race, the one with the highest support was the Prince Tian Buoluo. Apart from Tian Buoluo, there were also several ascenders from the celestial race who belonged to the series of the favored ones of the heavens and likewise could not be overlooked. Of course, it wasn't just the celestial race, those other powerful cosmic races, too, had more than one or two genius individuals. It was only the Supreme Clan, with DESI as the lone person participating at the ascension level. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to these, but one extremely popular piece of news did catch his eye. The undefeated king enters the battlefield, while a multitude of champions sharpen their blades eagerly. "Oh my god, why are you getting yourself involved in this mess?" Lin Shen exclaimed, his face turning somewhat green after reading the news. Lin Xiangdong had actually announced his participation in the battle and many famous ascenders from various races had stated their intention to take him down during the elimination rounds. Lately, news about Lin Xiangdong challenging renowned ascenders from different races had been leaked constantly, with almost every ascender of notable races having been challenged by him. Even though he didn't win, the victories of those ascenders were not exactly delightful either. It seemed that no matter whom Lin Xiangdong fought, he was always able to leave unharmed. He may have been defeated, but now a good number of people believe that the strength of the undefeated king is not weak at all. Otherwise, why was there not a single ascender among the many top-level ones who fought him who could truly injure the undefeated king? There have even been fans of the undefeated king claiming that his strength is on par with DESI's, suggesting he's simply biding his time and is equally matched with anyone he confronts. Whenever someone disputes them, they have only one response: "If you're so capable, why don't you knock down the undefeated king?" This remark has drawn countless enemies for Lin Xiangdong, with numerous ascenders declaring that they will defeat the defeated king thoroughly in the elimination matches. Some even go to extremes, openly threatening to take his life. Discover stories at Empire. Lin Shen watched all this with a gloomy heart, sensing that Lin Xiangdong was soon becoming a public enemy to the whole world. But he knew his fourth brother's character well. Once he publicly declared his intent to participate in the battle, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that he would indeed take part. Lin Shen was somewhat worried that his fourth brother might be ganged up on during the elimination match. Even if he wasn't ganged up on, he wouldn't be able to withstand a series of consecutive battles. According to Lin Shen's understanding of the rules of the elimination match, one could forfeit before the start, but once it began, one had to wait until the end of the elimination match to forfeit and not participate in the next one. There was a time limit for the end of the elimination match, and Lin Shen seriously doubted whether Lin Xiangdong could hold on until it ended, given so many were out to get him. Lin Shen was contemplating whether to join the battle himself so that he could offer some help if his fourth brother were indeed ambushed. With his current strength, ascenders posed little threat to him. Even if he were to be besieged, he should be able to last until the end of the elimination match with his endurance. Of course, Lin Shen still hoped that his fourth brother was merely bluffing and would not actually participate in the elimination match. Since there was still some time left before the elimination match started, Lin Shen decided to wait and see how things would unfold. As days passed, the hype surrounding the undefeated king refused to die down, with more and more top-level ascenders declaring that they would teach him a lesson if he competed, which worried Lin Shen. Suddenly, a message came through on the communicator. Lin Shen looked at it and realized it was from Ouyang Yetu. "I'm going to battle, what about you?" "Haven't decided yet," Lin Shen replied. "What about Wei?" Ouyang Yetu quickly sent another message. "He's on the home planet, so he probably won't battle," Lin Shen responded. Ouyang Yetu did not reply again. Just as Lin Shen was about to put the communicator away, he received another message, a friend request from a stranger. Tu Xiaodao. Having identified the name of the requester, Lin Shen clicked agree. "Mr. Lin Shen, I'm joining the race ranking battle, want to team up?" Just after the friend request was accepted, Tu Xiaodao's message came through. Chapter 507 The elimination round begins. "When did you leave the mother planet?" Lin Shen communicated directly with Tu Xiaodao. "Not long after you left, I also departed from the mother planet. I'm now cultivating on Green Water Star and have reached 10-stage ascension," Tu Xiaodao said. "You've attained 10-stage ascension so quickly?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Back when he battled the Wan family, Tu Xiaodao seemed to be only at second turn ascension, and in such a short time, she had already reached the 10th turn. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It's not been quick. If it weren't for joining this interspecies ranking battle, I would have already entered Nirvana, Tu Xiaodao explained. "Isn't it also possible to join the battle after achieving Nirvana?" Lin Shen asked. "Joining the battle as a Nirvana level ascendant, I'd have no advantage. But fighting at 10-stage ascension affords me some benefit over those below 10-stage. It's a pity the rules don't allow it, otherwise, I'd prefer to fight from Nirvana against ascendants," Tu Xiaodao said with a laugh. "However, if the rules did permit it, the other races' high-level powerhouses would be even more abundant, and it would be less favorable for me. The current arrangement is already the best. By the way, Mr. Lin Shen, which turn have you reached?" "My life base fan has just reached 7th turn," Lin Shen replied. "What's the matter? The higher the level, the greater the advantage. You taught me that. How come you're only at 7th turn? I thought you had already reached 10 stage and were abstaining from Nirvana just for the battle," Tu Xiaodao said, puzzled. "When did I ever espouse such a principle?" Lin Shen wondered. He didn't recall saying such things. However, Lin Shen wasn't confident in his memory. What if he had said it and forgotten? So, he could only respond, "I've had many affairs to attend to recently, which has slowed my progression through the turns a bit." "Are you still going to participate in the ranking battle?" "I've heard that the Wan family will be joining as well, and that includes Wang Yiliu," Tu Xiaodao shared a piece of news. Wang Yiliu. It took a moment for Lin Shen to remember, is he the ascender from the Wan family who escaped last time? I recall he's the younger brother of that 7th turn ascender from the Wan family. Right, that's him. I've got news that after Wang Yiliu escaped, he went to the interstellar Wan family, somehow cozied up to Princess Catherine from the Diman tribe, and reaped huge benefits. Now he is already at 9th turn ascension. Tu Xiaodao briefed him on Wang Yiliu's situation. "If you decide to join, be cautious if you encounter Wang Yiliu, the Wan family may not consider the bigger picture." "I still haven't decided whether to join the battle or not," Lin Shen was still hesitant. "Mr. Lin Shen, let's do it together," When I asked Wei for your contact, he said he intends to stay on the mother planet, which is not receiving invitations, so he certainly won't join the battle. We need to make a name for humans together, otherwise, humans will have a hard time getting by in the universe, Tu Xiaodao urged. I'll think about it. Even if I do join, it's probably best that we don't stick together, Lin Shen said pensively. Why not? Tu Xiaodao asked, not understanding. You know of the undefeated king, right? Lin Shen inquired. Who doesn't know such a prominent figure? They say he might be our human kin, but whether that's true or not, he certainly looks like one of us, Tu Xiaodao mentioned excitedly. I've heard that many top ascenders from various races are itching to take him down. That undefeated king, he might be my brother. Lin Shen said reluctantly. What? The undefeated king is your brother? Tu Xiaodao was shocked, then rapidly added, you mustn't let others know about this, otherwise, I suspect those top ascendants will want to take you down too. No, you better not join the battle, it's too dangerous. Our brother's reputation is just too intimidating, truly hard to bear. That's exactly why I'm hesitating to join the battle, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. There's nothing to hesitate about, don't participate. Tell our brother not to join either, Tu Xiaodao advised. I can't contact him, Lin Shen pondered then added, all right, I'll think about it some more. Lin Shen intended to tell Tu Xiaodao that Ouyang Yetu would be participating in the battle but thought better of it. Ouyang Yetu's abilities were too peculiar, and Tu Xiaodao being with him might hinder both of their performances. Lin Shen wanted to help his fourth brother, but he was also afraid of becoming a pariah in the universe. He had been looked after all his life. Thinking about wandering the universe where everyone was an enemy was somewhat unbearable for him. He wasn't sure he could handle the hardship and suffering. Yet he couldn't just ignore his fourth brother's affair. As the elimination round was about to start, Lin Shen decided to first go in and see how things would play out. After all, no one knew he was the brother of the undefeated king. He planned to keep a low profile once inside. If his brother didn't show up, or if nothing significant happened, all the better. But if something did happen, he couldn't just watch his brother be besieged. When the time came, a pinpoint of light once again appeared before Lin Shen, turning into a scroll, and the elf shadow flew out once again. The elimination round is about to begin, please confirm whether to enter the battlefield or not, the elf shadow asked Lin Shen. Enter, Lin Shen replied. Please confirm your race and name. Human. Tian. Welcome to the elimination round, and I wish you good luck in achieving a high score, the elf shadow said with a beaming smile, blowing a halo of light at Lin Shen and then turning to fly towards the scroll. Lin Shen felt himself being pulled into the scroll by a force, and then the scroll disappeared. In the starry sky, strands of cosmic rainbow light stretched out, creating a mirage-like mysterious spectacle, almost like a scroll spread across the stars. Each planet could see these visions, and the scroll was divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 levels: base mutation, ascension, nirvana, immortal, and realm king. Inside each scroll, the images were of an independent planet, with the scroll displaying the entire planet's vista flatly. Read New Adventures at Empire. On the other 4 planets, figures had already begun to appear. The Realm King's planet, however, remained empty. No Realm King had emerged in this era, so the Realm King battles were essentially moot, with no contenders. There were not many participants at the immortal level either, as the battlefields of the 3 other levels became increasingly populated. On the Ascension level planet battlefield, Lin Shen found that all his belongings had disappeared, and he was even without his own clothes, clad instead in a white battle suit he had never seen before. Looking around, he saw that there were a few ascenders nearby, all wearing the same white battle suits. On the wrist of the battle suit was a device resembling a wristwatch, also displaying a countdown timer 72 cosmic hours, which equated to 3 cosmic days. Contestant, Tian. Current points, 1. Current rank, 0. For this Ascension level elimination round, contestants who rank in the top 1 billion by points can advance to the ranking battle. Lin Shen was already aware of the competition's rules. Defeating a contestant allowed him to seize their points, and accumulating more points led to a higher ranking. Chapter 508 Come Follow Me. Lin Shen glanced around, noticing that over a dozen competitors from different races had appeared nearby, and surprisingly, not a single one was of the same race. In the entire universe, who knew how many races of Ascenders were competing in battle? If not 100 billion, there had to be at least several billion. Encountering members of one's own race in one place was evidently not an easy task. Above each competitor's head shone a number 1, a projection from themselves, representing the points they each held. The starting points for all were 1, which was the same for everyone. While Lin Shen was sizing them up, they were also scrutinizing each other and cautiously keeping a certain distance to avoid being ambushed. Find adventures at Empire. You, hand over your points. A giant towering over 4 meters tall with an elephant head landed in front of Lin Shen, pointing a battle axe at him as he spoke. Lin Shen turned his neck to look around, and then looked at the elephant man with a puzzled expression, asking, with so many people around, why do you want to rob my points? The elephant man paused, his voice buzzing as he asked, what's the difference? Can't I choose you? You're so big, and I'm so small. Are you targeting me because you think I'm weak and easy to bully? Lin Shen asked again. The elephant man shook his head repeatedly, of course not, it's just because you were the closest to me. That's why you're the first one I approached. Elephant warriors do not fear any strong opponents and dare to face any challenge. Seeing how simple and honest the elephant man was, Lin Shen spoke earnestly, a true warrior dares to challenge stronger beings. Do I look stronger than you? Not at all. The elephant man took another look at Lin Shen and said apologetically, sorry, I chose the wrong person. With that, the elephant man actually turned around and left, flying towards another tall ascender in a different direction. He really left. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the elephant man to be so straightforward and actually just walk away. The other tall ascender who had been waiting to watch the show never imagined that the elephant man would simply let the human go and instead come towards him, which instantly made him feel somewhat dismayed. But he was not as shameless as Lin Shen and had no choice but to summon his life base to respond to the challenge. The two ascenders instantly clashed into a brawl, sand flying, and the sound of life-base collisions filled the air incessantly. Both ascenders were of the strength type, and their battle had no frills, just pure striking power. One wielded a battle axe and the other a wolf fang club, neither backing down in the relentless exchange. What a cunning human! You may have deceived that foolish elephant man, but you won't fool me. Hand over your points, and I'll spare your life. A wolf-eared ascender, surrounded by a crooked knife life base, approached Lin Shen. You're indeed much smarter than he is, but have you thought about it if I refuse to give you the points and you battle me now? Even if I'm not as strong as you, you'll at least have to expend some energy to kill me. What if you get injured in the process? Do you think those guys over there won't take advantage of that? Lin Shen gestured with his mouth towards the other ascenders in the distance. Upon hearing this, the wolf-eared ascender's face shifted slightly, and looking over, he saw several ascenders indeed paying close attention to their side. Humph, don't think that your smooth talk can deceive me, the wolf-eared ascender said darkly, staring at Lin Shen, yet not immediately making a move. With your smarts, I couldn't possibly deceive you. What I mean is, why don't the two of us join forces and rob others of their points first? In a 2-on-1 situation, our consumption won't be much, and others won't dare to attack us while we're vulnerable. What do you think? Lin Shen said unhurriedly. Makes some sense, the wolf-eared ascender said, his eyes shifting as he stared at a nearby Ultraburn tribe ascender. Then let's go rob his points first. Show me your sincerity, you go first. The wolf-eared ascender wasn't foolish either. He merely wanted to use Lin Shen as cannon fodder, planning to swoop in and take their points when both parties were injured. Okay. Lin Shen readily agreed, flying towards the Ultraburn tribe's ascender. The wolf-eared ascender just watched from a distance, with no intention of entering the battlefield. Seeing Lin Shen approach, the Ultraburn tribe ascender gripped the life base axe in his hand, prepared to fight desperately, as he would absolutely not give up his points. "Brother, from now on, follow me," Lin Shen said to the Ultraburn tribe member, with no intention of starting a fight, merely speaking to the ascender. "Why should I?" the Ultraburn tribe member asked, frowning. "Can you really beat the two of us?" Lin Shen pointed toward the distant wolf-eared ascender. "I'll have to try to find out," the Ultraburn tribe ascender snorted coldly. "Even if you can beat us, fighting two at a time, won't you still pay a price? Do you have the energy left to deal with other ascenders?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "But if you follow me, the three of us can just rob anyone's points, and won't that be like taking candy from a baby? I'll give you a share of the points we snatch. It might not be much, but it's still better than being robbed by someone else, right? n/o/vel/b/jn. .c//om. You have a point." The Ultraburn tribe ascender considered the other ascenders around and felt that fighting Lin Shen now would indeed do him no good. It seemed better to pretend to agree with this human for now and deal with the other ascenders first. Then he would find an opportunity to deal with Lin Shen and that wolf-eared ascender later. When the wolf-eared ascender saw that Lin Shen did not fight upon approaching the Ultraburn tribe ascender but instead spoke with him for a bit, and then the Ultraburn tribe ascender started following him, he felt a shock in his heart. He feared that Lin Shen and the Ultraburn tribe ascender intended to join forces against him. "Lang, this is AO. From now on, he'll be following me, and together we'll target other ascenders," Lin Shen said, pointing at another ascender nearby. Lang was briefly taken aback, wanting to say something, but seeing the Ultraburn tribe ascender at Lin Shen's side, he realized that if he disagreed, the two might gang up on him, so he could only say gravely, "Okay." In the blink of an eye, Lin Shen had formed a trio and was surrounding another ascender. Seeing them approach, the ascender turned and attempted to flee, but Lang and Ao cut him off. "Hold off on attacking," Lin Shen stopped Lang and Ao, who were about to make a move, shaking a folding fan in hand as he walked up to the ascender and said with a smile, "Brother, joining us only costs a bit of points. Would you like to join us to collect points, or would you prefer to take on the three of us by yourself?" "Big brother, I want to join your group," the ascender wisely transferred his meager points to Lin Shen. "Very good. From now on, you're one of us. I'll hold on to the points for now. When we've gathered enough to go around, everyone will get their share, and it'll definitely be more than what you could get on your own. Now, let's start over there." Lin Shen closed his folding fan and pointed spiritedly towards another ascender who was trying to escape. Chapter 509 No Surrender. Most people in the universe were watching the images from the Ascender planet battlefield, but strangely, the first person they saw was not an Ascender from their own race, nor was it Desi, who was known as the strongest of the Ascenders. Everyone was looking for that guy clad in white, unbeatable in posturing, and the number one at escaping. However, after searching for a long time on the starry sky scroll, some had even started using magnifying glasses, they still hadn't seen a trace of that man. Many people were greatly disappointed, believing that the man who claimed himself the undefeated king must have been scared and simply not participated in this race-ranking battle. Thinking about it, it made sense. An ascender from a minor race with neither background nor strength, yet having enemies spread throughout the many powerful races in the universe. With so many top-tier ascenders from various races having said they would deal with him, it would be insanity for him to dare participate in the battle for the race rankings. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Even though they knew this was the best choice for the undefeated king, most people still felt incredibly disappointed and even somewhat disheartened. The reputation of the undefeated king wasn't good, and it seemed like he had never really won before. But his actions had given many from smaller races a feeling of recognition deep inside. To achieve constant victories like those genius-born ascenders from great races was very difficult. Yet the undefeated king had shown them another possibility: being unbeaten was a victory in itself. I may not defeat you, but you can't kill me either, which is also a kind of victory. Therefore, many who followed the undefeated king didn't necessarily wish to see him killed by those geniuses from the great races. Although many were hesitant to admit it and embarrassed to tell others, deep down they really thought that guy, the undefeated king, was pretty good and hoped he would continue to remain unbeaten. However, what they wanted to see was him being unbeaten, not unmoved to battle. Thus, the withdrawal of the undefeated king still left them feeling a bit lost. Being unbeaten is just a form of self-comfort. When it comes to a point where battle is inevitable, it's nothing but a joke. Zhou Qinglong, who had already ascended to the Klamath, couldn't help but sigh deeply after failing to find the undefeated king in the ascension-level planet battlefield. Not long after leaving his mother planet, he had learned of the existence of the undefeated king and always felt that maybe that was the direction in which he should strive. Although the undefeated king's decision to withdraw today, in Zhou Qinglong's view, was the correct and most rational choice, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of loss. With the person he was most interested in not participating, Zhou Qinglong's enthusiasm for watching the battle had diminished significantly. Glancing at the information on the celestial network, Zhou Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes and then quickly looked up into the sky. But this time, he was not looking at the ascension-level planet battlefield, but at the nirvana-level planet battlefield. Enjoy new tales from Empire. Compared to the ascension-level and base mutation-level battlefields, the nirvana-level battlefield had significantly fewer participants, and it was rare to see a large number of nirvana beings in a small area. But the competition at the nirvana level was the fiercest because battles at this level were the ones that could truly affect the cosmic rankings. Zhou Qinglong painstakingly compared the scenes from the news with the corresponding locations in the sky. But due to the vastness of the starry sky scroll, finding a specific location was obviously not an easy task. However, Zhou Qinglong had no intention of giving up, and finally, he spotted a place that was exactly the same as in the news. That was a cliff by the sea, adorned with a purple flower tree whose crown resembled a gigantic mushroom cap. The wind swept through the canopy, as purple petals drifted with the breeze towards the ocean, much like specks of purple stars falling from the sky. Underneath that flower tree stood a man in white attire, a human male, catching a fluttering petal with his outstretched hand. As the petal settled on his slender fingers, what caught the eye was not the petal itself but those crystal-clear, jade-like slender fingers. The undefeated king. It really is him. He has achieved nirvana. No wonder he wasn't seen on the ascension-level planet battlefield. So that's it. So that's it. Zhou Qinglong couldn't help but curve his lips into an uplifted arc. By this time, many people had noticed this fact: the undefeated king hadn't forfeited, but had instead advanced to the nirvana level and entered the nirvana level planet battlefield. No surprise he wasn't seen on the ascension level planet battlefield, he actually went to the nirvana level planet battlefield, Catherine said with interest as she watched the starry sky scroll. He already had such a hard time in the ascension level, now he's gone through nirvana at this time. At most, it's just one nirvana. Given his situation, I'm afraid no one on the nirvana level battlefield would lose to him. Isn't that even more tragic? Tia commented from the side. How will the ascension level's undefeated king be roughed up at the nirvana level? Just thinking about it is amusing, Catherine remarked. Quite a few people shared Catherine's sentiment, believing that the undefeated king who had entered the nirvana level planet battlefield would probably only become a stepping stone for others, unlikely to score even a single point. While people across various planets were discussing vigorously, a nirvana being happened to fly past the nearby cliff and noticed Lin Xiangdong under the flower tree. You are the undefeated king. The Nirvana being recognized Lin Xiangdong, hovering outside the cliff, and spoke with some surprise. And who might you be? Lin Xiangdong's eyes shone like stars as he looked towards the Nirvana being, casually brushing the petal from his fingertip, letting it drift towards the vast sea. This human is so good looking, even better than those of the celestial race. Tia couldn't take her eyes off him. What good is looking nice? There's plenty of pretty but useless things, Catherine responded indifferently. The Nirvana being he's encountered comes from an unheard of minor race, but it seems like they've gone through Nirvana at least 3 times. It's hard to say if he can escape. There are even more who are neither good-looking nor useful. By comparison, being pretty but useless is already quite exceptional, Tia said, blinking her eyes. Giggle, there's some truth in that. You're right, at least this undefeated king is quite easy on the eyes, Catherine laughed. The Nirvana being, looking down at Lin Xiangdong, said from above, Flying Demon Clan, Immeasurable Sea. Never heard of it. Do all members of the Flying Demon Clan look as ugly as you? Lin Xiangdong, though good-looking, was cursed with a sharp tongue. I merely intended to take your points, but now I'm compelled to teach you a lesson. Immeasurable Sea's expression chilled, as black demonic chi surged around him. The next second, Immeasurable Sea unleashed a palm strike, the infinite demonic chi enveloping like dark clouds overcast, looming towards Lin Xiangdong. Those secretly paying attention to the undefeated king couldn't help but have their hearts leap to their throats as they watched the overwhelming surge of demonic chi. Below was the tumultuous sea, above was the all-encompassing demonic chi. The cliff seemed like the last patch of pure land under an apocalyptic sky, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Above the cliff, beneath the flower tree, Lin Xiangdong stood against the wind, flicking a snow-white petal with his hand. The petal soared against the demonic chi, bending with the wind 1 into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into tens of thousands, instantly turning into a storm of blossoms sweeping through heaven and earth. Chapter 510 Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor. The demonic chi covering the sky, under the increasing onslaught of flower petals, gradually appeared to be in a state of solitary weakness. People watched with wide-open eyes as the demonic chi was scattered by the mudslide-like petal torrent, observing the Nirvana being summoning their life base and carapace to fend off the petals, only to see the life base and carapace gradually shattered in the torrent, and finally, the white battlesuit on the Nirvana being's body was torn apart, and their watch burst open. The body of the Nirvana being was lifted skyward by the flood of petals, the scoring light and shadow above their head disappearing without a trace, and for a long time, the Nirvana being did not fall back down, probably blown out beyond the stratosphere. Are Nirvana beings so weak? Truly disappointing, Lin Xiangdong said, shaking his head slightly, the very picture of disappointment, as the score above his head changed from 1 to 2. Watching Lin Xiangdong returning to sit cross-legged under the flowering tree, the spectating crowd exploded. Read new chapters at Empire. The undefeated king was still an ascender just over a month ago. At that time he even challenged a well-known ascender. In such a short span of time, he must have just attained nirvana, right? How has he become so fierce? I recognize that member of the immeasurable sea from the Flying Demon clan. Although a minor race, their strength absolutely cannot be considered weak, a thrice nirvana being with a combat level that is passable, but was just blown away by the undefeated king, shattering both life base and carapace in one strike. When did the undefeated king become so strong? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. They're just not able to beat those top-tier geniuses, but their standards are still pretty even with them. What makes those minor races ordinary types think they can challenge the undefeated king, as if he were a pushover? Haha, dreaming of scoring points from the undefeated king? Even DESI returning to nirvana couldn't hold onto a nirvana being of the same class. Sister, is this what you call pleasing to the eye and useful? Tia asked, her eyes filled with little stars. It's okay, I guess, Catherine replied casually. While Lin Xiangdong was comfortably watching the sea on one side, Lin Shen was completely unaware that he was not on the battlefield of the Ascenders, without any source of information in the battlefield itself. At that time, he was discreetly collecting points while searching for Lin Xiangdong's whereabouts. Nearly a dozen Ascenders nearby had been coerced into joining Lin Shen's team, with the motto "Join the team or we target you." Those who could escape did so, while those who couldn't either joined the team or had their points stolen. Lin Shen had essentially become the local tyrant and ringleader. Not in a hurry to expand his territory, he led the dozen Ascenders watching a battle between the Elephant Man and another tall Ascender. The one fighting the Elephant Man was a member of the weak warrior race, a race whose name Lin Shen only knew because Lang had told him about them. He had never seen individuals of this race before. The name weak warrior might sound inferior, but their physique was nearly on par with the Elephant Man, and their strength was just as remarkable. The shockwaves generated from the two giants' frenzied combat were terrifying. These two are tough to handle, they probably both have the strength of 7th or 8th turn, we might not be able to handle them, let's go find other Ascenders, Lang whispered in Lin Shen's ear. No rush, let's watch and see, Lin Shen said calmly, lightly shaking his folding fan. The Elephant Man and the weak warrior were evenly matched, difficult to determine a winner or loser in a short time. Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to watch their strength contest indefinitely, so he lightly waved his folding fan toward them. A mysterious light pattern shot out, landing on the two of them, significantly diminishing their strength with an extraordinarily evident effect. Lang, Ao, and other Ascenders who had been compelled to join the team, saw that Lin Shen had such a trick up his sleeve, and all of them were simultaneously shocked and overjoyed. Weakening abilities were exceedingly rare, and they couldn't believe Lin Shen possessed such a power, which seemed to have a very effective outcome. Just a moment ago, Lang was apprehensive about the Elephant Man and weak warrior's formidable powers, fearing they were not up to the challenge and preferring not to provoke them. But now Lang felt that he alone could match any one of them, which showed just how apparent the effect of Lin Shen's skill was. Now, all the Ascenders who had joined the team began to feel fortunate for having joined. With Lin Shen's skill in hand, they could rob many Ascenders stronger than themselves. Although Lin Shen would definitely only distribute a small portion of the points to them, it was still much better than always being robbed by others. Boss, let's go get them, Lang and the others were eager to try, even their way of addressing him had changed. Just moments ago, they were all calling each other brothers, but now Lin Shen had earned the title of boss. Don't rush, I'll go talk to them first, Lin Shen said as he walked towards the Elephant Man and the weak warrior people. Both had stopped fighting because of Lin Shen's skill and were now glaring at Lin Shen. Is it you? The Elephant Man recognized Lin Shen and frowned. I'm not fighting you, so why did you use your skill on me? If you're not fighting me, why are you fighting him? Lin Shen countered. Didn't you just say that true warriors should fight against the strong? He's strong, that's why I want to fight him, to get his points, the Elephant Man said. Wrong, he's not strong at all, so you've picked the wrong person, Lin Shen said lightly, waving his folding fan, and removed the weakening skill from the Elephant Man. He's not strong. The Elephant Man looked doubtfully at Lin Shen and then at the weak warrior people. Of course, he's not strong. I bet he can't even withstand one of your axe blows. Don't believe me? I'll ask him. Lin Shen then turned to the weak warrior people and asked, Are you strong? You removed the weakening skill from the Elephant Man, but mine is still on. When you ask me like this, how can I not be weak? The weak warrior people's eyelid twitched, already cursing inwardly, but he could only say, not strong. See, I told you he wasn't strong, Lin Shen said with a smile. Then who counts as a strong person? The Elephant Man asked. Look at the numbers on top of our heads, those with smaller numbers are weak, those with bigger numbers are strong, Lin Shen explained. I can't read, the Elephant Man said, somewhat embarrassed. Not to worry, just follow me. When we meet strong ones, I'll tell you, and we'll defeat them together, take their points, and distribute them to us, the weak and pitiful. This is called wealth redistribution, Lin Shen said. What is wealth redistribution? The elephant man was still visibly confused. Have you heard the story of a warrior defeating the evil dragon and sharing the dragon's stolen treasure with the poor? Lin Shen said gently. Is that wealth redistribution? The elephant man's eyes lit up. Yes, that is wealth redistribution, Lin Shen confirmed, then turned to the weak warrior people and asked, would you like to join our wealth redistribution team? Willing, the weak warrior people's eyelid twitched crazily again. Could he say he wasn't willing? The skill was still affecting him, and Lin Shen obviously had no intention of letting him go. Thank you, that'll be a small membership fee, Lin Shen said with a smile, stretching out his hand. The weak warrior people, with a dark expression, transferred the few points he had to Lin Shen. I need to pay a membership fee too, then? Here, take mine, the elephant man said, overhearing, and also handed over his few points to Lin Shen. This idiot! The weak warrior people looked at the elephant man as if he was looking at a fool, the kind who gets swindled and even gives money to the swindler. Lin Shen accepted the membership fees from both of them, and the team grew stronger once more. Chapter 511 Points delivered to the door. Although many ascenders from powerful families participate in the war, they are just a small number out of the tens of billions of ascenders. On this vast planet, the probability of ascenders from the same species appearing in the same area is quite slim. Of course, the ascenders from the great families involved in the war also represent only a small fraction of the ascenders within their families. After all, having more ascenders participating in the competition doesn't make much of a difference, as they would still be eliminated during the ranking battles, and the rankings of ascension-level individuals have almost no impact on the species leaderboard. Lin Shen hadn't seen any ascenders of the same species in the vicinity, but as time passed, more and more of his kin would gather together. That's a concern for later. For now, these ascenders fighting on their own had become members of Lin Shen's team. After dealing with the elephant man and weak warrior people, Lin Shen's team continued flying along the river. Any ascenders they encountered had to join them or give up their points. Lin Shen did not kill, only plundered points, and all points ended up in his possession. There are people from the Diman tribe ahead, let's not go there. A group of people were flying in the sky in search of prey. When they saw several people resting by the river, among them a person from the Diman tribe, Lang quickly flew to Lin Shen's side and said, they could rob small races of their points, but when it came to people from powerful races like Diman, no one dared to make a move. Not to mention that their strength was not comparable, even if they were stronger, they normally wouldn't dare to attack a person from the Diman tribe. Provoking a Diman person of status and position might result in victory here, only to have one's own race exterminated outside the competition. Lin Shen glanced at the Diman tribe member and noticed that his points had reached 17, while the numbers above the heads of those around him were all still at 1, probably all lackeys hanging around the Diman person. One of them looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer examination, he was actually a human and was Wang Yiliu, who had escaped from Lin Shen's clutches in a previous fight. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and decided to leave him be for now. This was a species ranking battle, and he did not wish to fight his own kind at this time, making humans the laughingstock of the universe, nor did he want to give the impression that humans were a race prone to infighting. Dealing with Wang Yiliu and the Wan family was just a matter of time and urgency was not needed at this moment. Killing Wang Yiliu wouldn't make a significant impact on the Wan family. If they were to be annihilated, the interstellar Wan family had to be uprooted entirely. Killing Wang Yiliu would relieve some anger, but it could also alarm the enemies prematurely. Just as they were about to fly elsewhere, the Diman person brought his men to block them. You three stay, the rest can get lost, the Diman tribe member pointed at Lin Shen, Lang, and Ao, commanding them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Everyone hesitated for a moment. They couldn't afford to provoke the Diman tribe, but all of the points were with Lin Shen. If they left, they wouldn't get any benefits. Of the 20 or so ascenders, only Lang and Ao from the initial group still retained some points, the rest had none. If it were possible, Lang and Ao would have run by now, but the Demand tribe was eyeing their points, and it was impossible to escape without giving them up. Tian, we can rob from the rich to aid the poor, right? The elephant man looked at the Demand person and asked in a deep voice. When Lang and others heard him say that, they wondered if he was out of his mind, actually thinking about robbing the Demand person of his points. Stay connected via Empire. Right, Lin Shen laughed. He hadn't planned to deal with them so soon, but these guys actually came to him. Hearing that they could rob from the rich, the elephant man didn't say another word, summoned his life-base battle axe, and, with a roar, charged forward. Lang and the others were somewhat stunned, knowing the elephant man was a blunt instrument, but they hadn't expected him to be so blunt as to charge in directly. Seeing an elephant man dare to take action against him, the Demand person immediately became furious. Attack, kill him. The ascenders beside the Demand person immediately unleashed their life base without hesitation and charged forward, surrounding the elephant man. While they were all moving forward, Wang Yiliu was retreating backward, harboring a deep apprehension towards Lin Shen from the bottom of his heart. Before Lin Shen had ascended, he had killed Wang Yiliu's 7th turn ascension older brother, Wan Shualiu. Now that Lin Shen had ascended, it was unknown to what extent his strength had increased. Wang Yiliu was unwilling to risk his life without witnessing it firsthand. The Demand person paid no attention to Wang Yiliu. After the ascenders beside him blocked the elephant man, he himself walked toward Lin Shen. You go help old elephant, we can share the points after this, said Lin Shen, not expecting these people to dare to fight against the Demand tribe. However, Lin Shen still underestimated the deterrent effect the powerful cosmic races had on smaller species. The ascenders looked at each other, no one daring to make a move. Even Lang and Ao, who were about to have their points snatched away, did not dare to take action. If you don't act now, it means you're voluntarily giving up your points, Lin Shen continued. Still, no one moved, and the elephant man, outnumbered, fell into a difficult battle. Fine, it's your choice, Lin Shen said calmly. Stop the nonsense, hand over your points, and you can live, the Demand person said with contempt as he approached Lin Shen. Is there a possibility that we could cooperate? Lin Shen asked, looking at the Demand person with a hint of indifference. Cooperate? As if you're worthy? Quit your damn babbling, hand over the points, the Demand person cursed outright. Seems like your mother never taught you how to speak, Lin Shen said as he struck the Demand person's face with his folding fan. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. The Demand person, full of arrogance, attacked using only his carapace without even summoning his life base, and threw a punch straight at Lin Shen's fan. He indeed had the arrogance to back him up. The sharp cracking sound of his fist breaking through the air indicated that his strength was at least around 9th turn. However, before his fist could touch the fan in Lin Shen's hand, mysterious light patterns suddenly flew out from the fan and landed on his body. As soon as the mysterious light pattern touched him, the Demand person felt as if he had withered, his speed and strength significantly diminished in an instant. Lin Shen struck his face with the fan, twisting the Demand person's face to the side and caving in the facial armor. Smack! Smack! Lin Shen lashed out with his fan, back and forth, causing the Demand person's face to swing left and right, bewildering him to the point that he couldn't even find an opportunity to counterattack. Thud! Finally, Lin Shen closed his folding fan and used it as a bat to strike down on the head of the Demand person, smashing him into the ground, creating a large crater. Everyone on both sides was stunned. A 9th turn ascension Demand person was handled just like that? This didn't look like a fight at all, more like a father beating his son. The key was that this person really dared to make a move. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation from the Demand tribe outside? For a moment, both groups were dumbstruck, and the Ascenders who had been fighting the Elephant Man also didn't dare to continue and withdrew from the battlefield. Chapter 512 512. The situation now is something they never even dreamed of. A member of a minor race actually dared to assault an Ascender of the Dim Man tribe, and even managed to beat him at that. If they were to step forward now, even an Ascender of the Dim Man tribe couldn't win. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to death? If they didn't step up, fleeing in the face of battle, they feared the Dim Man tribe wouldn't let them off the hook later. They found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place, not knowing whether to stay or go. The only one who had run away early was Wang Guiliu, who was now nowhere to be seen. Lin Shen didn't care about their troubles, landing beside that member of the Dim Man tribe, pointed his folding fan at the man's head and said, "Are we still fighting or not?" "No more fighting, no more fighting," the beaten Dim Man member, still covered in the mysterious light pattern, his attributes weakened by nearly half, didn't dare to talk back. He wasn't considered a top fighter within the Dim Man tribe to begin with, capable only of showing off in front of the minor races. "Since you're not fighting, then transfer your points over," Lin Shen said. "Didn't you say we could work together?" The Ascender of the Dim Man tribe said, eyes shifting. "We can cooperate, but you still need to pay an entry fee first," Lin Shen said with a smile. The Ascender of the Dim Man tribe knew he had to transfer his points. He didn't know whether his opponent was some naive fool or someone with a background, completely disregarding his identity as a member of the Dim Man tribe. After transferring his points to Lin Shen, the Dim Man member was about to say something, but then he saw Lin Shen pointing his fan at the Ascenders in the sky and shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't hand over your points and join us, are you waiting to be beaten up? Transfer your points to Elephant Man. What are you standing around for? Give up your points," the Ascender of the Dim Man tribe started to shout alongside him. After his shouting, those Ascenders, with strange expressions on their faces, transferred their points to Elephant Man. Lin Shen looked at the Ascender of the Dim Man tribe with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to cooperate so readily. "Brother, your weakening skill is very strong. If the two of us, both strong, join forces, we could rob anyone we want, aside from big shots like DESI," said the Ascender of the Dim Man tribe standing next to Lin Shen, not caring about his wounds, painting a rosy picture of the future. "You take 30, I'll take 70, Lin Shen said directly. "Isn't that a little too little? Let's split it 50-50, Lan said. 28, Lin Shen said emotionlessly. "Fine, 30-70 it is," Land quickly agreed, knowing the man he was dealing with was not easy to talk to, and that arguing might cause a fallout. Lang and the rest were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that after being beaten and robbed of points, a member of the Dim Man tribe had actually joined the team. This seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of the typically domineering Dim Man people. Watching Elephant Man's points increase, they felt envious but didn't regret their previous decision. As desirable as the points were, they couldn't risk crossing the Dim Man tribe for them. Now, the member of the Dim Man tribe seemed friendly enough, but who knew if he would turn hostile after they left? "You must contribute to share in the profits. If you don't contribute, it's the same as forfeiting your previous benefits. You all understand this, right?" Lin Shen had no intention of letting them go and looked at Lang and the others with a smile as he spoke. "Of course, as it should be." The others hastily nodded in agreement, grateful that Lin Shen wasn't settling scores with them. With the addition of Land and others to the team, the range of their potential targets greatly expanded. Given the current status of the Dim Man tribe in the universe, there were hardly any they dared not rob. At first, Lang and the others were timid, but with Land playing the ringleader and the brashness of the Elephant Man, combined with the growing number of team members, they gradually let loose and began to rob freely. As the team grew in size, no matter which race of Ascenders they encountered, they would rob them all the same. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Those who failed to see the times they were in would face a barrage of life bases from the numerous Ascenders, and even a general 10th turn ascender would not be able to withstand it. Soon, their team had grown into a force of over 1,000 ascenders, and at Lin Shen's command, thousands of life bases were unleashed, creating an incredibly imposing sight. Land had originally intended to just hold Lin Shen back, waiting for him to encounter formidable fighters from the Diman tribe before dealing with him. However, as the team grew stronger and robbed several of the top 100 ranked races, Land suddenly realized that with the situation as it was, he was gaining points faster than if he had been robbing alone. The people he had no strength to rob on his own now simply required his command, and thousands of life bases would come raining down. Few ascenders could stand against it, and all would obediently surrender their points. Moreover, the team kept growing rapidly. Lin Shen even devised a hierarchy of squad leaders, chief squad leaders, and overall squad leaders among others, and even recruited members who were ranked in the top 100 of races, somehow turning this ragtag group into a formidable army. The team had already caught the attention of many, as the elimination competition usually saw each fighter for themselves. At most members of the same race would cooperate. A coalition of different races joining forces in battle like this was something many had never seen before. "That human is quite interesting," Catherine said with some surprise. "Opportunist," Tia retorted, not very fond of Lin Shen. She preferred the romantic heroism of individualists like Lin Xiangdong. "You don't understand. While individual martial power is important, the ability to unite a team is equally precious. Moreover, the ascenders on the planet battlefield come from different races. To establish such a team in such a short time, and to form combat effectiveness, that's no easy feat," Catherine explained. "Really?" Tia looked unconvinced, and with a pout, she said, "Still, the undefeated king is more stylish." Catherine shook her head helplessly, choosing not to argue further. The heavenly emperor lay on the clouds, with beauties peeling grapes for him. "That kid's got some ability," he mused, enjoying the service of the beauties while watching the scene unfold in the sky. Surprisingly, he was not focusing on the immortal planet battlefield, which was of utmost importance to the celestial race, but was instead watching Lin Shen. "Lin Shen's ability to unite other races is truly outstanding," Anrong commented from the side. Her words seemed to have an underlying sting, as the celestial race was notably xenophobic, rarely valuing those without celestial blood. In saying this about Lin Shen, Anrong undeniably suggested that the Heavenly Emperor might question whether Lin Shen would form factions with other races. Without even this bit of ability, how would one be fit to be the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute? The Heavenly Emperor, however, seemed to misunderstand the implication of Anrong's words and said with a smile, appearing very pleased with Lin Shen's performance. "Discover exclusive content at Empire. As the Heavenly Emperor says." Dirong, seeing the Heavenly Emperor's reaction, didn't dare say more, lest he displease him. As the team grew more massive, more and more people turned their attention to Lin Shen's team. "What's that situation? A team of 10,000 ascenders? And composed of members from different races? Damn it, the Phoenix Clan's ascenders were robbed. Haha, that guy still tried to act all high and mighty. As soon as tens of thousands of life bases appeared, he nearly wet himself with fright. Damn, if the elimination game plays out like this, who can stand against them? Even DESI would have to back off. In such a short amount of time, their numbers have already reached 10,000. Chapter 513 The Rankings, once again. While Lin Shen led his team to snatch points, the number of offerings in the sacrificial halo kept ringing with increased enhancements. In the Ascension level planet battlefield, there may be nearly 100 billion ascenders participating in the battle. Just because Lin Shen didn't kill, it didn't mean that others didn't kill either. Many top-level ascenders couldn't be bothered with small talk. To them, killing someone was much faster than convincing them to hand over points. Those deceased ascenders became offerings for Lin Shen, causing the attributes of the sacrificial halo to soar at an unprecedented speed. Because the quality of the offerings was so high, all being ascenders, the increase in attributes was extraordinarily rapid. In just half a day, it had already exceeded 500 points, reaching an unprecedented high. By evening, Lin Shen's team had grown to over 50,000 members, and it was at this time that Lin Shen carried out the first distribution of the spoils. The ascenders who were robbed later had already snatched many points from others, so the amount of points had increased by many multiples. There were now 5 chief commanders, over 500 department heads, and several thousand team leaders. Distributed level by level, even ordinary ascenders received 2 points each. Explore new worlds at Empire. The 2 points were enough to excite them greatly because normally, they were the cannon fodder that others robbed. Now, not only did they have 2 points, but within the team, they didn't have to worry about being robbed by other powerful ascenders, and they felt very safe. If they could continue to receive points like this every day, they might have a chance to break into the rankings, which were originally impossible for them. Most ascenders were willing to continue working with Lin Shen, and those team leaders, department heads, and chief commanders who could get a commission for every raid they did were similarly motivated. The more they snatched, the more they got to divide among themselves. Lin Shen's more than 50,000 ascenders might not seem like much in the whole ascender battlefield, but even those strong ascenders from large races couldn't gather so many ascenders at this time. Or rather, those ascenders from the large races simply didn't care about these ordinary ascenders and never thought of gathering them to form a fighting force. Now that we have so many people, it's quite inefficient to act together. It's time to divide our forces. Lin Shen summoned the 5 chief commanders, intending to split into 5 groups and go in different directions to rob the rich and aid the poor. Land and the other 4 chief commanders from large families were overjoyed. With Lin Shen around, he would take the lion's share of the points they robbed. But without Lin Shen, they couldn't command such a huge team. Lin Shen actively proposed to divide the forces, which naturally was great news for them. The points they robbed in the future could be theirs alone. To avoid conflict between our teams, we should agree on a war cry, Lin Shen said with a smile, shaking his folding fan. Boss, just say the word, and we'll listen, Land hurriedly responded. Let's do this. No matter what name you give your teams in the future, our unified war cry will be "The sky is vast, the fields are boundless, I live a life of wild abandon." Whenever you hear this war cry, it's from our teams. Just don't end up fighting one of our own, Lin Shen instructed Land and the other chief commanders to pass down the war cry. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless. I live a life of wild abandon. When over 50,000 people shouted together, Lin Shen felt a terrifying strength surging within him, almost bursting his crown chakra. Brothers, the sea stretches to the sky, our journey is long. Regardless of where you end up or what difficulties you face, always remember that you were once a member of my team. You used to roam the world, unstoppable, fearless, and without equal, invincible under this starry sky. Whatever hardships or perilous obstacles you may face, don't give up, don't bow down, don't hesitate, don't feel helpless. As long as we unite, no one can defeat us. Come, let's sing our war song together, let the world hear our voice. Brothers, we'll meet again on the leaderboard. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless. I live a life of wild abandon. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless. I live a life of wild abandon. Their voices shook the earth, their momentum was like a rainbow. Land and the others exchanged looks, originally thinking that once they merged their team with their own clansmen, they might be able to turn around and rob Lin Shen. But seeing the current momentum, even if they turned against Lin Shen to fight, they probably wouldn't be willing to make an effort. Take care, everyone, Lin Shen bid farewell to Land and the others, leaving most of the team members to them while retaining just over 1,000 ascenders by his side, including Elephant Man, Weak Warrior People, Lang, Ao, and a few others. It was mainly because his points were already enough, and there was no use in having so many people. Anyone who saw so many ascenders gathered would run far away, even the robbed points wouldn't be enough to distribute. This was just a planet, not a universe battlefield, and there just weren't sufficient resources to support so many ascenders. Lin Shen continued to lead these 1,000+ members to rob the rich and aid the poor, but once the snowball began to roll, it was hard to stop. By the next day, another 20 to 30,000 ascenders had gathered around Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue dividing his forces, taking only about 1,000 people with him as he continued searching for Lin Xiangdong's whereabouts on the battlefield. After a day's time, quite a few ascenders from large families began to gather together, and Lin Shen finally encountered a team from the celestial race. Although Lang and the others were no longer as afraid as before upon seeing the celestial race's team of dozens of ascenders, no one dared to rush forward to rob them. The celestial race team, upon seeing so many ascenders from various races together, was also taken aback. Too many ants could kill an elephant, facing so many ascenders had them wary of acting rashly. With a wave of his folding fan, Lin Shen brought the 1,000+ ascenders to a halt, silently hovering in midair. "Boss, there's trouble. Among those celestials over there, there's Prince Tian Buluo." Lang examined the celestials and after recognizing the leader, he was shocked and quickly told Lin Shen. Ao and the others standing beside also heard this and were startled, turning to look at the celestial race Prince Tian Buluo, who was now leading his people over. Seeing Tian Buluo come over with his team, Lang and the rest felt uneasy. "Tian, brother, you've actually joined the battle too," but as Tian Buluo came closer, he greeted Lin Shen. Tian Buluo's reference to Lin Shen stunned everyone. The widely renowned Prince Tian Buluo of the celestial race actually addressed Lin Shen like a brother. Chapter 514 The Team Rampaging. "Is this your team?" Tian Buluo asked as he looked at the thousands of ascenders in the sky. "Yes, are you interested in joining my team?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "I'd be delighted," Tian Buluo readily agreed, not even asking how the points would be divided. Lang and the others were stunned. They had previously thought that Lin Shen was just someone with strong team abilities, a nimble mind, good at socializing and negotiating, and a lucky guy with a rare weakening skill. In the end, he was just someone from a small tribe with no background, who could only stir up a little trouble in the special circumstances of the planet battlefield, and who would be nothing after leaving the battlefield. But now they suddenly found that this man seemed different from what they had imagined. Even Tian Buluo, the prince of the celestial race, seemed to obey him without question, agreeing to join his team without asking anything, almost as if joining his team was a privilege. They were now somewhat glad that they had followed Lin Shen from the beginning. Lin Shen was aware that Tian Buluo was participating in the battle purely to defeat DESI, and points meant nothing to him. Even if those were not given to him, he wouldn't care. Nevertheless, Lin Shen still clearly explained the rules of the team to Tian Buluo. Even if Tian Buluo himself didn't want the points, those celestial ascenders following him still needed them. Tian Buluo had no objections, and naturally, neither did the celestial ascenders following him. Seeing the Prince Tian Buluo fall in line with whatever Lin Shen arranged, Lang and the others finally realized what was going on. No wonder the boss dared to snatch ascenders from the major tribes, he has such a deep foundation. Lang and the others had their eyes spinning, planning God knows what in their minds. With Tian Buluo and his cohort joining, Lin Shen's 1,000-strong team became even more frenzied, robbing from the rich to aid the poor. Even with a celestial race prince in their ranks, Lang and his companions had nothing to fear any longer. With just one command from Lin Shen, thousands of ascenders would strike wherever directed, without the slightest hesitation. It wasn't long before the team's numbers surpassed 10,000. This time, Lin Shen split off 10,000 and instructed a well-known celestial ascender to lead a team to develop freely. Lin Shen's original intent was simply that there were too many people and not enough significant points to be earned to sustain so many ascenders, but he never anticipated that events would take a turn beyond his expectations. In the past, there had never been someone like Lin Shen. Even if someone gathered ascenders to form a team, they mostly just recruited ascenders of their own tribe, or at most, added some with whom they shared a connection. Even those who did recruit ascenders from various tribes centered the operation around themselves, never considering distributing power. Lin Shen amassed power and then decentralized it, sharing the profits. Such practices were unheard of previously, at least not on any significant scale. But this time was different. After Lin Shen established a model, the teams that split off followed suit. Unable to manage so many people, teams that grew quickly after splitting off encountered the same dilemma. Consequently, they replicated Lin Shen's approach and split their own teams further. The snowballing method was truly accelerating too fast. In just over a day, more and more teams appeared on the Ascension-level planet battlefield. One team split into 10 into 100. Team numbers were exploding exponentially. Many powerful members of the large tribes who had been robbed learned this tactic and began to form their own teams. When the teams they formed encountered teams that had split off from Lin Shen's group, they would hear the other side shouting something like, "The sky is vast, the field endless, I've lived a life utmost wild and reckless." At first, they thought those people were just too arrogant. After a few encounters, they realized that as long as they shouted those few lines, the other side would treat them as their own and peacefully go their separate ways. Consequently, these lines were also learned by them. Upon meeting a large force, they'd exchange those lines, and then everyone left each other alone, each going off to look for lone or small groups to rob. The whole Ascension-level planet battlefield was like it had been infected by a viral plague. Countless teams sprung up. Lone ascenders, even those who were top fighters, found it difficult to stand against thousands of ascender teams. They were either robbed or forced to join a team, or they formed their own team. So, on the Ascension-level planet battlefield, a situation unobserved for hundreds of years unfurled. Numerous teams wildly absorbed scattered ascenders on the planet. The number of teams grew and the solitary ascenders dwindled. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Interesting, this is really too interesting. I suppose even the instigator hadn't anticipated such a scenario, Catherine said, her laughter ringing with sheer delight. At this rate, we'll soon witness battles among tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions of ascenders, a spectacle never seen before in the ranking battles of the races. Could such a scenario truly occur? Tia asked in astonishment. Big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimps. When both shrimps and little fish are gone, it becomes a fight among the big fish to see who can grow larger. Too bad the elimination phase is so short, just 3 days. If we had a longer timeline, we might even see battles involving billions of ascenders, Catherine said, her eyes shining brighter. The guy who triggered all this is really incredible. I wonder if it was intentional or accidental. With his own strength, he has thrown the entire Ascension-level planet battlefield into chaos. That young fellow has quite the knack for stirring trouble, the Heavenly Emperor mused, eyes narrowed as he watched the unfolding developments on the Ascension-level planet battlefield, eager to know what the final situation would be like. If a chaotic battle involving hundreds of billions of ascenders were truly incited, it would be an absolutely cataclysmic disaster. Anrong said nothing beside him. There was no longer any need for her to fan the flames. Should such a tremendous war break out, countless ascenders would fall. No one knew how many ascenders from the major tribes would perish inside. The tribes would have no choice but to retaliate. As the instigator, even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to protect Tian. Teams could still plunder small groups or solitary ascenders for now, but once those solitary ascenders decreased to a certain level, team-on-team absorptions would become inevitable and unstoppable. Kristen of the Diman tribe strolled leisurely across the plains. He had already collected over 1,000 points. Based on past experience, these points were enough for entering the ranking battles, so he was not in a hurry to rob more, simply waiting for other ascenders to come to him. Suddenly, Kristen saw many ascenders appearing ahead of him. Initially, Kristen was thrilled. A large amount of points meant a high initial ranking in the ranking battle, avoiding the trouble of fighting his way up slowly. What a bunch of kind-hearted people, coming to deliver points again, Kristen said, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But quite soon, Kristen's smile froze on his face. More and more ascenders appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun like a dark cloud easily in the tens of thousands, and the number was still increasing. Fuck, what's going on? Even as powerful as Kristen was, he couldn't withstand tens of thousands of ascenders unleashing their life bases simultaneously. Chapter 515 All in Chaos. Oh my god! Madness, utter madness, the ascender from the Dim-Man tribe known as the Sword Demon, Kristen, actually got his points stolen. Haha, Kristen is so unlucky, running into a team of a whopping 100,000 ascenders, led by an ascender from the Bister clan who's utterly fearless of the Phoenix clan. If they hadn't been concerned about sparking a conflict between the two tribes, Kristen might not have even made it out alive. This Ascension battlefield is just too interesting this time. All those geniuses, those deemed invincible among their peers, are nothing but trash in the face of these terrifying Ascender teams. It's not Kristen's fault, even DESI would have had to hand over points if he'd come. Damn it, whoever came up with this team mode is a true genius. Ah! The direction Kristen is heading in, looks like he's about to encounter another team. Bloody hell, that's a team led by Wu Mian of the Chaos Clan, though not as many as the previous Bister clan team, but still over 10,000 strong. Wu Mian is not weaker than Kristen, and now he's got an army of over 10,000 ascenders. It's over. It's really over. He's run into them. Fuck. Kristen runs so fast. Isn't this running for his life? Wait, how did Wu Mian suddenly get a team? Wasn't he alone before? Enjoy more content from Empire. Haha, I saw it, while you all were watching Kristen get robbed, I saw Wu Mian getting robbed too. But he chose to join the team that robbed him, and now he's already climbed to the top, pushing the previous leader out. It's chaos, pure chaos. Tia's eyes were wide open to the limit, and her mouth stayed agape for a long time. Kristen, to think he's having such a rough time on the Ascension battlefield. Catherine on the couch was laughing to the point of convulsions. That guy Kristen has always been so proud, and now he's being robbed and chased, just like a stray dog. It's really too funny. But at this rate, the team battles are about to start tearing each other apart soon. Ah, DESI is about to encounter a 50,000 strong team too. Tia suddenly cried out. Catherine looked over and indeed, DESI was about to encounter a large team. Those watching the Ascension battlefield all turned their attention towards DESI. If he got robbed too, then this Ascension level elimination round would be completely thrown into disarray, and team battles would soon break out. DESI had not actively sought out to steal points, he had been fishing by the river, waiting for others to come to him. He only needed to win against those who wished to challenge him and the points would be enough to enter the ranking battles. Suddenly, DESI saw across the river in the sky, a swarm of ascenders appeared, dense and numerous, too many to count. DESI watched as the ascenders in the sky poured over like a plague of locusts, surrounding him entirely, with ascenders everywhere on the riverbanks and in the sky. DESI, we meet again. The leading ascender came before DESI, saying with a smile. Lei Si. DESI looked at the ascender before him, recalling his name. The Shock Thunder clan's Lei Si had once challenged him, unfortunately, he was defeated by him. However, Lei Si's strength was quite good, and DESI still had some impression of him. DESI, our battle seems to continue, Lei Si said with a smile, however, you will have to enter the ranking battles to proceed. For now, hand over your points n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. You want to rob my points? DESI asked as he looked at the sky filled with ascenders. Not rob, Lei Si chuckled, it's redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. You've robbed so many points, I'm simply returning what you robbed to those weaker ascenders. Lei Si knew he couldn't defeat DESI, but now he had more than 50,000 ascenders as his support. Even if he couldn't beat DESI, robbing his points would make him feel good. Fair point. Since we're redistributing wealth, it should be divided equally among everyone. I will share my points with every ascender, and yours should be the same, DESI said with a smile. Stop the nonsense. It's none of your business what I do with my points. Hand yours over, or else I won't be able to stop these 50,000 brothers from getting angry. It would be unfortunate if you got hurt, Lin Shen snorted coldly. I now intend to distribute everyone's points equally. If you wish to stop me, then go ahead and try, DESI said as he rose and walked towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face changed slightly, and shouted out while summoning his life base, brothers, let's do this together, suppress DESI, and show the top expert our might. However, Lin Shen did not hear the roaring sound of life bases being summoned. When he turned his head, he saw ascenders looking at each other, none of them summoning their life base. Some ascenders who were on good terms with Lin Shen had intended to summon their life bases, but seeing that no one around them moved, and after being swept by DESI's gaze, they also did not summon their life bases. You! Lin Shen was both shocked and angry. Before he could say anything more, DESI was already just a few steps away from him. Every step DESI took seemed ordinary, yet Lin Shen felt as if he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Each step from DESI gave him the sensation that death was drawing closer, impossible to dodge, escape, or block. I'll divide. Lin Shen's forehead veins bulged as he tried to strike several times, but he never found the chance to do so, and ultimately retracted his life base, grinding his teeth and saying. DESI took Lin Shen's points and then, true to his word, distributed them along with his own points to all the ascenders. As the leader of this squad, Lin Shen, who had accrued most of the points, found that after DESI's equal distribution, each member's points had reached 11. The many ascenders didn't take action not only because they feared DESI, but most importantly, DESI was going to distribute Lin Shen's points to them, which was far more advantageous than robbing DESI. The points that DESI had were few, but Lin Shen had more points than the combined total of so many ascenders, an easy choice to make. While distributing points, DESI inquired about their situation, puzzled as to why these ascenders from different races had formed such a large other race squad. It was difficult for other races to trust each other, and logically, they shouldn't have been able to form such a large group. After learning what had happened, a strange look flashed in DESI's eyes, creating chaos as a strategy, sowing the seeds of calamity. Who would that person be? DESI is breaking the game now, that's no fun, Catherine said as she settled back into the sofa, seeming quite bored. Chapter 516 The Frustrated Kristen. Lin Shen felt that something was not quite right. In just the past hour, they had already encountered 3 separate teams. Although they had exchanged covert signals from afar and then parted ways in different directions, a quick glance from Lin Shen revealed a clue. He didn't recognize a single leader from those teams. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen suddenly burst into laughter. Tian, what are you laughing about? Tian Buoluo curiously asked Lin Shen. Prince, have you ever played the snake game? Lin Shen asked Tian Buoluo in return. I played it when I was a child. Tian Buoluo paused slightly, as if he had realized something. We've encountered several teams just now. Could it be that there are now a large number of teams on the Ascension battlefield, and they have started to devour each other? We need to act quickly, otherwise, once a behemoth of a team appears, we will be mercilessly crushed. Lin Shen checked the time on his watch. We have just over 25 hours left. This is a bit too much time, it would be troublesome if those teams grow stronger. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative to attack, said Tian Buoluo. Do you still remember how to defeat other snakes in the snake game? Lin Shen said. A snake can't function without its head. Tian Buoluo and Lin Shen exchanged a smile. During their conversation, another team appeared nearby. Lin Shen's team had always maintained a number of around 1,000, which was significantly smaller compared to the teams he had sent out. The newly appeared team had a massive number, amounting to tens of thousands. Seeing that the opposing team didn't start their war song, Lin Shen gestured grandly, "War song, begin." Old Lang and the 1,000+ ascenders immediately began to shout at the top of their lungs, "Sky so vast, land so wide, one's life at its wildest tide." Over and over, but the other team did not seem to have the intention to respond. Their ascenders approached quickly like locusts, surrounding the 1,000-man team. "This is hilarious," he set a trap only to have it snap around his own neck in the end. "It's a case of the biter bit." Tia laughed so hard he had to hold his stomach, almost unable to straighten his back. "It might not be that simple," Catherine said with a slight squint in her eyes. 1,000 against 40,000, and the other side is led by Kristen, who harbors the grievances of his team and doesn't abide by any secret signals. "If Tian doesn't surrender, he can only run," said Tia. "I always feel that guy is not so simple," Catherine said slowly as she looked at the scroll. "Prince Tian Buluo, hand over your points or fight, choose one," Kristen said, seeing Tian Buluo and mistaking the team as his. He had been robbed once and then chased by another team for robbery, extremely frustrated. Now that he had finally assembled his own team, he didn't care who you were, he would rob even a prince of the celestial race without hesitation. Moreover, the relationship between the Dim-Man tribe and the celestial race was already very discordant, with constant frictions and wars between the two. "Tian, what do you say?" Tian Buluo asked Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Kristen and said, "We would like to invite your excellency to join our team. What do you think? What kind of dream are you having? Offer up your points, and I'll allow you to join my team." Kristen thought his ears were malfunctioning. Wasn't the situation clear? Expecting a 40,000-strong team to join their meager team of 1,000 was madness. "If that's the case, then let's each rely on our own abilities," Lin Shen said as he flicked open his folding fan, and countless mysterious light patterns suddenly flew out. "Damn it, you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Kristen roared in fury. He had simply not wanted to trigger a war under the watchful eyes of the entire universe, which was why he had refrained from taking direct action. Had it not been for the Ascension battlefield, and had he encountered Tian Buluo outside with such a large advantage, he would have attacked immediately. Read latest stories on Empire. He had held back from attacking, yet his opponents dared to strike first, which made Kristen feel extremely frustrated. "Take action!" Kristen immediately summoned a sword artifact glowing with red light, which, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light and struck at Lin Shen. Lin Shen threw a punch at Kristen's sword artifact, while Tian Buluo also moved at the same time, flapping his wings and instantly appearing in front of Kristen. Kristen swung his fist trying to repel the mysterious light patterns, but they landed on his fist, turning into a brand. In just an instant, his whole body was marked with light and dark patterns, and he suddenly felt as if he had weakened. Not only were his strength and speed greatly reduced, but the effects of his skills were also diminished. Kristen and Tian Buluo were already evenly matched contenders, and when one side suddenly had their power halved, Tian Buluo launched the Celestial Unity skill. With just 2 exchanges, he apprehended Kristen. Of course, Kristen was captured mainly because he suddenly felt numb around his waist and couldn't move. He had no idea what had happened. Lin Shen's fingers hung by his side, his gaze unwavering, as if nothing had happened at all. The numerous ascenders who had listened to Kristen's order had already summoned their life bases, but then they found that Kristen had been captured, and they all looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "Everyone, with battle teams rampant on the battlefield now and many teams outnumbering you, we can only preserve our points by banding together. Those willing to join my team don't need to hand over any points. We are simply uniting to protect our own." Lin Shen seized the opportunity to say. "What are you all hesitating for? If we don't unite to protect ourselves, Do we want to wait to be robbed? Tian, holding the immobilized Kristen, shouted. I am willing to join. One person took the lead, and immediately others responded. The majority of the ascenders from Kristen's team chose to join Lin Shen's team. They had already snatched some points, and now it was clearly more important to protect those points than to snatch more. Having taken over Kristen's team, Lin Shen did not make things difficult for Kristen. After all, in such a public place, if he were to kill Kristen, the Diman tribe would never swallow the affront. Even for the sake of face, they would inevitably have to wage war with the celestial race. Lin Shen merely required Kristen to hand over his points, and then set him free to choose whether to stay or go. Kristen left without a word. The battle of ascenders today had indeed cost him dearly. He could never have imagined, being one of the very top ascenders, how he could have fallen to such a state. Weren't the elimination battles always the stage for the top ascenders? The spectators were stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. In previous elimination rounds, it was a chaotic massacre among the top ascenders from different races, with each powerful ascender exhibiting astonishing strengths during the battles and revealing their prowess in the universe.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But in this elimination round of ascenders, individual combat strength amounted to nothing. Any team of a certain size could easily crush those so-called geniuses from the big clans. Chapter 517 The Dual Snake Society. Lin Shen led his battle team to continue high-speed flying in the sky. They no longer needed to look for lone ascenders but were charging towards other battle teams. Apart from the necessary rest time to allow the ascenders to recover their strength, most of their time was spent in high-speed flight. In the Ascension level battlefield now, battle teams were everywhere. They encountered another battle team with tens of thousands of members before long. This time both sides shouted their passwords loudly, but Lin Shen still led his team towards the other. The opposing battle team was greatly surprised and summoned their life bases in preparation for battle, only to see the battle team stop in its tracks, and one person stepping forward from the crowd. Boss! The man relaxed upon seeing Lin Shen. Upon seeing him, Lin Shen was also somewhat surprised and said loudly, "Scattered they are stars in the sky, united they are a blazing fire." Now, upon this battlefield, teams are everywhere, we must join forces to protect ourselves. I request that your team merges with us. We should indeed join forces. The man also knew what the situation was, having already encountered many battle teams, he had long been fearful and anxious. Now, it was impossible to find solitary or small groups of ascenders, and they dared not attack other battle teams. He had no idea what to do. Lin Shen successfully merged the divided battle team. They had split off 10,000, but nearly 30,000 returned. Lin Shen and Tian Buluo charged ahead, merging with any battle team they encountered. Many members of other battle teams had once been part of Lin Shen's team or had been with the teams he had sent out. Moreover, given the current situation, many battle teams were willing to rejoin voluntarily, which allowed Lin Shen and Tian Buluo's team to grow larger and larger. Those who were reluctant to join, faced with such a massive team, did not dare to utter a word against it. Not joining would mean being robbed, and there was no third option. No one is a fool, to join such a large team and still keep one's points, who would foolishly let others steal their points. In just over an hour, Lin Shen's team had grown to 1 million in size and was still rapidly expanding. The spectators were all discussing fervently at this point because a very interesting scene had emerged on the Ascender battlefield. Two forces were crazily absorbing Ascenders, both already surpassing the million mark and still expanding rapidly. People had assumed that there would be chaos among the battle teams, and although skirmishes did indeed occur among them, that was a rare occurrence. Before the chaos had a chance to start, many teams had been absorbed by these two forces. The snowball effect caused the two battle teams to grow increasingly large. Naturally, one of these teams was Lin Shen's, and the other was DESI's. DESI operated on an even distribution of points, while Lin Shen was about protecting points. Although the philosophies of the two teams were different, once the snowballing began, ordinary teams, whether willing or not, could only be coerced into joining. Continue reading at Empire. Even many Nirvana level and even Immortal level powerhouses had started paying attention to the Ascender battlefield. This situation was too rare. If it continued to develop, it could likely evolve into a tremendous battle. People from all the powerful cosmic races watched with apprehension. The outcome of a clash between such two large forces was unpredictable. If neither could suppress the other and a real fight broke out, heaven knows how many Ascenders would die. Many were looking forward to the encounter between these two massive teams, yet were also worried about what might happen after they met. Fate is truly a miraculous thing. Two super battle teams rampaged across the planet and, miraculously, had not met. There were several times when they almost encountered each other, but each time the two battle teams chose different directions and miraculously missed one another. The closest the two teams ever came to meeting was less than 1,000 kilometers apart. 1,000 kilometers is a great distance for ordinary people, but for Ascenders, 1,000 kilometers really isn't much at all. The two super battle teams never managed to meet, and as a result, they kept growing in size. Any battle teams that encountered them, if they didn't react in time to flee, had no choice but to join. With time passing, the two battle teams developed to the tens of millions and soon broke through to the billions. All the Ascenders on the planet trembled under the terrifying might of the two battle teams. The powerhouses of various races on the outside were trembling just the same, wondering what kind of cataclysmic event would happen if these two teams actually fought each other. A battle of this scale could no longer be called a battle. In terms of interstellar warfare, this was already not a small scale. The Celestial Race, the Dim-Man tribe, the Chaos Clan, and other powerful cosmic races were all dragged into it, and if a great war was triggered, the consequences were unimaginable. Ascenders participating had never seen such a grand spectacle, where the passing of hundreds of millions of Ascenders alone was already earth-shattering. Amazingly, even at this level, the two super battle teams still hadn't managed to meet, always narrowly missing their fates with each other. Luckily, the Ascension-level planet battlefield was big enough. Though the two teams seemed large, for the planet battlefield, they were roughly equivalent to a locust plague. Lone Ascenders and some smaller battle teams now only sought to flee at the sight, daring not to show themselves, just waiting for the elimination round to end. The two battle teams weren't even bothering with the loners and small groups, they just swallowed up the larger battle teams. When there were a little over 7 hours left before the end of the elimination round, both teams had surpassed the billion-level mark. Although for the Ascenders involved in the battle, it was still just a small number, a battle team of this scale was, in fact, quite terrifying. It was already a very challenging task to command a team of such a scale. It was fortunate that the elimination round was short, otherwise, just controlling such a team would have been beyond the abilities of most. Due to the meddling of these two giant gluttonous snakes, the chaotic battle between teams became completely impossible. Those small teams were too busy fleeing, who would dare to rob other teams, fearing to draw the attention of the two super battle behemoths. Those two super battle teams have triggered the catfish effect, making the majority of the smaller teams extremely cautious, not daring to randomly attack other teams. Although this is the best outcome, it's also a bit boring. I hope they finally collide, that would be quite a spectacle, Catherine said, leaning on the sofa, her eyes blazing as she stared at the screen. Perhaps the heavens heard Catherine's wish. After numerous near misses, with less than an hour left before the end of the elimination round, the two super battle teams finally met, and this time, they didn't pass each other by. When each side saw the other's Ascenders blotting out the sky, they were both stunned. For so long, they had both devoured the weaker, making other teams look like mere chaff before them, destined only to be eaten. They were invincible beings, never having to worry about encountering any resistance. How could suddenly such a terrifying battle team emerge? The appearance of each startled the members of the other side. If they truly fought, the consequences were simply unimaginable. The watching leaders of various races were sweating nervously, wondering what to do if an actual battle broke out. This trademark could spiral out of control, potentially sparking a universal war. Chapter 518 The Source of Calamity and Chaos. Lin Shen was in a somewhat foul mood, having come here with the sole intent of finding his fourth brother and lending him a helping hand. But as the elimination round was almost over, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lin Xiangdong's shadow. Fortunately, the battle team mode he had created had thrown the battlefield into chaos, preventing those who had initially sought to trouble Lin Xiangdong from having the opportunity to gang up on him. This should count as helping fourth brother, right? Lin Shen thought to himself. Little did he know, Lin Xiangdong was at that very moment wandering the Nirvana battlefield, hunting for easy targets to score points off. Lin Xiangdong had become somewhat of a pest on the Nirvana battlefield. He would run from strong Nirvana beings, running faster than anyone else could. When he encountered those who seemed to have undergone fewer Nirvanas and were easier to bully, he would swoop in to steal their points. His plunder was surprisingly accurate. Somehow, he had never even faced a Nirvana being who had undergone the process more than 3 times. By now, Lin Xiangdong's points were enough to enter the ranking battle, so he spent the last bit of time well hidden, exceedingly leisurely. If Lin Shen had known this was the case, he certainly would have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The opponent is DESI, Tian Buluo's eyes lit up with excitement. However, the expressions on the faces of the other powerhouses of the large clans following Lin Shen and Tian Buluo were less than thrilled. There are too many opponents over there, we absolutely must not start a fight, someone quickly interjected. Don't rush, Lin Shen waved his hand. Upon seeing Lin Shen wave his hand, the elephant man immediately strained his throat and bellowed in the elephant cry technique, the heavens are vast. The booming voice echoed through the skies, reaching the ears of everyone present. The elephant man's bellow was supposed to rally the ascenders of his own battle team to shout the slogan together. But with his cry, not only did the ascenders of his own team begin to shout, but the ascenders from the opposing side unexpectedly joined in as well. In such a situation, nobody wanted to fight, they'd come to participate in the race ranking battle to make a name for themselves and for the honor of their races, not to be cannon fodder. If they were to die in such a conflict, no one would even know who they were, nobody wanted to risk their lives in such a meaningless manner. The ascenders gathered by DESI, having previously been members of various teams, were mostly familiar with the slogan. The elephant man's startling roar suddenly filled them with joy, and they instinctively felt that if they responded to the call, they wouldn't have to fight. Because there were too many ascenders, those at the back had no idea who had shouted the slogan. Assuming it was someone from their own team, they promptly joined in the chant. The heavens are vast, the wilderness is boundless, in my life, I've been most reckless. Soon, the voices of several billion ascenders unified, the sound waves rippling through the clouds and reverberating with seismic force through heaven and earth. After repeating it a few times, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Lin Shen could feel an incredible power surging within him, nearly bursting through his body. With several billion ascenders shouting the war song in unison, the boost to his power was overwhelming. Lin Shen suspected that with a mere flick of his hand, he could blast Nirvana beings into smithereens. Were he to use the surfing fist, he might even decimate half of the opposing ascenders teams. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Of course, Lin Shen wouldn't act in such a moment. However strong he had become now, once the war song ceased, he would still be just an insignificant ascender, and he had to consider the days to come. It was not something to take lightly. Originally, what Lin Shen thought was that, since things had come to this, and no one wanted to fight, they might as well part amicably and go their separate ways, waiting for the countdown to end. Who would have known that Tian Buluo would have flown out to the front of the opposing ranks? When Tian Buluo stepped out, the chanting of slogans immediately weakened, and eventually stopped altogether. DESI, since we've encountered each other here, there's no need to wait for the ranking battle. Let's settle this one-on-one right here, Tian Buoluo floated in midair, addressing Desi. Alright, Desi also stepped forward. He had not anticipated that the other side would also rally such a massive force. The current situation, if not handled properly, might trigger widespread chaos. A one-on-one battle might be the best way to resolve this. As long as they could hold on until the end of the elimination round, the crisis would naturally be averted. Lin Shen felt this was for the best and hoped their battle wouldn't end too quickly, preferably lasting until the countdown of the elimination round. For today's battle, shall we only compare skills? Desi floated across from Tian Buoluo and proposed. What if we can't determine a victor? Tian Buoluo asked. Then we'll fight again in the ranking battle. Desi was afraid that if they fought with all their might and accidentally involved bystanders, the consequences would be unimaginable. With so many ascenders around, if chaos were to ensue, even without actual fighting, it could lead to a catastrophe beyond control. All right, Tian Buoluo nodded slightly and entered the unity of heaven and man state. Despite his long and arduous cultivation, he had not yet reached the threshold of the god-ghost realm, but the celestial unity stage had become deeply ingrained in his bones. Heaven and celestial beings skill. Desi immediately recognized the skill that Tian Buoluo was using. Please enlighten me, said Tian Buoluo expressionlessly, as if his entire being had merged with the universe, his every movement naturally flowing, betraying no weaknesses whatsoever. Desi moved casually, engaging in battle with Tian Buoluo. Watching the battle between Tian Buoluo and Desi, Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim, Desi truly lives up to his reputation, being able to exchange moves with Tian Buoluo, who is in the unity of heaven and man state without falling behind. Such skill and ability are truly astonishing. Explore more adventures at Empire. To know that every move of Tian Buoluo was in perfect harmony with the ultimate truths of the universe, yet Desi, with his singular strength, could contend with the universe itself and not be at a disadvantage. Such mental strength and skill were transcendent, almost beyond the reach of mortal beings. The mighty beings of all races, watching the two fight with skill, were also secretly alarmed. Their casual moves were ingeniously exquisite, and based on skill alone, no one was confident they could surpass these two individuals. Seeing that the two fighters were evenly matched and that it would certainly take a while to determine a victor, everyone thought that the battle would last until the end of the elimination round and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The leaders of various races watching from the outside also felt considerably more relaxed, as this was probably the best outcome possible. Suddenly, a figure flew out from Desi's side and came to the front of Lin Shen's lineup. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of what this person intended at this time. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wu Mian from the Chaos Clan. The Chaos Clan, almost identical in stature to humans, had angular and rounded features but lacked mouth, ears, eyes, nose, and other facial organs. He floated in front of the ranks, somehow emitting a voice that, while not loud, was crystal clear to all the ascenders. Tian, I ask you, is the undefeated king your brother? With one sentence, Wu Mian immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Shen frowned slightly, wondering how Wu Mian knew that the undefeated king was his brother. As I thought, in order to divert the attention of the mighty from all races and aid your brother in escaping his predicament, you've actually dared to set up a chaotic situation, inciting wars among all races, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among the ascenders. The root of this ascender conflict stems from your instigation. To call you the chief culprit is no exaggeration. Such malice warrants execution. If you, the source of this calamity, are allowed to leave unpunished, you will surely bring further disaster to the universe in the future. Today, I, Wu Mian, shall rid the universe's sentient beings of this scourge. Wu Mian condemned with every word, and instantly, the mighty beings from all races turned their gaze towards Lin Shen, eyes filled with malice. Chapter 519 The War Song begins. You say I'm the brother of the undefeated king, so I am the brother of the undefeated king. Lin Shen coldly looked at Wu Mian and asked. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, Wang Yiliu, you tell them. Wu Mian's finger suddenly pointed to someone among the ranks of his battle team. Billions of eyes followed the direction of his finger, and the ascenders at the front consciously made way, revealing a human ascender from the crowd, who was none other than Wang Yiliu. Standing among the battle team, Wang Yiliu bared his teeth and said, I can prove that his real name is not Tian, but Lin Shen. He is Lin Xiangdong's brother, and Lin Xiangdong is the undefeated king. Back when we were on our mother planet, Lin Shen was not yet an ascender. He offended a few ascenders, and at that time, Lin Xiangdong came forward for him, shattering the life bases of 5 ascenders at Jinshui Lake with his own strength. This is common knowledge among the people of our human mother planet, and anyone from the mother planet would know if you just ask. Wang Yiliu knew that standing up to identify Lin Shen now would earn him contempt from his fellow humans, but avenging a murdered brother and the close disaster that nearly doomed the Wan family meant he had to make Lin Shen pay the price. Tian, no. Lin Shen, do you have anything to say now? Wu Mian's words drew everyone's gaze toward Lin Shen. Indeed, my name on the mother planet was Lin Shen, and I do have an older brother named Lin Xiangdong. Lin Shen paused there, and many thought there must be more to come, perhaps even a twist, but Lin Shen continued, it is also true that my brother has a nickname called the Undefeated King. At this revelation, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Shen really was the brother of the Undefeated King. Many top ascenders glowered at Lin Shen, and even among his own team, there were ascenders from great families glaring at him with anger. Well, you have the guts to own up, that makes you quite a character. Since I haven't wronged you, today I will rid the universe of you, the Scourge. Wu Mian righteously declared n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You're going to rid the universe of me, the Scourge? What gives you the right to speak on behalf of all beings in the universe? Lin Shen remained calm and spoke indifferently, it is true that the undefeated king is my brother, but my forming of a battle team has nothing to do with him. You think quibbling now will help? Wu Mian scoffed. Quibbling? Why would I need to quibble? Lin Shen stared at Wu Mian and said, you claim I schemed to relieve my brother by triggering chaos among all races, causing countless casualties among the ascenders. Then let me ask you, who here could trap my brother, and who needs me to do such a thing, is it you? If the undefeated king hadn't fled, he would have long been a dead soul under my hand. Wu Mian stated flatly. Good. Lin Shen was waiting for just this response from Wu Mian. With the word good, he then extended a single index finger toward Wu Mian. The crowd didn't understand his gesture, and Wu Mian was also unclear what Lin Shen meant by holding up one finger. I don't know your name, nor which race you come from, but with one finger, if you don't die, I will accept the name of the scourge that sparked the chaos among all races. Lin Shen's voice spread throughout the universe. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing there was a problem with their ears or their minds, experiencing a delusion. Using one finger to kill Wu Mian, what kind of incredible fantasy was this? That was Wu Mian, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Wu Mian was a talent from the Chaos Clan, ranked in the top 10 in the universe. Even compared with DESI, his reputation was barely a few shades less illustrious, being one of the notable ascenders in the current universe. He had already reached the 10th turn of ascension, his chaos training was complete to a high degree, possessing 3 types of physically enhancing attributes. His life base was reputed to be the strongest in defense, the Chaos God Bell, having once faced the onslaught of over 100 ascenders without taking a scratch, a formidable powerhouse. Among his peers, Wu Mian might not be the invincible one, but DESI would probably not find it easy to hurt him, let alone kill him. During the battle with Lin Xiangdong, Lin Xiangdong's pedal torrent bombarded him for 3 whole minutes, yet he didn't even use the Chaos God Bell and did not take a single step back, his carapace remained undamaged. For such a man, Lin Shen actually said he would kill him with a single finger. Either Lin Shen had gone mad, or they were having auditory hallucinations. Has that man gone mad? Tia asked, her mouth agape with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. What an interesting fellow. If he doesn't die, he's worth meeting, Catherine said with an unusually happy smile. She didn't believe Lin Shen could really kill Wu Mian with a single finger. She was just curious what tricks Lin Shen had up his sleeve. Emperor Tianzhi squinted his eyes, his expression odd as he said, "What on earth is that boy trying to do?" Anrong's eyes shimmered with joy. Although she was silent, her heart was filled with ecstasy. Explore more at Empire. Lin Shen, being so ignorant of danger, was unlikely to step down from the stage today. Even if he shamelessly fled back, the Heavenly Emperor probably wouldn't make use of a person who spouted nonsense and caused such an uproar. If it were her in Lin Shen's place, she would never admit to being the brother of the undefeated king. You're too young, just too young. All you need to do is point out that Wang Yiliu holds a grudge against him and is framing him, stirring up the waters, and who then could discern the truth? Anrong struggled to suppress the excitement in her heart, waiting to see how Lin Shen would conclude the affair. Are you talking to me? Wu Mian asked darkly, having never been disrespected like this before. I quite like the name Source of Disaster. No need for idle talk, bring out your strongest strength. I sincerely hope you can survive, Lin Shen said calmly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Very well, I'll grant your wish. I will take your one finger, and then, I must kill you. Remember my name, Wu Mian of the Chaos Clan. Wu Mian was now extremely angry, his grey carapace enveloped his body, with eerie chaos symbols appearing on it. Grey particles flew out from his body, transforming into an ancient grey bell that enveloped him. Everyone knew that Wu Mian was truly enraged, ready to withstand Lin Shen's one-finger strike and then annihilate him completely, giving Lin Shen no chance to escape. I originally turned my heart to the bright moon, but alas, it shines on the drainage ditch. Since you label me as the source of disaster, I will show you the disaster. Brothers, let's have a war song to cheer up the mood, and watch how I bring calamity to the beings of this world, Lin Shen said heroically. At this point, Lin Shen didn't expect many people would actually sing the war song for him. If there were enough people to sing the war song for him, he would take advantage of the war song's empowerment to annihilate Wu Mian. If no one aided him or if there were not enough singers, it wouldn't matter, he could use the power of the sacrificial halo. After such a long time of sacrifices, the attributes that his sacrificial halo could now imbue had reached an extremely horrifying extent. Even without the war song's empowerment, no ascender could withstand it. Chapter 520 Turned to ash with a single finger. The sky is vast, the field is boundless, my life has been wildly unrestrained. The elephant man roared with all his might. Amidst billions of ascenders, his voice stood out as particularly discordant. Lin Shen sighed inwardly, am I really such a poor character that only this honest man is willing to speak out for me? Don't waste any more time. Wu Mian said in a cold voice. Before Wu Mian could finish speaking, voices from all around rose up, thunderous and overwhelming, drowning out his remaining words. Continue your adventure at Empire. The sky is vast, the field is boundless, my life has been wildly unrestrained. Countless voices joined in with the elephant man's bellowing, growing louder and more numerous with each repetition. A surge of power welled up inside Lin Shen's body, instantly filling him from head to toe. The power of the war song was not like the sacrificial halo, which could directly enhance his attributes. The war song was more like an augmenting skill such as the Phoenix Mystique, capable of magnifying his attributes. However, the war song didn't consistently double his attributes. When there were few people, the enhancement of the war song might be negligible, unless, like Wei Wufu with the kicks and wooden fish, it was combined with special musical accompaniment, which was significantly stronger than just singing. But once the number of singers increased, even without special musical instruments, the magnifying effect that could be produced would far surpass that of ordinary attribute doubling skills. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. And now, with the senders singing the war song by the billions, Lin Shen himself didn't know just how many times his attributes could be multiplied. All the powerful beings of various races, including Wu Mian, never expected that at such a time, so many ascenders would be willing to lend their voices to Lin Shen, some of whom were even from major clans. In reality, they were all mistaken. Even though Wu Mian pointed out that Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king, those who had followed Lin Shen were well aware of the truth. Initially, Lin Shen indeed took some people's points, but that was only a few. Moreover, those who had been robbed by him and later joined his team indeed received points, far more than what had been taken from them. Later, as Lin Shen led his team sweeping through the battlefield, merging numerous teams, he never asked for a single point from them, nor did he ever let them pay anything. Instead, he protected their lives and points. Was it their concern whether Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king? The undefeated king harmed those top-tier ascenders and never troubled them. Whether or not Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king, they simply didn't care. To say that Lin Shen sparked warfare, causing countless deaths and injuries among races, was even more absurd. They just felt protected by him. Without Lin Shen, they would have been at the mercy of those elite ascender geniuses from strong races, so how could they have accrued so many points now, without anyone daring to rob them? Compared to Wu Mian, they naturally leaned more towards Lin Shen. What source of calamity? He was clearly their protector. After all, Lin Shen didn't need them to fight, they only had to contribute their war song. What was there to be afraid of? With so many people singing the war song together, what could Wu Mian do to them? Lin Shen felt his body being bolstered by a mysterious force, feeling his scalp tingle, his blood rushing to the crown of his head, and goosebumps covering his skin. Wu Mian, time to hit the road. Taking advantage of the unceasing war song, Lin Shen's figure suddenly sprang into action. Originally, he was prepared to use finger sand, but now there were too many people belting out the war song. The enhancement was too strong, and Lin Shen feared that with just one finger, he wouldn't just kill Wu Mian but also pierce through the planet. As Lin Shen moved, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. His speed was so fast that everything around him seemed to slow down, even the sound of the war song, as if it were being played in slow motion. And in the eyes of others, Lin Shen's movements did not seem very fast, but they gave them a sensation of being unable to move themselves. Wu Mian saw Lin Shen approaching but, no matter what, couldn't move an inch. This wasn't to say that they were truly immobilized, but rather their bodily reactions couldn't keep up with their thoughts, which is why they felt this way. Lin Shen suddenly had a moment of realization, understanding why, when he watched that half-human, half-metal monster, every action seemed so slow, yet he couldn't dodge at all. It wasn't that the monster was slow, it was that he was too fast, so fast that it caused a disconnect between the observer's thoughts and their bodily reactions. Everyone watched as Lin Shen's finger pressed down on the Chaos God Bell outside Wu Mian's body, watching the so-called number 1 defensive life base, the Chaos God Bell, directly explode into dust under his fingertip. They watched Lin Shen's finger touch Wu Mian's skull, watched as Wu Mian's carapace and body also burst into dust together. In an instant, Wu Mian and the Chaos God Bell turned to ashes and vanished without a trace. The war song suddenly stopped, and everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Lin Shen hovering in the air. That was where Wu Mian should have been, but now there wasn't even dust left of him, directly obliterated by a single finger without a trace remaining. Fear spread among everyone's hearts. That was Wu Mian, hailed as the strongest defense of his tier, yet he was reduced to ash by a single finger. What a terrifying strength that was! Tia's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. Catherine couldn't maintain her composure any longer, her eyes full of shock. The Heavenly Emperor was silent, and Anrong's face had lost all color. Even Tian Buoluo and Desi, who had stopped their battle, looked at Lin Shen with strange expressions. That finger seemed to have silenced the entire universe for a second. Damn, Wu Mian was turned to ash by a single finger. My god, what kind of finger skill is that? It's truly divine. This Lin Shen, he seems even fiercer than his brother, the undefeated king. Above the battlefield, everyone looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions, their eyes not so much seeing a person as they were witnessing a monster or demon. Indeed, I still seem more human, Ouyang Yadu, hidden within Desi's troops, felt a sense of old age comfort. My level is still not enough, I must quickly continue to level up, at least one major level above him, no, 2 major levels, to be able to fight him. Tu Xiaodao, also hiding, felt again the need to level up. Everyone was looking at Lin Shen, but one person was retreating. Fear surged through Wang Yiliu's nerves like a tide, his body trembling with dread. He knew Lin Shen was strong but had never imagined Lin Shen would be strong to this extent. That was Wu Mian, hailed as the strongest defense among ascension-level beings, an ascender known throughout the universe, just like that, killed by a single finger strike from Lin Shen. All he wanted was to leave this place as quickly as possible, he knew Lin Shen wouldn't let him go this time. Chapter 521 Killing with a single strike in the multitude of soldiers. Lin Shen slowly raised his right hand, with his pinky and ring fingers clenched, his middle finger, index finger and thumb extended in the shape of a gun, and then aimed it at Wang Yiliu, who was fleeing. Everyone was somewhat puzzled and did not understand the meaning of his gesture. They thought it might be a unique human way of pointing at someone, at least not something as childish as playing house and pretending a hand was a gun. Wang Yiliu, Lin Shen's voice made Wang Yiliu's body tremble. He didn't dare to look back, let alone break out of the formation, and rushed even more desperately into the crowd, hoping that as the enemy, Lin Shen would not dare to charge into their battle team. The enmity between the Wan family and my Lin family is deep as the sea. The first time I saw you here, I didn't harm a single hair on your head because you were still human. In this battle of races, we both represent humanity. Even with the do-or-die situation between the Wan family and the Lin family, I was unwilling to kill you here. But since you yourself do not wish to remain human and insist on being a beast, I shall fulfill your wish, said Lin Shen, and with that, his hand shaped like a gun jerked back as if firing. Everyone was confused. Ascension-level beings didn't have long-range attack abilities, and while it would have made sense for Lin Shen to use life-base attacks on Wang Yiliu, this child's play of a gesture seemed incomprehensible and even amusing to some. Bang! But in the next second, a bloody hole suddenly appeared through the front and back of Wang Yiliu's skull as he fled through the crowd, with brain matter and blood spurting from the hole in his forehead. Wang Yiliu's eyes widened, and he fell forward powerlessly towards the ground. For a moment, the nearby ascenders all felt like their souls were in great peril, and when they looked back at Lin Shen's hand, which had seemed child's play, they didn't find it funny anymore. In fact, they felt that this handgun was even more terrifying than another type of handgun. Killing from a distance with a single blow to the skull, claiming a life amid billions with a single finger, what kind of demonic or ghostly skill was this? Explore more at Empire. Even within such a bizarre world, it still felt utterly absurd to them. What kind of skill is that? It's too cool, many people said in awe and envy, with Tia's eyes shining brightly. This person is really strange, Catherine said as if she realized something, her expression unusual as she murmured, Lin family, also has grievances with the Wan family, could it be he's related to that woman involved with Wan Nianbei? If so, it turns out I have some karmic ties with him, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen withdrew his hand and swept his gaze across the battle teams from both sides, tens of billions strong, and said indifferently, if there is anyone else who thinks I am the source of disaster and needs to resort to such despicable means to cover for my brother, just come and kill me. I'll shoulder the debt of the undefeated king. For a time, among the tens of billions of ascenders, not a single one stepped forward. The mere act of Lin Shen crushing Wu Mian into dust with a finger and killing a man with a handgun from across the space was too terrifying and frightening. Even the top ascenders hesitated with doubts in their hearts and did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, most people understood in their hearts that with such strength, there was no need to bother with manipulations. An ascender who could crush Wu Mian with a finger was already an invincible presence among ascenders. Even the universally acknowledged number one ascender, DESI, whom they had always regarded as the strongest, now seemed uncertain in their hearts whether DESI could survive an encounter with Lin Shen. No sooner had Lin Shen finished speaking than the countdown for the elimination round ended, and all ascenders were transported out. On the cosmic tapestry above, the imagery of planet battlefield vanished, replaced by 5 leaderboards. The leaderboards were for base mutation level, ascension level, nirvana level, immortal level, and realm king, with no names listed on the realm king board. In this era, no one could delineate the heavens and become a realm king to rule the universe. On other ranking lists, positions are determined based on the number of points accrued, which also sets the starting positions for the next ranking battle. The number of individuals on the immortal level ranking list is noticeably lower. It still falls substantially short of a complete roster of powerful cosmic races. Moreover, very few pay attention to the immortal level battlefield, with only the big players from powerful clans capable of fully understanding the combat there. Most people merely glance at the immortal level ranking list and find that the top-ranked immortal is a relatively unfamiliar name Feng 6. However, judging by the surname, it is likely someone from the Phoenix clan, which isn't particularly surprising. On the Nirvana level, Ascension level, and Base Mutation level ranking lists, the powerful cosmic races have filled the lists, and there aren't many surprises, with the top ranks mostly occupied by individuals from powerful cosmic clans. The only exception is the Ascenders ranking list, which shockingly contains many previously unheard of races, and even some unknown Ascenders occupying the top spots. And at the very top of the Ascenders ranking list, the name Human Tian prominently stands. Lin Shen had already accumulated a considerable number of points. Moreover, after slaying Wu Mian, all of Wu Mian's points transferred to him, thrusting his score to the top of the list. The battle at the Ascension level was already highly anticipated, but Lin Shen's series of maneuvers caused an even greater stir among many high-level combatants. The discussion intensity skyrocketed past the pre-match speculation that the undefeated king would be besieged. People are discussing just how strong Lin Shen, who crushed Wu Mian with but a flip of his finger and assassinated Wang Yulia from afar with a pistol, truly is, and whether he is indeed invincible within his tier. Theoretically, not even DESI could achieve what Lin Shen has done, leading many to believe that this ascender from a lesser-known race might indeed be the strongest of his tier. Many have begun researching exactly what evolution skill Lin Shen practices, what innate skill he possesses, and what kind of skills he wields. They debate whether the crushing finger against Wu Mian is an innate skill, some sort of skill, or a combination of both. And that impressively cool pistol airstrike skill, what kind of skill could that be? Various analyses of Lin Shen's imagery and his skills continue to emerge and refresh constantly on the Heavenly Network. Even some high-level Nirvana combatants have personally entered the fray to analyze and speculate on Lin Shen's skills. Some have hypothesized that Lin Shen's overwhelming finger against Wu Mian wasn't due to his own power, but rather was enhanced by a certain skill. Of course, others believe that represents Lin Shen's true power, and the two factions have been disputing each other fiercely on the Heavenly Network. It wasn't until an immortal known as Mr. Jinghua spoke up and provided a detailed analysis of Lin Shen's various skills and abilities that he gained widespread consensus. Mr. Jinghua determined that Lin Shen's crushing finger against Wu Mian did receive a boost from an external force and pointed out that this boost actually came from a strangely sounding war song. By comparing that finger with the pistol airstrike skill, he proved there was a significant difference in the strength of the two, along with limitations to an ascender's attribute powers, suggesting Lin Shen's true power was actually demonstrated by the strike used to kill Wang Yuliu, which also fell within the range of an ascender's strength. Mr. Jinghua also listed Lin Shen's skills exhaustively. Besides the pistol airstrike skill, he distinctly categorized the war song enhancement, 2 different weakening skills, and more, analyzing them with great clarity. Chapter 522 The Hall Destroyer. Mr. Jinghua's analysis was quite accurate, and in conclusion, he also stated that even without the boost of war song, Lin Shen was still a top-tier ascender. However, aside from the pistol airstrike skill, Lin Shen's skills were more oriented towards support and enhancement. If it were on a large-scale battlefield, Lin Shen would be an extremely terrifying war general and commander. But in a one-on-one situation, Lin Shen didn't have much of an advantage against another top-tier ascender. As for the pistol airstrike skill, it wasn't an unsolvable trick either. Mr. Jinghua also provided several theoretical methods to counteract the pistol airstrike skill. Lastly, Mr. Jinghua's evaluation was that if Lin Shen didn't fall midway, he would inevitably become a Hall of Fame figure, capable of shining brightly in the universe wars. There are actually such skills in the world, that others singing of war songs can actually enhance his strength. Once the war song sounds, it's the end for all comers. That's too strong. Even without the war song, he's still a top-tier ascender, okay? How shocking is that pistol airstrike skill? At first, people were discussing Lin Shen's skills and abilities, but after seeing Mr. Jinghua's final comment, many couldn't hold back anymore. Mr. Jinghua himself was an immortal, and a very famous one at that. However, his fame was largely not because he was an immortal, but because he had a nickname known as Destroyer of the Hall of Fame. Mr. Jinghua often evaluated those rising talents on the Heavenly Network and frequently concluded with the statement, "This person will surely become a Hall of Fame figure." Yet, 7 or 8 out of 10 talents he evaluated like this would falter along their path, while the remaining 2 or 3 would fade into obscurity and eventually vanish from public view. So this kind of comment from Mr. Jinghua made people feel that Lin Shen's path ahead would probably be difficult. Upon returning home, Lin Shen went online, only to discover that his 4th brother had already achieved nirvana, and wasn't even on the Ascender planet battlefield, almost frustrating him to the point of spitting blood. If he had known his 4th brother wasn't there, why would he have gone out to cause such a stir? Wouldn't it have been fragrant just to stay home, eat, sleep, and level up honestly? What frustrated Lin Shen more was that top-tier ascenders had already begun to call him out on the internet, wanting to settle the score with him during the ranking battles, and there wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. After a brief investigation, he understood the situation. He watched Mr. Jinghua's analysis video as well, which was generally quite accurate. However, Mr. Jinghua had clearly underestimated the enhancement effect of the war song on him. When so many people sang the war song at the same time, the effect was much stronger than Mr. Jinghua had surmised. When Lin Shen killed Wu Mian, he had actually held back, using very little strength. Lin Shen estimated that if he truly went all out, that strike might have been able to destroy some small planets. The exposure of war song was actually within expectations. After all, it was too conspicuous. Besides, it couldn't really be considered a bad thing, as using war song in the future would require the cooperation of many people. It couldn't be kept secret forever. Now that everyone knew he had such an innate skill, it wouldn't be troublesome when he needed others' cooperation in the future. "My little lover, you truly are too brave." Tianxun's message made Lin Shen feel somewhat elated, his uncontrollable mind drifting off into some images unrelated to the elimination rounds. "As a husband, I can be even bolder. Are you good in battle, my queen?" Lin Shen's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own as he replied with a message, and by the time he realized what he had done, the message had already been sent. "Piss off." Just as Lin Shen was about to retract it, Tianxun's reply had already come through. Lin Shen was considering how to turn his image around when another message from Tianxun popped up. "Come back." Upon seeing this message, Lin Shen suddenly felt an inexplicable rage rising within him, like a volcano about to erupt. He wished he could immediately fly back to Giant Ring Star, but unfortunately, he was still unable to leave Sky Pinnacle Star. Continue your adventure with Empire. After talking with Tianxuan about many harmonious topics, he promised he would visit Giant Ring Star very soon. After all, he had no intention of continuing to participate in the ranking battles. As long as he could get Emperor Tianchu's permission, he would be able to leave Sky Pinnacle Star for Giant Ring Star to see Tianxuan. Actually, it wasn't usually necessary to ask Emperor Tianchu, for he was a dean himself and certainly had that much freedom. It was only because of the last incident that Emperor Tianchu had asked him not to leave Sky Pinnacle Star at random in order to avoid assassination, which was why he needed to ask for permission now. Just as Lin Shen was thinking about how to ask Emperor Tianchu for leave, Tian Kanjiun actually came to him. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, your invincible stance on the planet battlefield is truly admirable, no one else in this world can match that. Tian Kanjiun began with a round of flattery. Steward Yun, do we still need such formalities between us? Lin Shen replied with a wry smile. Tian Kanjiun shook his head and spoke earnestly, these are not merely polite words. There are countless ascenders in the world, but crushing Wu Mian with a single finger is something I fear even DESI wouldn't be able to do. You should regard yourself as the universe's premier ascender. Since we're among our own, I won't hide it from you. My ability to unleash that finger was purely because of the boost from my innate skill, war song. As long as someone sings the war song for me, it can trigger my potential and let me burst forth with infinite strength. The more people who sing the war song, the stronger the potential triggered in me. Lin Shen slightly altered the truth as he explained the effect of war song to Tian Kanjiun. Tian Kanjiun nodded after listening, such a divine skill is indeed extraordinary. One day, if you, the chief, lead an army into the battlefield, you'll certainly be a godly general. Though Tian Kanjiun said this, he had lost the feeling of astonishment in his heart. What Lin Shen said matched Mr. Jinghua's analysis to a great extent, except that Mr. Jinghua believed that the power triggered had an upper limit, whereas Lin Shen himself said there was none. No matter whether there is an upper limit or not, if it's just triggering the body's potential, then it's nothing extraordinary. An ascender's body has limited strength, no matter how much potential is triggered. Even if there is no upper limit, the body cannot hold up. To burst through the heavens is but to annihilate a nirvana being, and one's own body would still inevitably be damaged. Their reasoning was based on normal cosmic rules. It seemed impossible to have a skill with limitless stacking. This was common sense. They had never seen an attribute like fire seed that did not play by the rules, so naturally, they would not believe in a skill like war song that could almost infinitely amplify an attribute. The stronger Lin Shen claimed the war song skill was, the less impressive Tian Kanjiun found it to be. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Emperor has sent me to inform you that you must participate in the upcoming ranking battles, and you must also achieve a ranking, Tian Kanjiun said after exchanging pleasantries, revealing the purpose of his visit. Chapter 523 Unlucky Kristen. Lin Shen was filled with immense confusion, regardless of his current location or what status and rank he held. In the racial ranking battle, he could only represent the human race. Even if he kowtowed to Emperor Tianchu and became his godson, obtaining the identity of the celestial race, the racial rankings would not recognize him as part of the celestial race. His race could only be human. Representing the human race in battle, whether or not he obtained a ranking had nothing to do with Emperor Tianchu, yet Emperor Tianchu insisted that he must secure a ranking. Wasn't that being overly meddlesome? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Seeing the doubt in Lin Shen's mind, Tian Kanjiun said with a smile, His Majesty means that you must at least secure a top 5 ranking. His Majesty has great expectations for you as Chief of the Heavenly Institute, but His Majesty also faces his own difficulties. He desires to provide you with more resources and authority to fully cultivate you and needs a justifiable reason that the entire race can accept. Only when you demonstrate enough potential can His Majesty offer you greater support without others raising objections. Moreover, with your capabilities as Chief of the Heavenly Institute, reaching the top 5 in the Ascension level should not be too difficult. Steward Yun, you know my situation without the boost from War Song, securing the top 5 won't be so easy, Lin Shen mused. Tian Kanjiun smiled faintly, indeed, reaching the top 5 is not easy. If it's truly unattainable, you needn't force yourself excessively. However, you should also understand His Majesty's difficulty, he needs a legitimate reason to cultivate you. But if you really can't make it into the top 5, there is a shortcut you can take. Please enlighten me, Steward Yun, Lin Shen promptly requested with a respectful bow. We are all brothers here. There's no need for such formality, Chief, Tian Kanjiun whispered. Not making it into the top 5 isn't a big deal, but there is one person you must defeat. It would be best if you could slay him, or at least not be defeated by him. If you can manage this, His Majesty's cultivation of you would also be justified. It's not that I have to defeat Desi, is it? Lin Shen realized this was Emperor Tianzhi's true intention. Of course not. To defeat Desi would indeed be too difficult, said Tian Kanjiun in a lower voice. The person I'm talking about is Kristen. Our race and the Diman tribe have always had many disputes, and calling them mortal enemies would not be an exaggeration. Kristen is currently the strongest among the ascension level of the Diman tribe. If you can defeat him, then His Majesty's cultivation of you will naturally be beyond any objections. Kristen. Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Do not underestimate this man, thinking that because he performed poorly in the elimination round, his strength must be average. In fact, his strength is incredibly formidable, and his swordsmanship has reached an almost divine mastery, earning him the nickname Sword Demon. Coupled with 10th turn ascension and numerous other skills, defeating him is far from easy. The main reason for his poor performance in the elimination round was due to his lack of aptitude for team combat, but in one-on-one fights, that is his specialty. You must not take him lightly. Tian Kanjiun shared some information about Kristen with Lin Shen. It was clear that Tian Kanjiun came prepared, undoubtedly carrying Emperor Tianzhi's orders. Read exclusive content at Empire. Competing for the top 5 was merely a pretext. The real intention was to have him deal with Kristen. However, Lin Shen wasn't certain whether the Heavenly Emperor wanted to deal with Kristen to gain some prestige for the celestial race or because of personal vendetta. Of course, he couldn't possibly ask such a question. Since it was Emperor Tianzhi's command, Lin Shen had no choice but to agree to enter the battle and do his best when the time came. After Tian Kanjiun left, Lin Shen carefully went over Kristen's information, increasingly realizing that the powerful cosmic races indeed were filled with talent, and there were far too many formidable geniuses. Kristen had been taught by many famed swordsmanship masters since childhood, and none of these masters taught him for more than a year. It wasn't because he was incorrigible, but because his talent for swordsmanship was simply too strong. In the shortest instance, after a month of teaching, there was nothing left to teach, and the longest any could endure was about a year before they voluntarily resigned, having nothing more to offer. In his teens, Kristen had already created his own swordsmanship called Absolute Echo, and after a king of the Diman tribe saw it, he exclaimed, "All swordsmanship in the world is not before my eyes, only this sword is the Absolute Echo." Hence, the name Absolute Echo sword skill came to be. Now, that Absolute Echo sword skill is still kept in the Imperial Library of the Diman tribe, displayed alongside many master-level sword manuals, only accessible to nobles or common tribespeople who have achieved great merit. Later, as Kristen's swordsmanship continued to grow, he challenged many swordsmanship experts and was undefeated until he was taken as the direct disciple of an immortal skilled in swordsmanship, which tempered his aggressive aura. However, it was said that his swordsmanship had ascended to a higher level, reaching a very high realm, where among his peers and even among those at nirvana level, no one was fit to cross swords with him. Therefore, Kristen had stopped challenging anyone. Originally, Kristen was about to achieve nirvana and had no intention of participating in this racial battle. However, the upper echelons of the Diman tribe wanted to make an impression in this racial war, which is why they asked him to join the fight. The Diman tribe originally intended for Kristen to battle with Desi, but they faced significant setbacks in the elimination round, all of which were caused by Lin Shen. Although Kristen did not post online, after Lin Shen went online and saw what happened to him in the elimination round, he greatly suspected that if he joined the battle, Kristen would definitely challenge him, perhaps even more urgently than challenging Desi. I hope the benefits the Heavenly Emperor gives me are worth my effort. Lin Shen studied for half a day and found that all the information about Kristen was about how powerful his swordsmanship was. However, there was little concrete content about the evolution skills he practiced or what kind of innate abilities he had. It was all guesswork and only mentioned it related to swords. With his current strength, Lin Shen naturally would not be afraid of an ascender, but he also would not want to waste his energy on a fight without benefits. Online research and analysis on Lin Shen were becoming more detailed, and the methods to counter his various skills were abundant on the heavenly web. After looking through them for a while, Lin Shen found that some of these people really had wild imaginations, and many of their counter strategies were quite impressive. This technique seems really interesting, let me give it a try. Unable to resist, Lin Shen tried some of the more bizarre ideas he saw online. After trying them, Lin Shen discovered that these people were indeed geniuses. Some of the wildly imaginative methods actually worked. Lin Shen couldn't help but be moved to tears, thinking, what kind people, if it weren't for their suggestions, I could never have come up with such ideas, and to think it could be played like this. A person using the screen name Sword Hand who cannot use swords even proposed a theory called separation method to break Lin Shen's finger sand and claimed that they would use this separation method to counter Lin Shen's pistol airstrike skill during the ranking battles. Although this person only mentioned the theory of the separation method and did not have any practical techniques, Lin Shen's eyes lit up after seeing it. This has got something. Because this person was not famous online, the video didn't cause much stir. Such videos were all too common on Heavenly Web and most were not taken seriously. After Kristen posted his video under a screen name, he waited for a long time and was utterly dismayed to find no response at all. Just wait. Once I break his pistol airstrike skill with the separation method in the ranking battle, you will realize how ignorant you all are, Kristen sneered to himself. Chapter 524. Lin Shen was surfing the internet at home, watching the creative ideas of geniuses from various clans when Tian Buoluo and Tian Qingyu arrived at his home. Tian, the finger sand technique you used to destroy Wu Mian was truly earth-shattering and shocked the spirits, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Luckily, I had the help of the war song. Otherwise, that name of disaster would probably have fallen upon my head. Lin Shen repeated the words he had told Tian Kanjiun to the siblings. To think that such a miraculous skill actually exists in this world. With this skill alone, Tian, you will certainly become a divine general of our clan in the future, Tian Buoluo exclaimed in admiration. Who can predict the future? Let's focus on solving the problems at hand first. Do you have any understanding of Kristen, known as the Sword Demon? Lin Shen wanted to know more about Kristen, hoping to find a way to deal with him without resorting to using too many of his trump cards. We don't know much about this person, only that he is obsessed with swordsmanship and rarely gets involved in other matters. What I do know about Kristen is mostly from the time when he was young and created the absolute echo sword skill. The stories of his sword fights with masters from various clans, but not much else after that, said Tian Buoluo. Tian Qingyu also shook her head. Everyone knows Kristen is strong, but exactly how strong he is and what sort of abilities he possesses, that's not very well known. I've seen the Ascension level planet battlefield where Kristen has made a few moves. His swordplay still follows the patterns of the absolute echo sword skill, but you can tell that his swordsmanship has indeed reached a transformative level. The enigmatic and peculiar absolute echo sword skill comes effortlessly to him. I guess that the absolute echo sword skill is no longer his strongest swordsmanship anymore. Lin Shen didn't hear any substantial intelligence and could only wait until the battle with Kristen to learn more about him. Did you two come to see me for something? Lin Shen then remembered that the two of them had come together to see him, so there must be something going on. Tian, that 28 fists, is there really no way? Tian Qingyu hesitated to speak. Seeing Lin Shen using the finger sand on the planet battlefield made her even more eager to master the 28 fists. However, despite her long study and arduous cultivation, having exhausted all the methods she could think of, she still couldn't make any progress. She could now perform the 28 fists backwards but was unable to produce even a hint of fist power. If I had a way, I would have taught you already. The fact that I could master the 28 fists myself was completely by chance. I just happened to succeed without any particular technique, Lin Shen said helplessly. Tian Qingyu felt helpless upon hearing this. She believed in Lin Shen, after all, he had already shared the precious 28 fist manual with her. There was no need for him to hold back anything on this matter. Although she knew that the 28 fists were exceptionally unique and that it was normal not to succeed, Tian Qingyu still didn't want to give up. I can't teach you the 28 fists, but I've discovered a very interesting and powerful technique. I wonder if you are interested, Lin Shen offered. What technique? Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu asked in unison. For Lin Shen to describe a technique as very interesting and powerful, it must surely be a miraculous skill, and they were naturally very curious. I saw it online. Let me find that video to show you, Lin Shen said as he retrieved the video about the separation method, which he had saved. Tian, the interesting and powerful technique you are talking about, you found it on the heavens web. Tian Buluo's expression became peculiar. It's not that there aren't genuine things on heaven's web, there are many, however, most are like the outdated 5 fundamental evolution skills that have been phased out by time, no longer as powerful as the current evolution skills even if practiced now. Yeah, I don't know who posted it, but it's simply a divine technique, Lin Shen said, opening the video. Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu exchanged looks, seeing the resignation in each other's eyes. If there really was such a powerful technique disclosed on heaven's web, it would have spread throughout the universe by now, unlikely leaving any divine techniques just waiting for Lin Shen to discover. They speculated that Lin Shen might have seen some outdated technique on heaven's web. Some outdated techniques are indeed powerful but have serious flaws, which is why they've been discarded. To those unaware, practicing these techniques might seem very strong, but against someone knowledgeable, these techniques instead become deadly weaknesses. Nevertheless, they didn't want to dishearten Lin Shen and continued watching with him. After watching the introduction, both grew even more perplexed. Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen with a complex expression and asked, "Is the content of this video about someone breaking through your finger sand? Enjoy more content from Empire." "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. "You're learning techniques from a video that teaches people how to counter your own skill? Are you planning on counteracting your own finger sand?" Tian Buluo found it somewhat convoluted as he spoke. "Well, the thought process behind it is truly brilliant, almost like a stroke of genius. I found it very interesting and decided to study it," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Take a look first and if you're interested, we can explore it together." The two continued watching with skepticism, finding it hard to believe that such a video could contain anything of real substance. As expected, after watching the video, they found it was merely a wildly imaginative theory without any practical application methods, likely just a fleeting idea from someone's moment of inspiration with no real feasibility. Even without attempting to implement it, the theory alone was already quite abstract. "Tian, this separation method is only a theoretical concept with no practical method. Moreover, I think its feasibility isn't very high," Tian Qingyu said bluntly, sharing her thoughts. "I actually think the separation method has some potential for practical application," Lin Shen disagreed with Tian Qingyu's opinion. Tian Qingyu patiently replied, the fundamental theory of the separation method is to sever the connection between your body and the spatial finger power you emit, causing you to lose control over your detached strength. Even if this procedure could be completed, which is questionable, your finger sand is so fast that once it's launched, it no longer requires control. What's the point in cutting off the connection then? n/o/vel/b/in .c//om. Your understanding makes sense, but I have another interpretation. Lin Shen considered for a moment before saying, what if what the separation method aims to detach isn't the link between me and the finger sand, but the finger sand itself? What do you mean? Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo didn't understand Lin Shen's meaning. They were confused about what he meant by separating the finger sand itself. Chapter 525 Heaven's Defiance. Lin Shen pondered how to articulate his point of view to the two individuals and remained silent for quite a while before he finally spoke. At the nirvana level, one can unleash strength with attributes, that is, the power of nirvana. Do you know what the essence of the power of nirvana is? Nirvana attributes are derived from the body absorbing the nirvana egg, or the strength from the base mutation area, transforming one's own strength particles and making them carry the attributes of the power of nirvana. Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and continued, this is the most common understanding. Does Brother Tian's understanding differ? There's no difference. It's just a matter of how it's articulated. The strength particles of one's body are accompanied by nirvana attribute particles, meaning the strength particles have acquired nirvana attributes. In reality, this is a fusion of two kinds of particles. The more times one undergoes nirvana, the higher the degree of fusion of the two particles. If the fusion is truly complete, with the strength particles wholly merged with the nirvana attribute particles, then one might be assimilated by the other. If the strength particles are completely assimilated by the nirvana attribute particles, then the individual's body will be wholly nirvanized, becoming a base variant creature with no flesh and blood. Conversely, if the nirvana attribute particles are entirely assimilated by the individual's own strength particles, then they lose their nirvana attributes, no longer possessing the ability to control the attribute particles, making their training as good as null. The best outcome, naturally, is to find a balance point where the two can merge perfectly without affecting each other's characteristics. Tian Qingyu nodded upon hearing this. Your explanation is clear and easy to understand. Each time nirvana beings undergo nirvana, they ultimately pursue the perfect fusion of the two. However, achieving this is very difficult. The more times nirvana is attempted, the stronger the nirvana attribute particles become. As the degree of fusion deepens, the likelihood of the individual's own strength particles being assimilated increases. This is why, after numerous nirvana attempts, nirvana beings tend to mutate towards nirvana creatures and eventually become non-human. Exactly. Therefore, before achieving a perfect fusion, strength particles and attribute particles are not completely unified. When the number of nirvana attempts is low, the attribute particles and strength particles are merely in a mutually attractive relationship, not fused together. Lin Shen pointed at some text in the video and said, this separation method is actually about separating the attribute particles from the strength particles n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo both seemed stunned upon hearing this. How is that possible? To separate attribute particles from strength particles, who could achieve such a thing? Tian Buluo was somewhat incredulous that such a thing could happen. Attribute particles and strength particles are extremely small, so small that normally they cannot be seen by the naked eye. Only when the particles cluster together to form a larger matter are they visible to humans. It would be like someone telling you they can manually separate the nucleus from the electrons in an atom. Who could believe that? It's not impossible. Lin Shen had previously realized the mystery behind true extreme slaying evil divine light, which could slice open atomic nuclei, so separating two mutually attracted particles would be even easier. Of course, one must master true extreme slaying evil divine light to perform such an operation. Lin Shen had not reached the nirvana level, nor had he practiced true extreme slaying evil divine light, so he definitely couldn't do it. But separating attribute particles from strength particles isn't as difficult as manually disassembling the nucleus and electrons of an atom. According to the theory of the separation method, one needs to activate their own strength particles to a certain extent and then use their own active strength particles to capture the opponent's attribute particles, thus achieving the effect of separating the opponent's strength particles from their attribute particles. In cases where power particles and attribute particles had not completely fused, the effect of the separation method was still very evident. This is just theoretical, right? I don't believe anyone at the ascension level really has the ability to perform this operation, not even a nirvana being, I'd think. Unless they have the corresponding talent abilities, Tian Buoluo pondered as he spoke. Based on this theory, I remember the Phoenix clan has a mutant nirvana attribute called Phoenix Yin Yang Divine Light, which can erase others' nirvana attributes. It might be based on a similar principle. But even within the pure blood Phoenix clan, those who can master the Phoenix Yin Yang Divine Light are rare, only appearing once every 1,000 years, and it's impossible to master without the Phoenix bloodline. Without the corresponding base change talent and supporting evolution skills, it's really hard to imagine how to complete the separation method with mere personal skill. It is indeed difficult, but if it can be achieved, it could indeed counter my finger sand. Lin Shen nodded and said, both finger sand and 28 fists are, in essence, the same as the power of nirvana. They both utilize one's own strength particles combined with another type of particle in the space to exert force remotely. However, this combination is only temporary, unlike the permanent fusion of the power of nirvana. Therefore, finger sand and 28 fists are more easily separated by the separation method. Once separated, their remote force immediately becomes ineffective, which means that the separation method is the natural nemesis of my finger sand. If that's the case, and the person who made this video really has mastered the separation method, and he's a competitor in the ascension level ranking battles challenging you, wouldn't that render your finger sand useless? Tian Buoluo realized the severity of the issue. Yet Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and laughed, Brother Tian, you must have already thought of a countermeasure, haven't you? I haven't come up with anything at the moment. If I do encounter it, I'll just have to not use finger sand. Lin Shen thought for a moment and then said, however, I can try to research this separation method. It might prove to be very effective against nirvana beings in the future. It's difficult, extremely difficult. How would you train for that? The person who made the video only mentioned a concept, not even a theory, and what you just analyzed comes from his concept. Without the corresponding talent abilities, without an actual operating method or skill manual, you have no direction at all. Tian Qingyu shook his head. Anyway, I've got nothing else to do, so I might as well study it a little. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. Do you want to join me? Lin Shen was just interested in the separation method and was not fixated on mastering it. Tian Buoluo and Tian Qingyu hurriedly shook their heads. If they had the corresponding talent abilities and skills, they would be willing to give it a try. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Starting with just a concept to create a separation method is much more difficult than creating a top-tier martial art. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the concept of the separation method is even feasible or if it's just an outlandish idea without any practicality. Brother Tian, the theory about particle fusion that you just mentioned has greatly inspired me. I'll go back and do more research on 28 fists, perhaps I can make some gains. Tian Qingyu excused herself and left. Instead of wasting time on such vague concepts, she would rather go back to practicing 28 fists. Tian Buoluo and Lin Shen talked for a while longer about the ranking battles and soon departed as well. Lin Shen continued to research the separation method by himself at home, suspecting that he had seen a similar ability to the separation method before. The black cap mushroom that could make base mutation strength disappear seemed much like a separation method related skill. Chapter 526 Even a handgun counts as a gun. There were still 10 days left before the ranking battles commenced, and the widely accepted theory for such a long interval between the elimination round and the ranking battles was to offer the injured contestants time to recover. Lin Shen did not need to recover, so he spent most of his time studying the separation skill. Unfortunately, the separation skill was indeed not so easy to master without a secret technique to animate one's own strength particles. There was no way to attract and siphon off the opponent's attribute particles. Lin Shen tried many methods but could not activate his strength particles to their theoretical state. It seems without detailed instructions, it's really hard to succeed, Lin Shen thought, and decided that this was a method he could not achieve for the time being. However, Lin Shen had another thought, that separating the two types of particles might not necessarily require this method. A power like the true extreme slaying evil divine light could not only separate the two particles but could even slice the particles directly. The reason why the true extreme slaying evil divine light was so mighty was that its strength particles were sufficiently small and strong. Lin Shen's finger sand followed a similar principle. If he could make the finger sand small and strong enough, then it could also separate the two types of particles or even pierce through them. But this posed several difficulties, such as how to make his finger sand small enough to be able to split strength particles. If it were actually small to that extent, the lethal power of the finger sand would become extremely minimal, and hitting the target would become quite challenging. Just like during the comprehension of the true extreme slaying evil divine light, its particles passed right through living beings' bodies, even through entire planets. The reason was that the true extreme slaying evil divine light was too small, and what seemed like compact matter, compared to its particles, was akin to stars and oceans, which made its hit rate frighteningly low. To solve this issue, there were two methods. One was to increase the particle density, and the other was to find a way to hit targets precisely. Increasing the particle density was relatively easier to achieve. Accurately hitting a target was not as simple. The awesomeness of the true extreme slaying evil divine light lay in the fact that without increasing density, it could still precisely hit targets in the vastness of the universe. The separation method could be released over a large area because this approach did not require hitting a target directly, nor did it need concentration. The larger the area, the higher the chance of attracting away the particles. Lin Shen did not yet possess the conditions to complete these two methods, so he could only try to increase the density of the particles. This approach had another benefit: it allowed him to compress his own strength particles, making the temporarily merged strength particles more compact. If compressed to a certain degree, perhaps they would not be susceptible to being separated by the separation skill, thus killing two birds with one stone. Lin Shen repeatedly released finger sand, attempting to make it even smaller. Since this was the path he was originally on, the initial process was relatively smooth. He controlled the finger sand, gradually compressing it from a needle-like shape to a granular form, truly resembling grains of sand, justifying the name of finger sand. But further compression proved to be not so easy, and despite Lin Shen's repeated attempts, the results became less and less noticeable. Lin Shen disliked the tediousness of practice and would often play little tricks while practicing, at times flicking out finger sand with a snap of his fingers, at times shooting out finger sand with the posture of holding a pistol. As he continued to practice, Lin Shen shaped his hand like a gun and flicked out a shot of finger sand.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hey! Lin Shen suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes uncontrollably widening. He noticed that the finger sand he had flicked out didn't go in a straight line as usual but followed an extremely exaggerated curve. Looking at the finger sand that hit the bullseye along the curved path, and then at his own hand shaped like a pistol, he muttered to himself with a bizarre expression, "Hand, gun, counts as a gun as well." This discovery thrilled Lin Shen beyond expectations, as he hadn't thought such a move could actually activate his gun-fighting skill, producing curved finger sand. "Thank you, Fire Seed, for your toleration." Lin Shen found this thing to be getting more and more unscientific. Excited, Lin Shen, using his hand as a gun, shot out various curved streams of finger sand, and though he couldn't compress the finger sand further, he was quite pleased with the outcome. If he couldn't compress the finger sand, then Lin Shen decided to control it instead, allowing the finger sand to take on the most suitable form, making it harder to detect and closer to the realm of moving without a trace. Lin Shen found that only when he used finger sand with a pistol gesture would it trigger the gun-fighting skill, thus only with this gesture could he produce a curve. After some practice, Lin Shen realized he didn't need to push his practice to where the separation skill became indecipherable, he could still temporarily resolve the issues with the separation skill. The separation skill required the activation of one's power particles to a certain degree to trigger the effect of enticing the separation of power particles. For ascenders to use such a technique, it'd probably be difficult for their entire body to be in that state, let alone maintain it at all times, since activating power particles itself consumes a lot of energy. Discover exclusive content at Empire. Meaning, if Lin Shen could keep his opponent from knowing when he shot out finger sand or where it was directed, even if finger sand might be countered, he himself would not be susceptible to counters. You might break my skill, but I remain an unsolvable problem. Lin Shen experimented a while and knew this method should be feasible. However, he still needed to continue researching how to suppress finger sand further, as this trick would likely be very effective against the separation skill of ascenders, but if nirvana beings used it, they might maintain the active particle state for a longer period, in which case he would have no choice but to face them head-on. Therefore, figuring out his own version of the separation skill was still very important for Lin Shen. The online network was in an uproar, with some believing that even without the boost from War Song, Lin Shen was still a top-tier ascender, and besides DESI, there weren't many who could threaten his number one spot. Others thought that without the addition of War Song, Lin Shen might not even make the top 10. Some believed Lin Shen's weakening skill was still magically effective in one-on-one battles, while others contended there were ways to counter weakening skills, and once rendered ineffective, Lin Shen's combat strength was far inferior to that of other top-tier ascenders. Nirvana-level powerhouses of various races, even immortals, were secretly researching counters specifically against Lin Shen, quietly sharing or hinting at these to the younger generation participating in the Ascension battle. Their research mainly focused on two aspects: how to deal with the pistol airstrike skill and how to solve the issue with weakening skill. Chapter 527. In just 10 short days, Lin Shen's skills were nearly researched to death, with countless methods for restraining Lin Shen emerging ceaselessly, so much so that Lin Shen himself watched with great interest. However, most of the skills that could truly restrain Lin Shen were not going to be made public. When the rank battles began, the Heavenly Emperor, accompanied by Tian Kanjiun, lay on a beach chair on Cloud Island, watching the tapestry in the starry sky. Tian Kanjiun, do you think that young man can withstand the test? Asked the Heavenly Emperor casually. Tian Kanjiun knew what the Heavenly Emperor meant: a formidable genius's emergence, or the appearance of a new skill, was not actually scary. In the universe, there is no truly invincible skill. Once someone makes an outstanding breakthrough, they will be studied by the strong throughout the universe, who will find various methods to counter them. Many newly developed skills, or geniuses who stunned the universe, began seemingly invincible, nearly unbeatable by anyone. Later, however, they gradually faded into obscurity because they were thoroughly researched by others, they couldn't adapt to being targeted, and so they could only become mediocre. Those who can withstand such tests, and can rise against the tide in such environments, have the chance to become truly strong. Every renowned strong being in the universe has gone through this phase. Not being able to get past this phase is what they call a genius envied by the heavens. It's not that the geniuses are envied by the heavens, but that these geniuses can't bear the pressure they should, they haven't withstood the test, and they are just slightly better ordinary people. DESI was someone who had withstood such a test, no matter how others studied him or targeted him, as long as there was no overwhelming difference in level, no person or skill could suppress him. The chief of the Heavenly Institute is resolute in will and nimble in mind and spirit. he should be able to withstand the test. Yet now, the whole universe is researching how to target him, and it's inevitable that he will face some setbacks. As long as his path remains unbroken, he will eventually stand out, Tian Kanjiun speculated, voicing what he believed to be the thoughts of the Heavenly Emperor. He knew the Heavenly Emperor currently held Lin Shen in high regard, but that did not necessarily mean the Heavenly Emperor wished for Lin Shen to have an easy time during this rank battle. Lin Shen might think that the Heavenly Emperor wanted him to defeat Kristen because of some grudge. But based on Tian Kanjiun's understanding and speculation of the Heavenly Emperor, he believed this could be a test given to Lin Shen by the Heavenly Emperor. If Lin Shen can't overcome this threshold and falls into mediocrity, then he doesn't deserve to be valued by the Heavenly Emperor, much less deserve cultivation from him. The Heavenly Emperor is looking for someone who can re-establish the Celestial Master Institute, not just a flash in the pan genius. Lin Shen can lose, but he cannot become mediocre. That young man is certainly not one to give up easily. Let's see what interesting performance he'll put on amid the targeting by various races, the Heavenly Emperor said in a good mood because Anrong wasn't nagging in his ear. Stay connected through Empire. At the beginning of the rank battles, the Scroll of Light and the Light Shadow Sprite appeared before him again. Respectfully, congratulations to the participant for achieving first place in the elimination rounds. Your initial ranking in the rank battles is first place at the Ascension level. You can select your own main stage planet, said the Light Shadow Sprite as it pointed at the cosmic scroll. 10 planets slowly emerged from the distant stars, growing larger and larger. These are the planet battlefields for the top 10 rankings at the Ascension level. As the first in the Ascension level rankings, you have the priority to choose. The Light Shadow Sprite then introduced the distinctive features of each of these 10 planets. Every planet battlefield had its own special environment. Actually, for ordinary ascenders, the influence of the planetary environment is relatively minor, not as significant as for a nirvana being. However, for Lin Shen, the harsher the environment, the more it worked in his favor. Evolution theory allowed him to quickly adapt to harsh environments, whereas his opponents might not be able to do so as swiftly. Challenging environments could also enhance his super base pattern talent, which was a significant boost too. After listening to the Light Shadow Sprite's introduction, Lin Shen immediately chose one of the planets. Are you sure you want to select Evil Speech Planet as your main battlefield? The Light Shadow Sprite asked again. Confirmed, Lin Shen answered with certainty. The conditions on Evil Speech Planet were quite advantageous for Lin Shen. On Evil Speech Planet, terrifying hurricanes rose at every moment, and monstrous tornado storms moved across the heavens and earth like colossal pillars, with thunder roaring and flashing in the gloomy sky. Thunder roared and winds howled. The sound of thunder and the howl of the wind were like curses from demons, instilling fear, hence the planet's name. If one were caught in those terrifying tornadoes, or struck by lightning, even if it wasn't fatal, for ascenders it would be anything but easy. Of course, in the ranking battles of the Ascension level, the planet battlefields that appeared were all within what ascenders could endure. There wouldn't be a battlefield that ascenders couldn't survive. The adverse environment of Evil Speech Planet not only offered Lin Shen a home field advantage but also masked the fluctuations caused by using finger sand, making it even harder to detect truly a chosen spot. Main battlefield Evil Speech Planet confirmed. Ranking battle rules are as follows: no time limit, you may only challenge opponents ranked up to 10 places higher than you, and can only be challenged by those up to 10 places lower. The ranking battle ends after 24 cosmic hours without challenges, or if no challenges are completed. The top 10 at the end of the battle will proceed to the next round of cross-level ranking battles. The Light Shadow Sprite repeated the detailed rules, then brought Lin Shen into the Scroll of Light and to Evil Speech Planet, with its rolling thunder and howling winds. As soon as Lin Shen arrived on Evil Speech Planet, he was nearly blown off balance by the howling winds. In the sky, lightning clashed and thunder boomed, the overcast clouds filled with electricity that flickered like spider webs. The thunderous noise seemed to explode right by his ears, one after another, overlapping and becoming a continuous rumble. Everywhere between heaven and earth, there were huge tornadoes moving, the dark clouds in the sky drawn in by the funnels, forming visible grey tornadoes that looked like giant columns traversing the sky. Lightning was occasionally sucked into the tornadoes, crackling inside, with flashes spreading across the surface. Even without directly encountering those tornadoes and lightning, the unceasingly blowing winds made flying laborious. Flying against the wind was noticeably slower, and flying with the wind easily led to loss of control over speed and force, often contorting one's posture. "This place is truly extraordinary," Lin Shen said, feeling as if the thunder and wind were about to deafen him. In such a place, if someone could still detect him using finger sand, that would indeed be impressive. Chapter 528 The First Ascender. Lin Shen was still observing the environment of Evil Speech Planet when he noticed a space transmission portal open, and a figure walked out from it. A challenge that complies with the rules cannot be refused, but one can choose to forfeit. Forfeiting is the same as admitting defeat, and the ranking will be replaced by the opponent. Those who could challenge Lin Shen were all ascenders ranked in the top 10, and most of them were very powerful. The reason I say most is that there were just too many variables in this Ascension elimination match, and many top ascenders failed to even break into the top 100. DESI fared even worse, ranking in the 90 millions, nearly missing the chance to break into the Great Cosmic Clans list, something unimaginable in the past. But DESI didn't feel much about it, he could keep challenging upwards, and ultimately he would still climb up. DESI originally didn't plan to aim for a very high ranking, participating in the racial ranking battle, he mainly wanted to cross swords with a few opponents he was interested in. As long as he could achieve this goal, he did not care about his ranking. The opponent he had most wanted to confront was Undefeated King, but now it had changed to Lin Shen, so DESI was determined to climb up. DESI could only advance 10 places at a time. Heaven knows how long it would take for him to break into the top 10. What was expected to be a lengthy process turned out to be shortened as DESI, after 100 consecutive successful challenges, triggered the overranking challenge rule that allowed him to directly challenge ascenders within 100 places above him, which also sped up his ranking rise. Kristen's situation was somewhat better than DESI's, but her ranking was also after the 10 million mark, and like DESI, she was also struggling to climb up the ranks. On the other hand, many of those ranked ahead were lesser-known ascenders. For instance, this one challenging Lin Shen right now was a rather obscure ascender, not even from one of the great cosmic clans. The only bit of fame he had came from the Ascension elimination matches. Kobaer, from the hardly ever heard of Earth Core race, seized the opportunity during the elimination matches, using his silver tongue and good organizational skills to establish a large team early on, and he hoarded most of the snatched resources to himself. Later on, he had a clear strategy, joining Lin Shen's team proactively to save his points from being evenly divided by DESI. Now Kobaer, hardly a name before, has suddenly become one of the top 10 ascenders in the universe, albeit temporarily, but it was enough to excite him. Originally, with his strength, it was uncertain whether he could enter the Great Cosmic Clans list, let alone the top 10. Kobaer knew he definitely couldn't hold onto the ranking, so he took the initiative to challenge Lin Shen first, not giving others a chance to challenge him. "Boss, don't fight, it's me," Kobaer shouted immediately upon arrival. This left the spectating crowd bewildered, he wasn't of the same race as Lin Shen, and what's this talk of one's own people in a racial ranking battle? Even if they truly were of the same race, they wouldn't challenge their own kin. Lin Shen was also a bit stunned, unclear about what was going on. Having only seen him once or twice, Lin Shen couldn't remember who was who, let alone the fact that he had over 1 billion subordinate ascenders at that time. How could he remember this Kobaer? Kobaer hurriedly shouted again, "Boss, during the elimination match, I was the one following you." Only then did Lin Shen realize why Kobaer was calling him boss, but after sizing him up for a while, he still couldn't remember which one he was. Kabul had already approached, shouting as he walked, "The noise here is too loud, boss, why did you choose a planet like this?" Without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak, Kabul continued yelling, "I came here just to say thank you to you, boss. Without your help, with my ability, it would be difficult not only to enter the top 10 of the ranking list, but even to get on the list of billions. Thank you, I really mean it, thank you so much." Excited, Kabul walked up to Lin Shen, extending both hands, wanting to shake hands with him. Seeing Kabul's extended hand, Kabul immediately grasped Lin Shen's hand with enthusiasm and said, "To meet the universe's #1 ascender here is the honor of my life. I, Kabul, have dedicated my life to the development of aircraft, committed to elevating our family's 1,000-year heritage of aircraft to greatness, improving it day after day for 100 years, and I've finally created the most recent model of pursuer aircraft, superior quality, powerful, and top-notch control. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave." Lin Shen looked at the hand holding his, at Kabul who kept shouting at the top of his voice, and felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Pursuer brand aircraft, letting your life catch up with the speed of light, a person goes and the aircraft remains, passing down through generations. Boss, remember to come find me later, I've prepared the most advanced pursuer aircraft for you, a gift at no charge. After he finished his tirade, Kabul bowed to Lin Shen, thanked him, and then directly chose to forfeit the match. The spectators were dumbfounded, as they had not expected such an oddity in a top 10 battle among the universe's ascenders. "Haha, that Kabul really is a genius of madness," Tia laughed until she cried. It's only because Lin Shen stirred up so much trouble that such a character could get into the top 10 of the rankings. Catherine also felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Life is, after all, full of uncertainties. Tia's laughter grew even merrier. No sooner had Kabul left than another portal appeared, and the new challenger stepped in. The spectators, fearing another oddball like Kabul, looked closely and, seeing that the newcomer was a member of the Chaos Clan, knew there wouldn't be a repeat of the previous farce. In front of everyone, Lin Shen turned faceless to ash with a single point, thereby thoroughly offending the Chaos Clan. When a Chaos Clan participant faced Lin Shen, it was certainly a fight to the death unless Lin Shen was willing to forfeit. "You say you can shatter the Chaos God Bell with one finger, don't you? Shatter another one and show me." The Chaos Clan member, known as Faceless, immediately summoned his Chaos God Bell life base, shielding his body and charging towards Lin Shen. Since the Chaos Clan members lacked facial features and all looked very similar, plus their life bases were the same, Lin Shen couldn't tell the difference between Faceless and Wu Mian at first glance and even thought that Wu Mian had come back to life. Although Lin Shen had the ability to break a 10th turn Chaos God Bell life base with one finger, he wouldn't waste it on him. Seeing Faceless charging at him, Lin Shen casually launched a surfing tri-punch. The fist power struck the Chaos God Bell like a giant wave, sending the bell and Faceless inside flying away together. With the bonus of a double life base and the strength from the boundless strength contract of the Death Powder, Lin Shen's power of a single punch was already far beyond a 10th turn ascension. His casual triple stack punch sent the Chaos God Bell flying backwards. The Chaos God Bell was indeed a defensive artifact, and such a punch failed to leave even a mark on it. But the Chaos God Bell was sent flying backward by this blow, and then got caught in a hurricane. Unable to control his body, Faceless directly collided into a tornado.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Boom! Boom! Inside the tornado, lightning and thunder raged, crackling and booming intensely. Chapter 529 Admitting defeat and withdrawing from the battle. No one had anticipated that the environment of Evil Speech Planet would be so hostile. Although tornadoes and lightning were expected, the robustness of an ascension-level body meant that ordinary tornadoes would not significantly impact ascenders, and taking a few lightning strikes was not a major issue, at worst causing minor injuries. The Chaos Clan was famously resilient, and with the protection of the Chaos God Bell life base, ordinary lightning did little harm to them. But when Faceless was sucked into a tornado and relentlessly bombarded by lightning, not only could he not break free, the Chaos God Bell instantly became riddled with cracks, from which molten metal dripped down like heated iron. Terrified, Faceless immediately chose to forfeit the battle, not daring to delay even for a moment. He teleported away from the planet battlefield the instant the Chaos God Bell shattered. Witnessing the Chaos God Bell spewing out like magma and instantly carried away by the tornado, the spectators were all shocked. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The harshness of Evil Speech Planet's environment surpassed everyone's expectations. Not even the Chaos God Bell could last a few seconds within it, and regular ascenders could be swept up and struck by lightning without even the chance to forfeit. Faceless, having returned to his home planet, was even paler than before. He had intended to avenge Wu Mian, but his life base had been destroyed, his strength greatly diminished, and he likely couldn't even maintain his current ranking now. As expected, someone quickly challenged Faceless, hoping to take advantage of his destroyed life base and diminished strength to overthrow him and break into the top 10. Surprisingly, even with his life base destroyed, Faceless was astonishingly formidable. Dragging his injured body, he still defeated a 10th turn ascender from a major clan, retaining his ranking. Using only his natural talents and skills, that 10th turn ascender couldn't even breach Faceless' defenses. This indirectly highlighted how severe the environment of Evil Speech Planet was, causing many ascenders who were considering challenging Lin Shen to hesitate. It wasn't just the harshness of Evil Speech Planet, even the full force attack of a 10th turn ascender couldn't repel Faceless, who was injured and without a life base. With a single blow, Lin Shen sent Faceless, who was protected by the Chaos God Bell, flying through the air with spatial fist power. This fact alone indicated Lin Shen's terrifying strength. Even without the War Song's enhancement, he was still top tier. If he were to use his weakening skill, they couldn't help but weigh whether they could withstand Lin Shen's attacks. Of course, this was information known only to contestants who had the time to watch Lin Shen's battle on their timepieces. Ironically, Lin Shen, who was expected to be continuously challenged, suddenly found himself with some unexpected free time, as no one within the top 10 dared to challenge him. Several Ascension-level powerhouses, who had been prepared to challenge Lin Shen, had their plans thrown into disarray after witnessing his strength. They had all made preparations to counter the pistol airstrike skill and weakening skill, but suddenly found those preparations seemingly needless. Lin Shen could suppress everything with his sheer strength. I always knew that even without the War Song, Lin Shen would still be invincible. That punch earlier not only demonstrated spatial fist power but also the technique of the overlapping waves skill. The fist power comes in waves, each building upon the last, giving destruction power that is double or even triple that of other top-tier ascenders. Ordinary top-tier ascenders couldn't even face one of his punches head-on, let alone fight against him. You're all stunned, aren't you? All those days researching the pistol killing skill and weakening skill, and you couldn't even take a single punch from him. What was the point of all that research? Wasn't it said Lin Shen was unbeatable in battle formation, but a pushover in single combat? This isn't what was said before the ranking battles began. There are only so many Ascension-level skills that can harm from a distance. Which one did Lin Shen use? It doesn't feel like any of the world-famous skills. This is the pinnacle of both punching and finger techniques. How can others compete? The spectators on the Sky Network who had been rooting for Lin Shen began mocking those who had previously predicted Lin Shen's downfall, as if those naysayers had suddenly disappeared. In the Nirvana-level battlefield, Lin Xiangdong, ranked over 8,000, was constantly challenging those above him and swiftly defeating one opponent after another. The onslaught of the Petal Torrent was simply unstoppable, leaving no one able to endure the infinite barrage. The only difference was how long one could hold on. After a streak of 100 victories, Lin Xiangdong triggered the rules for challenging those of a higher ranking, enabling him to directly skip 100 ranks in his challenges. Lin Xiangdong chose to leap 100 ranks for his next challenge, but this time, his opponent was not like the others. Encountering AN99 of the celestial race, a Nirvana being from the Yin family ranked within the top 100, he was no match for average Nirvana beings from lesser clans. AN99 possessed the life base of the Archangel's sword, his offensive power nearly at the pinnacle amongst Nirvana beings. The moment Lin Xiangdong stepped onto the battlefield, the Archangel's sword streaked towards him like a shooting star, with its dazzling sword light arriving before him in an instant. Fast. It was just too fast. Even some Nirvana beings only caught a fleeting glimpse of light, unable to discern what it actually was. Those below Nirvana level didn't even have time to react. Just when everyone thought Lin Xiangdong wouldn't be able to respond in time and would either be slain or severely injured, they were surprised to see the streak of light from the Archangel's sword come to an abrupt halt. The tip of the Archangel's sword hovered merely centimeters from Lin Xiangdong's throat, its radiant light nearly touching the skin of his neck. Yet the blade of the Archangel's sword was firmly clasped between Lin Xiangdong's fingers, trembling but unable to advance even an inch further. AN99, manipulating the Archangel's sword, wanted to pull it back, but found the sword immovable, utterly unable to retract. White particles, like petals, began to dance out from Lin Xiangdong's body, enveloping the Archangel's sword and completely wrapping it in petals, as if transforming it into a sword of petals. Lin Xiangdong released his grip on the Archangel's sword, yet it still remained beyond a 99's control. The Archangel's sword, swathed in petals, slowly turned its blade downward, hilt upward, and gently floated before AN99, then, the petals scattered in a flash, vanishing without a trace. I have always had the utmost respect for the heroes of the celestial race, Lin Xiangdong said, composed and suave, having just noticed the rank without realizing it was a noble hero. He spoke, "If I have caused any offense, I apologize. I must take my leave." With that, he gracefully chose to forfeit the battle, and thus his challenge failed. Though Lin Xiangdong failed his challenge and even carried himself humbly, no one dared to look down on him. It was clear to all that the undefeated king, capable of forcibly controlling the Archangel's sword, was not inferior to AN99. His withdrawal was simply due to his brother's involvement with the celestial race, choosing to retreat out of respect. Handsome, elegant, capable, and so loyal and righteous, Brother Lin is truly the perfect dream lover. Many love-struck girls exclaimed, their eyes brimming with infatuation. Chapter 530 Extreme Demon. Kristen was determined to break into the top 10, with all her battles being quick and decisive. After 100 consecutive victories, she triggered the rule for challenging someone ranked 100 places higher. Then, another 100 consecutive wins later, she triggered the rule again, allowing her to challenge directly someone ranked 10,000 places higher. In the past, it was rare for top contestants to be ranked so far back, but this time was truly exceptional. Many top ascenders like Kristen and Desi were fiercely vying for higher ranks. There were also a few humans quietly striving to climb the ranks, but Tu Xiaodao was not among them. He didn't participate in the ranking battles at all and went straight back to attempt Nirvana. Ouyang Yetu's ranking wasn't very high, so he could only climb up bit by bit. Although he wasn't as eye-catching as Kristen and Desi, he managed to reach the threshold for the over-ranking challenge and continued to challenge the ascenders ahead of him. Zhou Qinglong was also climbing the ranks, but surprisingly, his starting rank was high, breaking into the top 10,000. That was because, during the early stages of the knockout rounds, Zhou Qinglong had formed a team as well, and under his command, his team was not assimilated by Lin Shen or Desi but lasted until the end of the elimination rounds, which is why his points were relatively high. It was his generous distribution of points to his teammates that kept his own ranking from being even higher. While Zhou Qinglong's ranking was high, his speed in climbing the ranks was not as rapid as Ouyang Yetu's, mainly because his fighting style was not as domineering as Ouyang's. Additionally, within the top 10,000, there were quite a few top ascenders, making it more difficult to advance compared to the lower ranks. When Ouyang Yetu triggered the first over-ranking challenge, Zhou Qinglong had only won 3 duels. Zhou Qinglong steadfastly fought one battle after another, giving his all, but after all, he was only a 6th turn ascender. Reaching this point, he already felt it was beyond his strength. Had it not been for his exceptional talent and fighting ability, coupled with the movement technique taught by Lin Shen, he would have been defeated long ago. Among his 3 opponents, there were 2 9th turn and 1 8th turn ascenders. This was the result of his careful selection, but most participants within the top 10,000 were 10th turn ascenders. That he could find these 3 ascenders to challenge was already incredible luck. If Lin Shen hadn't disrupted the situation in the ascension level knockout rounds, it would have been nearly impossible to find any ascenders below 10th turn within the top 10,000. Seeing that those ranked above him were all 10th turn ascenders, as were those behind him, Zhou Qinglong, bearing several injuries, shook his head helplessly. He didn't continue to challenge upwards and opted to withdraw. Withdrawing was different from forfeiting a battle, it meant giving up participation in the ranking battles completely, resulting in no ranking. Zhou Qinglong knew in his heart that he had done his best. Regrettably, the disparity in power was too great, and continuing the fight had become pointless. After leaving the battlefield, Zhou Qinglong saw Lin Shen, who was still at the top of the leaderboard and yet to be challenged, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Very well, within humanity, we have finally produced a top-notch powerhouse, Zhou Qinglong felt greatly pleased in his heart. Seeing his kin suppressing countless top-level powerhouses in the universe with his own strength filled him with an indescribable sense of excitement and glory. His kin had proven that humans were no less than the strong beings of any other race in the universe, and all he needed to do was to continue working hard. Zhou Qinglong accessed the celestial web and observed Lin Shen's previous battle videos. When he saw Lin Shen's spatial fist power blasting Faceless into a tornado, he couldn't help but pause slightly. Could Lin Shen be the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhou Qinglong was flooded with various emotions before laughing after a long moment, whether he is the Great Red Bull Knight or not, since I have received that movement technique, I can't let down their expectations. I must train enough to make a name for myself and not disappoint. It's a pity that time is too short. If only I had a bit more time, and could participate in the ranking battles with a 10th turn ascension body, perhaps I would have the chance to stand before him and directly ask whether he really is the Great Red Bull Knight n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kristen had gone battle crazy. So far, no ascender who had been challenged by him and did not flee had managed to force him to use his second sword. Among the many top-tier ascenders frantically tackling the rankings, Kristen was the first to accomplish 3 consecutive rank-overcoming feats and the first to trigger the 3rd cross-rank challenge rule, expanding his challenge range to the top 1 million positions. Soon, Kristen glanced at the rankings ahead, getting closer and closer to Lin Shen. Something's off about Kristen's state, Catherine furrowed her brows as she looked at the starry sky scroll. What's off about it? I think he looks quite good. Even the famous ascender from the celestial race, King Zi, was forced to retreat with 1 sword and gave up the fight. Isn't that state very good? Tia looked puzzled at Catherine. You don't understand. The evolution skill that Kristen cultivates is Extreme Demon. It's a very sinister skill that requires one to transform one's own evil thoughts into a demon and to control oneself through acts of extreme evil, achieving heartlessness and desirelessness, gaining utmost focus and death-defying determination, which greatly enhances one's abilities, Catherine explained while focusing on Kristen. Such a skill is also considered forbidden among our race because only a very few can cultivate it. The main reason is extracting one's own evil thoughts and turning them into a demon essentially means raising an extremely evil demonic personality within one's own body. It's easy for this demonic personality to replace the main personality, turning one into a demon driven solely by extreme desire. If cultivation is assisted by a demonic personality, why not simply erase the demonic personality after the cultivation is finished? Tia naively suggested. It's not that simple. Historically, it's only been told of those who cultivated extreme demon and eventually got dominated by the demonic personality, never of anyone who managed to erase it. Catherine smiled. You are still young and do not understand the terror of evil thoughts. Kristen won't actually become a demon, will he? Tia voiced her worry. Although she was not very familiar with Kristen, she did not wish for him to become like that. It shouldn't be to that extent. He has taken up apprenticeship under our sword saint Sophia. Sophia has taught him the way of nourishing the heart with a sword, which can cut through extreme desire. Even though this will greatly reduce the effect of extreme demon and slow down his growth, having the Holy Heart Sword as a dam will make it difficult for the demonic personality to stir up any waves. However, if his current state continues, he is probably close to triggering the Holy Heart Sword. Once it's activated and the demonic personality is weakened, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he may find it very difficult to compete with top-tier ascenders like Lin Shen and Desi. Catherine sighed. Chapter 531 Battle with Hong Xin. Lin Shen had originally thought that many ascenders would challenge him, but after Faceless, a good while passed before another challenger finally entered Evil Speech Planet. I am Hong Xin of the Heart Ape Clan. I greet you with respect, the challenger, who had a burly figure and luxuriant body hair, resembling an ape man, said. As soon as he finished speaking, he donned a carapace, his body's particles surged, forming a gauntlet that enveloped his left hand. Hong Xin's entire carapace appeared to be woven from black golden threads, and the gauntlet seemed to be cast from dark gold. Combined with his towering stature, he looked majestic and imposing. Roar! Hong Xin issued a roaring bellow, his body swelling up as if inflated, expanding to a height of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. He looked full of strength without seeming clumsy. Lin Shen delivered a surfing triple punch, but Hong Xin didn't dodge or evade and took Lin Shen's strike head-on. As the gauntlet collided with Lin Shen's fist power, the surging waves of power were forcefully dispersed by Hong Xin, whose own punch was on par with Lin Shen's, if not stronger. Having deflected Lin Shen's fist power with his punch, Hong Xin immediately charged towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood his ground without moving and launched another surfing fist. Punch after punch, although Hong Xin was no weaker than Lin Shen in strength, he couldn't reach Lin Shen and was only passively blocking Lin Shen's fist power, posing no threat to him. Time and again, Hong Xin's charges were repelled by Lin Shen's fist power. Despite his valiant strength, being unable to close the distance proved futile. Inside Splendid Palace, Kong Chuan and the Heavenly Consort were also watching the battle on Lin Shen's side. Big brother, what do you think about the strength of the chief of the Heavenly Institute? The Heavenly Consort asked while watching. He's undoubtedly very strong, not many of the same level can defeat him. That spatial fist power gives him a significant advantage among those at the ascension level, Kong Chuan analyzed. Hong Xin is also a top talent from an old and prominent clan, with both his skills and strength among the top ranks, highly aggressive. But facing the Dean, he can't even get close. However, the Dean also has a problem. Using that kind of spatial fist power should be extremely draining, right? If he can't seriously injure Hong Xin in a long time, his consumption will inevitably be more than Hong Xin's. It's just unknown how long he can keep it up, Kong Chuan contemplated before adding, I recall the famous spatial fist power 28 fists in the universe, whose practitioners generally aim for quick battles rather than prolonged fights. This suggests that using spatial fist power could consume a significant amount of strength. The Heavenly Consort looked at Kong Chuan and said, Big brother, you've followed the Dean for so long and even fought alongside him, is that all you know about him? Kong Chuan replied somewhat helplessly, the first time I fought beside him, I made some mistakes, and I didn't get many chances to watch his battles after that. But I do know for sure that he is very strong. You. The Heavenly Consort sighed, somewhat exasperated, but seeing no other option, she said, the Dean has shown such strength, he will likely receive even more regard from the Heavenly Emperor. When working under him, you must not be negligent, nor should you belittle him just because his level is temporarily lower than yours. As if I dare to, said Kong Chuan with a pained expression. After the incident of gouging out the peacock's eyes, do you think I want to repeat such a mistake? A smile appeared on the heavenly consort's face. Lin Shen forcing Kong Chuan to gouge out the peacock's eyes did teach Kong Chuan a lesson, which couldn't be considered a bad thing after all. This person is extremely capable on his own, comes from a minor clan with a clean background, and is able to handle affairs. The Heavenly Emperor likes him a lot. This time, the Celestial Master Institute might truly have a moment to shine. Following him, you will certainly not suffer, the Heavenly Consort cautioned once again. I know. I know. Kong Chuan said, his ears almost calloused from hearing this. Kong Chuan was actually not wrong. Without the use of the super base pattern, Lin Shen indeed would have difficulty continuously using the surfing fist strikes for a long time. Hong Xin obviously possessed multiple strength type skills, and even Lin Shen's surfing triple punch could not trouble Hong Xin, indicating how strong Hong Xin's strength was. However, Lin Shen did not plan on dragging this out and casually summoned the folding fan, flicking it directly towards Hong Xin a couple of times. One flick embodied sway, another embodied folding, sway style weakened attributes, folding style weakened skills, and the combination of both was simply a nightmare for opponents with similar strength levels. Here it comes, they finally forced Lin Shen's weakening skill out, everyone's eyes lit up. So many people had analyzed Lin Shen before, to no use, but now the fight was finally back on track, and everyone was waiting to see how Hong Xin would deal with Lin Shen's weakening skill. Experience more tales on Empire. Both sway and folding styles were difficult for even a Nirvana being to shield against, and Hong Xin naturally could not reject them, still hit by the skill, with mysterious glyphs branding his body, including both visible and hidden marks. After being struck by both sway and folding styles, Hong Xin's strength clearly dropped significantly, and Lin Shen burst out another surfing triple fist. If Hong Xin had no countermeasure, even if he weren't beaten to death, being blasted into the tornadoes, he would likely face certain death. Hong Xin let out a roar, tilting his head back and pounding his chest with his hands. Each pound made his body suddenly swell, and after several ferocious blows, his size had almost doubled again, reaching a height of over a dozen meters. Hong Xin's enormous fist smashed out, forcefully repelling Lin Shen's surfing triple punch yet again. Only then did people understand that Hong Xin's method to combat the weakening skill was his own strength-enhancing skill. If you weaken me, I'll just grow back, effectively negating the weakening. It's just that no one knew how long Hong Xin's skill could last. The giant-like Hong Xin launched a fierce attack on Lin Shen, punch after punch, warding off Lin Shen's fist power and advancing step by step. Hong Xin's fist guards V enhanced his strength with life base, and his initial growth skill also boosted his strength. The subsequent furious giant growth likely fortified and raised all-around attributes, nearly offsetting Lin Shen's weakening skill. It looks like he's no longer at a disadvantage, but he's actually still taking damage, Kong Chuan commented. The Dean hasn't even used his base change talent yet, and he's nearly played all his cards. However, the Dean possesses the War Song innate skill, which does put him at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, as it's like having one less skill than others. The Heavenly Consort neither agreed nor disagreed, simply sipping tea while watching the battle between Lin Shen and Hong Xin. Many spectators shared views similar to Kong Chuan's. While Hong Xin did have a disadvantage, he wasn't necessarily without a chance. It all depended on what innate abilities Lin Shen would use next. Hong Xin continued his assault while also waiting for Lin Shen to make his move, holding back one more innate skill, which might be the deciding factor. Lin Shen watched Hong Xin charging closer and launched another surfing fist, only this time, it was not the triple attack, but an even more ferocious quadruple strike. Hong Xin swung his fist to meet the attack once again, but instantly felt that something was amiss and hurriedly used his trump card innate skill. Suddenly, his fist swelled dramatically, becoming obviously twice the size of the other, like a giant hammer, and it crashed down on Lin Shen's surfing quadruple strike. Chapter 532 Rankings Plummet. Boom! As fists and fist power collided, Lin Shen's surfing quadruple strike was once again forcefully blocked, causing Hong Xin to stagger back 2 steps to stabilize himself. Hong Xin was shocked in his heart, as Lin Shen could still unleash fist power of even greater stacked intensity, forcing out his very last trump card with just fist power. It was evident to all that Hong Xin no longer had a chance. Even if all of Lin Shen's innate skills were of the support type, Hong Xin still had no opportunity left. Moreover, Lin Shen had not yet used his pistol air strike skill, and Hong Xin himself realized that he had already lost. Mr. is indeed as renowned as they say, I admit my defeat, Hong Xin conceded straightforwardly, without any intention to drag things out, and he left the battle. Watching Hong Xin leave, Lin Shen sat down on a nearby rock, withdrawing the carapace covering his body. Without using the super base pattern, the depletion from the surfing quadrupunch was simply too great. Almost every attack drained his strength completely, requiring time to recover. The onlookers realized upon seeing this that Lin Shen's strength was severely drained, just as they had speculated before. Spatial fist power was indeed very exhausting to use, especially the final surfing quadruple strike, which clearly pushed Lin Shen's strength to its limits. Many felt sorry for Hong Xin. If only Hong Xin had held on a little longer, he might have been able to defeat the severely drained Lin Shen. While others were feeling sorry for Hong Xin, another challenger entered Evil Speech Planet. This was an ascender who had just soared from the hundreds into the top 10 rankings. While Hong Xin challenged Lin Shen, she had taken a brief rest and was now fully recovered. After Hong Xin withdrew from the battle, while Lin Shen was open to challenges, she immediately chose to challenge him. Although she was unaware of Lin Shen's current condition, she arrived at precisely the right moment. Nadiga is really lucky to challenge Lin Shen at a time when his strength is greatly exhausted. She has a good chance in this battle, many envied Nadiga's fortune. Nadiga, noticing that Lin Shen was not wearing his carapace and resting on a rock, was slightly surprised. It seems that your strength has been seriously depleted. I'll give you time to rest, let's battle after you've recovered, Nadiga spoke to Lin Shen amidst the storm. Thank you, Lin Shen actually continued to sit there and rest, rather than standing up to accept the challenge. He did not really need to rest, he just found the constant barrage of challenges too troublesome. The only person he truly needed to defeat was Kristen. He had just checked Kristen's ranking, and Kristen was still far away. Instead of dealing with each challenger one by one, he preferred to rest a bit longer and wait for Kristen's rank to rise. Nadiga waited very patiently. Lin Shen observed her, noting that her upper body was human-like, while her lower half resembled a python, which gave her an exotic beauty. Using the watch provided by the racial ranking battle, he checked and found that Nadiga was now ranked 7th, coming from a race known as the Serpent Woman. To Lin Shen's knowledge, the Serpent Woman race had been a powerful and ranking clan, able to make it into the top 100 for several hundred years without falling out of the top ranks, an established strong race. However, Lin Shen didn't know much about the Serpent Woman race, nor what kind of evolution skill they excelled in or their abilities. Nadiga thought Lin Shen would get up and be ready to fight after resting for a while, but who knew that Lin Shen would sit there for an hour without any signs of wanting to get up and fight. Even the watching crowd was becoming very impatient, feeling that Lin Shen was being far too excessive. When other people give you a break, and you recover just fine, it is enough. Do you really have to wait until your body recovers to its peak? That would be far too lacking in grace. What do you know? This is called psychological tactics. Lin Shen is wearing down Nadiga's patience. When Nadiga's patience is almost drained and she becomes agitated, that's when he will strike. Winning will then become difficult for Nadiga. Using such tactics under the guise of kindness, isn't that too despicable? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shen is not that kind of person. He must be cherishing the fairer sex, not having the heart to lay a hand on a beauty like Nadiga. So, he can only delay time, forcing Nadiga to retreat knowing the difficulty. You can spin it that way? No matter how you look at it, Lin Shen doesn't seem like the type to cherish the fairer sex. The debates on the Skynet were much more interesting than the fight happening here. Lin Shen could also see that Nadiga seemed to be running out of patience. So, he took the initiative and said, Nadiga, in our battle, if you win, can you hold on to the first place? I shall do my best, Nadiga replied earnestly. Good, then you win now, Lin Shen said as he chose to surrender, astonishingly giving up the first place spot. Nadiga was transported back to her home planet. Looking at her first place ranking, she was stunned for a moment, unsure of how to react. Haha, I told you, Lin Shen must be cherishing the fairer sex, unwilling to make a move against Nadiga. Experience tales at Empire. Oh my, it really is a hero stumbling at the beauty's gate. He actually gave up the first place just like that. Nadiga must be in a difficult position now, having ascended to first place like this. I wonder if she should offer herself in gratitude for the favor. Please stop your wild guesses. It's clear Lin Shen is significantly drained of strength and has no ability to continue fighting, hence the surrender. What does this have to do with cherishing the fairer sex? There were all sorts of discussions on the Skynet. Lin Shen wasn't aware of these. He chose to concede not because of Nadiga, and certainly not because he was too exhausted to fight on. It was because he found Kristen was too far away from him. Waiting for Kristen to catch up to him would take who knows how long. So, as he was looking at the rankings just now, an idea struck him: why not drop down quickly so that Kristen could catch up to him faster? Hardly had Nadiga's challenge ended when another person challenged Lin Shen. The ascenders who were originally ranked around the teens, unable to challenge Lin Shen, now had their opportunity. As soon as Lin Shen saw the challenger come in, he directly chose to surrender without a word, sitting there with no intention of getting up. Following this, Lin Shen fought and surrendered in quick succession. His ranking plummeted from first, descending rapidly, soon ending up well past several hundred places. Anyone who saw Lin Shen and was within reach chose to challenge him, causing his ranking to drop further and further. This strategy left everyone dumbfounded, not understanding what he was doing. While others were climbing up the ranks, he was rushing down. Most people believed there was indeed a problem with Lin Shen's stamina, otherwise, why would he continuously surrender, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Defeated in 100 battles, the loser's rule is triggered, with the challenge restriction loosened to 100 places. By the time Lin Shen had dived past the 1000th rank, his watch issued the notification. Chapter 533 Battle Kristen. While other top ascenders were frantically surging in the rankings, Lin Shen was also madly diving. This move left everyone stunned, and the corners of the Heavenly Emperor's eyes started to twitch. Can't that guy be less conspicuous? The Heavenly Emperor was well aware of what Lin Shen was up to, but felt that this person did not care about his own reputation. To complete the task quickly, he was even willing to forego his ranking. Kanjiun, just what exactly did you tell him? The Heavenly Emperor turned to Kanjiun. Kanjiun quickly said, I told him to strive for the top 5, and if that wasn't possible, defeating Kristen would also do. This isn't at all what I conveyed. The Heavenly Emperor also knew that Kanjiun probably hadn't meant that. Watching Lin Shen's rank continue to plummet, he snorted coldly, that young man really knows how to second-guess me, it's just a pity he has only that bit of cunning. He certainly thinks I have some personal vendetta against Kristen or perhaps the Diman tribe, hence his actions. He's underestimating me too much. How could I, the Emperor, be such a petty person incapable of seeing the bigger picture? I let him compete to ensure he gets true training, so he can stand on his own as soon as possible. What a waste of my efforts. Tian Kanjiun didn't dare to say much on the side, but the Heavenly Emperor didn't let him off, asking coldly, Kanjiun, what do you think I should do to deal with that smelly brat who has squandered my sincerity after we go back? Your Majesty, in my opinion, although the chief of the Heavenly Institute mistakenly misinterpreted your intentions, his willingness to disregard his personal honor and dignity solely to serve you is a rare and commendable display of loyalty, said Tian Kanjiun after some thought. You do have a point, he might be foolish, but his heart is in the right place, the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Lin Shen wasn't truly oblivious, it's just that he didn't want to appear too perfect. An six's words were always on his mind, a loss could be a blessing and being perceived as too perfect isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Shen's rank continued its dive, and when others triggered the rule for challenging beyond their rank twice, it wasn't long before he triggered the loser's rule twice as well. His challengeable range expanded to 10,000, causing his rank to drop even faster. With so many people challenging him, Lin Shen's ranking fell lower and lower, reaching a state where he was vulnerable to everyone's attacks. Not long after Kristen triggered the third over-level challenge rule, Lin Shen triggered the loser's rule for the third time, expanding his challengeable range to 1 million places. Through their relentless efforts, their rankings grew closer and closer. The audience was flabbergasted. With Lin Shen's strength, it was impossible for him to fall in the ranks so dramatically. Even faceless, his life base destroyed, was still within the top 100. Lin Shen had only depleted his strength and had rested for such a long time. Despite being challenged so extensively and not even getting up from the rock, he should have recovered somewhat. It just didn't make sense for his ranking to be so low. However, Lin Shen paid no mind to that and continued his rapid descent. When Kristen was choosing his next opponent, he was shocked to find the name of the human, Tian, within his selectable range. He thought he had seen incorrectly and checked again carefully, even specifically looking at the top ranks of the leaderboard. But no, there was no mistake. Lin Shen's rank had indeed fallen. Kristen was puzzled, but he chose to challenge Lin Shen anyway. Just as he hesitated, someone else beat him to it. He had missed his chance to challenge. But in a moment, Lin Shen, who had been unchallengeable, became available for challenge again. Kristen didn't consider any further and directly chose to challenge him, successfully snatching the right to do so and entering Lin Shen's planetary home field through the opened portal. Seeing Kristen come in, Lin Shen didn't opt out of the battle this time and finally stood up. Damn, after all that, Lin Shen isn't interested in playing with those guys, he's diving down to find Kristen. I knew it. Lin Shen, no matter what, couldn't possibly be that weak. I sure hope Lin Shen doesn't get himself killed. Kristen is on fire right now, and many top ascenders can't withstand the force of his single sword strike. During the elimination round, Kristen got messed up so bad by Lin Shen, if they start fighting, it's probably going to be a fight to the death. Are you looking for me? Kristen said coldly, staring at Lin Shen. Sort of, Lin Shen didn't deny it. Good, bring out your strongest strength. Kristen's life-base sword pointed at Lin Shen, but he didn't make a move immediately. Sure, Lin Shen didn't waste words, directly using carapace and summoning the folding fan, deploying two skills back and forth at Kristen. Two kinds of mysterious light pattern, light and dark, flew toward Kristen. Kristen seemed to ignore them, letting the two light patterns land on his carapace, forming imprints. A cold smirk appeared on Kristen's lips, and dark gold strange symbols emerged on his gunmetal grey carapace. Everyone focused intently on Kristen, wanting to know how he would counter Lin Shen's weakening skill. But as they only saw the strange symbols emerge with no erasure of the mysterious light pattern on the carapace, and they thought Kristen's counter move had failed, they suddenly noticed the same eerie symbols appearing on Lin Shen's carapace. What was more eerie was that along with those strange symbols, Lin Shen's own mysterious light pattern also appeared, identical to the light and dark patterns now on Kristen. Lin Shen suddenly felt heavy, startled for a moment, feeling as if all his attributes had been diminished, and his skills weakened alongside them. What kind of ability is that, which can turn sway style and folding style back against me? Lin Shen wondered in surprise. In theory, this was Lin Shen's own strength, so he should have been able to clear it, but he found he couldn't remove the mysterious light pattern from himself. This is my innate ability, evil ghost possession. Any negative force you use on me will also affect you, putting us on the same starting point, Kristen said to Lin Shen, his voice cold. That's strong, Lin Shen admitted. Stop wasting time, put away your little tricks, and use your pistol airstrike skill, Kristen said, growing impatient to break through Lin Shen's signature skill. Your next chapter is on Empire. No rush, I've heard your swordsmanship is powerful, I want to experience that first. Lin Shen flicked his wrist, merging the folding fan, with feather-like blades popping out, turning into a feather-like light sword. The spectators were all very surprised, they all thought Lin Shen's life base was of the support type and did not expect such an offensive state. Kristen did not answer but simply thrust his sword forward with the wind. His sword pierced through the wind, and despite the strong gust, it was still unbelievably fast, arriving in front of Lin Shen in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the two weakening skills affecting him, this strike would have been even faster, so fast that not even a shadow would be seen. Chapter 534 Mutual Stabbing at the Start. Lin Shen neither defended nor dodged, but thrust his light sword towards Kristen as well, choosing a fight to the death strategy. This move startled everyone, no one had time to react before the two swords simultaneously pierced each other's bodies. Almost at the same moment, Lin Shen's light sword penetrated Kristen's body, and Kristen's sword pierced Lin Shen's. The carapaces on both of them seemed utterly useless, offering no protection whatsoever. Because of their merge and spin effects, their attributes were greatly weakened, with the hardness and toughness of their carapaces reduced to about half of their original levels, completely unable to withstand the full might of their life bases. Zhou Qinglong, who was sitting and watching the duel, suddenly stood up, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lin Miao was so frightened he nearly lost his soul, standing there in a daze. What the hell is this? Starting with a move that inflicts mutual damage, an all-or-nothing gambit? Do they really need to be this fierce, this desperate? Brother, this is a ranking battle, not a mission to throw away your life, was there really a need to start like this? Everyone was stunned silly, two top-tier ascenders, initiating the combat so directly with the first strike, both perishing. What the hell was going on? No one had ever seen such a tactic. While the audience was frozen in shock, Lin Shen and Kristen's movements didn't cease, they both pulled their swords out and continued stabbing into each other's bodies. One sword. Two swords. Three swords. The two of them were like desperados with bloodied eyes, completely disregarding their own lives, just madly piercing each other. Their bodies were punctured with multiple bloody holes, yet they seemed not to feel the pain due to the adrenaline surge, entirely ignoring it. Watching the two face each other, like two unskilled street thugs just stabbing away, it was as if backing down an inch, dodging a strike would mean displaying cowardice, deserving of contempt, and thereafter facing an existence with no face to mingle in society again. Everyone was shocked, they had imagined many scenarios for a battle between two prime ascenders but could never have envisioned such a scene. This wasn't a duel between masters but a deadly gamble, a contest to see whose life was tougher. However, within moments, both had inflicted several lethal wounds on each other, and no matter how tough their lives were, they couldn't withstand this kind of onslaught. What kind of deep hatred compels this? Must they play in such a manner that they will both end up with bitter regret? Tian Kanjiun's eyes nearly bulged out as he watched. He won't die so easily, Emperor Tianchi snorted coldly. Tian Kanjiun looked closely and indeed spotted the trick. The wounds on both of them were healing at a visible rate. The initial punctures were nearly invisible now, and even the scars on the carapaces were rapidly disappearing. Soon, not only them, but many spectators also noticed the abnormality. Despite being stabbed so many times by each other, neither of the fighters fell, there was no blood spraying, and the injuries on their bodies were healing suspiciously. Previous wounds seemed to have vanished. Damn it, both of these guys have such powerful self-healing, they're using their lives to try and outsmart the other to death. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? They both thought the same thing. I bet they're both confused now, wondering why so many stabs haven't brought the other person down yet. How come such a brutal battle somehow feels oddly comedic to me? This self-healing ability is just too strong. Lin Shen's skill has been revealed, its self-healing, and Kristen has the same ability n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen is such an oddball. While others enhance their combat power with skills, what kind of things is he playing at? War song, self-healing, spatial fist power, his theme is weird, always aiming to surprise. Who has ever seen two experts fight like this? For a moment, they felt an extremely thrilling sensation. It was truly a case of blade on flesh, penetrating not just the flesh, but through the body. The super base recast continuously repaired Lin Shen's wounded body and carapace, yet the speed of the repairs clearly couldn't keep up with the speed at which the opponent's blade pierced his body. A thought of retreat sprouted in his heart. Has this guy gone mad? His self-healing abilities aren't stronger than mine, so why won't he retreat? Kristen didn't show any intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more frenzied, his sword strokes getting faster, ceaselessly targeting different parts of Lin Shen's body as if trying to find a weakness for a lethal blow. Clang! Lin Shen could no longer endure and counterattacked with a backhand sword strike, blocking Kristen's thrust. But with that deflection, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Kristen's sword attacks came like a violent meteor shower, crazily lunging at him. Lin Shen opened and closed his folding fan, catching Kristen's blade between the gaps of the fan bones as it passed through, locking it in place with the fan dance lock technique. With a twist of his hand holding the folding fan, Kristen's grip on the sword broke, and the hilt slipped out of his hand. Just when Lin Shen thought he had the upper hand, Kristen's body followed the rotation of the sword hilt, spinning like a drill. His other hand grasped the hilt again, using the momentum of the spin to bring the sword into rotation again. The closed folding fan was forcefully drilled open by the spinning sword artifact. Instead, it was Lin Shen who couldn't hold onto the inheritance fan, and it flew out of his hand. Open! With a cold shout from Lin Shen, the folding fan in the air disassembled instantly, turning into countless light swords, interweaving across the sky as they lunged at Kristen. Kristen held the sword hilt with both hands, slashing out stroke after stroke, each as fast as thunder and lightning, slashing left and chopping right, fending off the shower of light swords, with not a single one coming close to him. Because his movements were so fast, he left after images, making it seem as if Kristen had become a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. For a time, the onlookers were dazzled and utterly unable to keep up with the rhythm of the two fighters, wondering how the tangled mutual stabbing had turned into such a bizarre combat. In the eyes of the crowd, although Lin Shen was the first to falter during their mutual stabbings, it now appeared that he had gained the upper hand. Discover exclusive content at Empire. Lin Shen fought only with his life base, not consuming his own strength, while Kristen's slashing seemed fierce but was actually depleting his own strength. Surely Kristen would be at a disadvantage. Just as people were speculating how Kristen would break the stalemate, they suddenly saw Kristen, while slashing the myriad light swords, still had spare energy to unleash a sword stroke in Lin Shen's direction. Lin Shen was already tens of meters away from him when Kristen executed the stroke, and from the blade flew a black crescent blade glow, instantly reaching in front of Lin Shen, who was dozens of meters away. What the hell is that? Everyone gasped in shock. Ascension-level fighters didn't have long-range attack capabilities, only a few who practiced strange and wondrous skills had the ability to harm from a distance. There was a very famous sword technique called sword wind blade, which could utilize a sword artifact to slice out wind blades that could harm enemies from afar. But the secret technique of swordwind had long been lost with the fall of the swordwind swordsman, and no one had heard of anyone inheriting that technique. Moreover, the force that Kristen unleashed was not swordwind, but something akin to sword radiance, which seemed only possible for those at the nirvana level. Lin Shen had no time to think so much and directly executed a surfing triple strike to meet Kristen's crescent blade glow. Boom! The fist power was split apart, and as the blade glow shattered the threefold fist power, it also lost its luster, dissipating into the void. Chapter 535, each showing off their unique skills. Kristen's frenzy of slashes sent wave after wave of black crescent blade glows flying towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out, and a myriad of light swords flew back to him, reassembling into a light feather fan resembling a peacock's display. The light feather fan spun rapidly, like a massive wheel of light standing guard in front of Lin Shen. Each crescent blade glow that struck the wheel of light was rebuffed, veering off course and flying in other directions. As Kristen charged forward, he rapidly unleashed crescent blade glows, countless edges slashing against the wheel of light, only to be repelled each time. Electric sparks flashed, thunder roared, and amidst the howling wind, the crescent blade glows collided with the wheel of light in a frenzy, sparking and scattering light in all directions. The spectators were captivated by the sight. Such a grand battle was almost impossible to witness at the ascension level. Kristen had already rushed up to Lin Shen, gripping his sword in both hands to madly hack down at the wheel of light, while Lin Shen grasped the center of the wheel, which instantly transformed into a light sword to clash hard against Kristen's attack. Crack! The light feather blade of the light sword was actually shattered by Kristen's single strike, with the force of the blade still cutting towards Lin Shen's body like a swift wind. Lin Shen's body suddenly jolted backward, his movements bizarre, his speed unbelievably fast, as he miraculously dodged the slash that had almost grazed his face. Kristen continued his charge with sword in hand, his body emitting an eerie pink mist, his strength constantly increasing, and his sword strikes getting faster and faster. As Lin Shen retreated, he waved the folding fan, which again produced light feathers, but each time it clashed head-on with Kristen's sword artifact, the feathers were sliced apart. Lin Shen could only retreat while fighting. His backward speed was, in fact, faster than Kristen's forward charge. That Lin Shen's movement technique is so weird, his speed moving backward is actually faster than running forward, Tia said in amazement. Humph, that's a secret movement technique called shrimp slide, a unique skill of Tian from the celestial race named N6. Most people in the world only practice moving forward, but N6 studied how to retreat. With shrimp slide and another lateral movement secret skill called crab step, he once dominated his peers, unbeatable at the same level. He jokingly referred to these skills as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He didn't even pass them to his own and family. I'm surprised he actually taught them to Lin Shen, Catherine explained with extensive knowledge, even aware of an SIXS shrimp soldiers and crab generals. By relying on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals movement technique, Lin Shen dodged all of Kristen's attacks, but Kristen's strength and speed continued to climb rapidly, and it was unknown what skill he had used that seemed to allow him to enhance his power without limit. Lin Shen knew this couldn't continue. He had attempted to pierce Kristen's acupuncture point with the light sword earlier, but had failed to inflict serious injury. This indicated that while the acupuncture points were Kristen's weakness, his self-healing ability could compensate for this, so unless the points were precisely hit, inflicting severe damage on him would not be easy. Realizing this, Lin Shen suddenly retracted his folding fan and decided to meet Kristen with fist techniques, looking for an opportunity to apply finger sand and hit Kristen's acupuncture points. This man's combat prowess was stronger than Lin Shen had imagined, and he seemed utterly unaware of what fear was, unfazed by blades and swords on his body, his will unshakable. Lin Shen unleashed a barrage of surfing fists, while Kristen continued his assault with crescent blade glows. Fist power and blade glows exploded upon collision in mid-air, sending shockwaves that pushed both combatants several steps backward. Fist power and blade glows continuously clashed in mid-air, keeping the two from closing in, forcing them to bomb each other from a distance. Is Lin Shen really okay with this? His spatial fist power must be very draining, right? He struggled to maintain his carapace due to severe exhaustion during his fight with Hong Xin, Yayuzhen observed to an elder man fishing by the river on an ancient planet. The fisherman needed his bait while replying, "Why do you care about his life or death? I've seen that kid and even taught him a few tricks, but alas, he's too dim-witted to learn them, has no chance of accomplishing anything significant. Grandfather, regardless, he's also a fellow human, participating in the species-ranking battle for the honor of our race, how can you speak of him like that?" Yayuzhen retorted, somewhat angrily. "Something's off," Yi Jinggren suddenly said. "What's off? Is Lin Shen in danger?" Yayuzhen instantly became somewhat anxious. "I mean you're off. When have I ever seen you care so much about someone? Do you have some kind of relationship with that kid?" Yi Jinggren turned his head, squinting and sizing her up with a smirk. "Mind your own business," Yayuzhen said, her cheeks slightly flushed, huffily turning her head aside. Read new chapters at Empire. I can mind my own business about other things, but if you're going to find a man, he must be someone who can inherit my skills, otherwise, my life's work would go to waste. That kid is too dumb for sure, he's definitely not suitable, Yi Jinggren declared bluntly. "Grandpa, are you blind? What's dumb about him? Didn't you see how amazing he is? What kind of successor are you looking for that could be better than him?" Yayuzhen pouted as she spoke. "My eyesight is very good." His spatial fist power consumes an enormous amount of strength, and the kid with the sword, his sword artifact's glow comes from the sword's own strength. In a little while, when he runs out of energy, I'm afraid he'll be at the mercy of others, Yi Jinggren said with a hey laugh. Hearing this, Yayuzhen did not get upset but actually laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Jinggren asked, puzzled as he looked at Yayuzhen. "Grandpa, you probably don't know, but back on our home planet, Lin Shen actually had a very famous nickname. Guess what it was?" Yayuzhen said mysteriously. "How would I know his nickname?" Yi Jinggren pulled up his fishing rod, but although there was no fish, the bait was gone. "His nickname was Perpetual Motion Tian," Yayuzhen said proudly. "PSH, what a culturally bereft nickname. He didn't go to school, did he?" Yi Jinggren said disdainfully. "Grandpa, since you look down on him so much, let's make a bet. If he runs out of energy before Kristen, I'll listen to you and find a grandson-in-law who can inherit the skills. Otherwise, you help me convince my mom to butt out of my business, how about that?" Yayuzhen blinked, saying this as preparation for this very moment. "Okay, keep waiting for me here, I'm not falling for that," Yi Jinggren said, looking quite at ease. "So, you're admitting that your judgment is no good, and all that talk about Lin Shen being unsuitable was just babbling nonsense?" Yayuzhen said coolly and slowly. "Provocation tactics are my cast-offs. Your little routine won't work on me, but I'll give you a chance purely for your own good, to get this notion out of your head for once. I'll take this bet with you." "It's a deal," Yayuzhen was overjoyed. "Don't rush, we can make the bet, but we need to change the terms. If he can beat Kristen, I'll handle it with your mother," Yi Jinggren interrupted Yayuzhen. "Grandpa, how can you back out like that?" Yayuzhen suddenly felt a bit troubled. Kristen was just too strong, she was not certain that Lin Shen would win. "If you don't bet, then forget it. It's not like I'm the one asking you for something," Yi Jinggren said indifferently. "Grandpa." Yayuzhen cajoled Yi Jinggren by massaging his shoulders. "Are we betting or not?" Yi Jinggren was completely unmoved. "We bet," Yayuzhen said, huffing and letting go, no longer massaging his back. Chapter 536 The universe owes you an Oscar. Lin Shen's body was already shimmering with the mysterious light pattern of sway style and folding style, and after the activation of the super base pattern, it no longer seemed as conspicuous as usual. To others, it simply appeared as if there were a few more mysterious light patterns than before. With the activation of the super base pattern, the raging world's force around him surged into Lin Shen's body like a tide. The world's force generated by the thunder and tornadoes around him was far greater than in normal areas. Just activating the super base pattern made Lin Shen feel his strength increasing, as the absorbed world's force was too much to consume completely, causing some beneficial effects on his body. Kristen's strength was also steadily increasing, his blade's light growing stronger and stronger, and surfing three fists clearly was at a disadvantage. Feeling the surging and overwhelming world's force almost spilling out of his body, Lin Shen threw out the surfing quadra-punch without hesitation. Boom! The originally suppressed fist power actually shattered Kristen's blade light, reversing the tide and gaining the upper hand. One punch after another, Lin Shen caused the blade light to burst apart, pressing the fist power back against it. Who the hell was saying that Lin Shen's spatial fist power consumes a lot of energy? I was sincerely worried for you, and you're playing me, right? Where is the huge consumption you promised, the inability to sustain after a quadra-punch? Are you an actor or what? Lin, the universe owes you an acting award. Alright, 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 should I be able to see this level of performance for free? Please, Lin, put away your acting skills, can't we be a bit more genuine? Your points of focus are a bit off, aren't they? It's clear Lin Shen used an innate skill, that's obviously an ability for vigor recovery. War song, self-healing, and vigor recovery, these three innate skills of Lin are weapons on the battlefield. If he fights there, he would be an absolute war machine. For a moment, the spectators all felt as if their affection was misplaced, whether they were worried that Lin Shen's energy would deplete too quickly or hoped that he would run out of strength. They all felt like they were momentarily swayed. After throwing a surfing quadra-punch at Hong Xin, he was so tired that he couldn't maintain his carapace, and now after throwing so many punches, he seemed as though nothing had happened. Lin Shen steadily pressed towards Kristen. Even though Kristen's strength was enhancing, it was not yet strong enough to contend with one more layer of surfing punches. Suddenly, in Kristen's hand, the originally black blade of his life base artifact began to turn a dark golden color. The blade light he slashed out also turned into a dark golden hue, and this blade light directly sliced through Lin Shen's surfing quadra-punch fist power. Its momentum unrelenting, it instantly struck in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen sidestepped, evading the dark golden blade light with an inconceivable posture. The blade light brushed past his body, flew into a tornado, and actually sliced a gash in it, causing a flurry of crackling noises within the tornado. Kristen's base talent is double life base. Tia recognized the clue. Your journey continues at Empire. He's certainly lucky, Catherine frowned and said. Kristen's double life base talent emerged, immediately putting Lin Shen on the defensive. Blades of dark gold, like a knife through tofu, sliced through Lin Shen's fist power. What a tough opponent! Looking at the dark golden blades flying towards him, Lin Shen could only increase the layers of his surfing fist, directly unleashing the surfing quintuple punches. The quintuple punches, layered upon each other, took the brunt of Kristen's dark golden blades. Although at some disadvantage, the remaining power of the blades after slicing through the punches was no longer sufficient to threaten Lin Shen. Lin the Shadow Emperor, you really dare to perform. You played dead on the quadra punch, and now you're hammering away with quintuple punches. Where is the basic trust between people? I don't know why, but I always feel like Lin the Shadow Emperor can just keep adding on. To be fair, Lin the Shadow Emperor's punching technique is really fierce. The more layers of fist power, the stronger the force. In theory, as long as he has enough stamina, he can keep stacking infinitely. Infinite stacking is impossible. Not to mention he can't possibly have infinite stamina, but even if he had infinite stamina, stacking fist power requires time. It's not as if you can keep stacking while your opponent's blade is right in front of you. The distance and time would not be sufficient. I think 5 punches in a row is his limit. It should be the limit. Kristen strikes with one sword, and Lin the Shadow Emperor has to respond with 5 punches. The fact that Lin the Shadow Emperor has held on until now is already quite impressive. They weren't wrong, the surfing quintuple punches indeed were his limit, not because he lacked stamina, but because that was as fast as Lin Shen could swing his fists. When Kristen struck with his sword, Lin Shen had to unleash 5 punches in that instant, using the special manner of force exertion in the surfing fist, which didn't actually require drawing back his arm for each punch. It was more of a high-speed vibrating punch that could generate fist power with small movements. If he truly had to swing 5 consecutive punches, probably before he could finish the second one, Kristen's sword would have already struck his face. The two fought from a distance, and the explosive shockwaves from the colliding fist power and blade energy disrupted the airflow around them, making nearby tornadoes more violent and the thunder more frequent in the heavens. Lin Shen possessed the super base pattern, and the world's force was virtually an unlimited supply for him, whereas Kristen clearly did not have such endurance. Although his strength continued to rise, it was clear to any discerning eye that Kristen's body was showing signs of exhaustion. How about that, Grandpa? The nickname Perpetual Motion is well deserved, isn't it? Seeing Kristen show signs of fatigue, Yuzhen finally cracked a smile on his face. It isn't over until the last, the outcome is still uncertain. Don't get too excited too early, careful not to crash harder the higher you fly. Yi Jinggren wasn't willing to concede and bantered with Yuzhen. Inside the Diman tribe, Catherine's expression suddenly changed. Not good, Kristen's demonic personality is about to lose control. No sooner had Catherine spoken than Kristen, who had been unable to break through, began to emit increasingly more pink mist from his body, almost spewing out. The next second, Kristen's originally black carapace was dyed pink, and even the demon sword in his hand turned pink. Lin Shen watched the entirely pink-clad Kristen across from him with a somewhat strange expression, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary fierce man Pink? Kristen in pink moved, immediately startling Lin Shen. The demon sword in his hand burst forth with pink sword light, and he charged over like a ghost, slicing through Lin Shen's quintuple punches as if they were paper. Lin Shen used movement technique to dodge, but he couldn't fully avoid it. In an instant, several cuts appeared on his body. Kristen's speed and strength increased by more than 1 notch, and his body twisted into moves hard for humans to fathom. The demon sword stabbed out from bizarre angles, leaving cut after cut on Lin Shen's body. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 537 Pink Kristen. Indeed, Lin is more suited for the battlefield, while Kristen is a bit more powerful in single combat. Lin has already used all his skills. There seems to be no chance for a comeback, and since there are no pets or spirit bases allowed in the race ranking battle, nor any other equipment, he can only rely on his own strength. What's the deal with Kristen? His swordsmanship is so strange it feels almost as if he's no longer human. Can those movements even be made by humans? This battle has been truly thrilling to watch, various incredible skills flying every which way, with each party breaking the other's skills. It's been so interesting. It's a pity that Lin has ultimately fallen short of one move. There should be no suspense about the outcome of this battle anymore. Pink Kristen is just too fierce. Atop a high mountain of the Diman tribe, Sword Saint Sophia, who seemed like a devoted ascetic, put down her work, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked up at the scroll in the sky. If the demon personality goes berserk, it can only last for about 10 seconds before it triggers the Holy Heart Sword. If victory can't be secured in those 10 seconds, then... Sophia's face showed worry. Lin Shen, who was being ruthlessly pummeled by Kristen, could hardly take it anymore and directly activated his super base form. The spectators could only see Lin Shen's carapace shining like silver crystals, his speed and strength suddenly increasing, surprisingly on par with Pink Kristen, and even surpassing him. Lin Shen violently suppressed Kristen with a barrage of punches, combining surfing fist with surfing step. Each punch was stronger than the last, each step faster than the previous, forcibly pressuring Pink Kristen and forcing him to retreat. Even with Pink Kristen's frenzied efforts, he couldn't withstand the brutal force of Lin Shen's punches. Bam! Bam! The crazed Kristen, all offense and no defense, took several punches from Lin Shen head-on, which dented his carapace and sent him flying backward. What's happening? Does the Emperor still have a trick up his sleeve? Hey? Didn't he use up all his skills already? What is this now? Damn, it's unfathomable. I can't believe he still has a trump card that raises all attributes. The Emperor really can put on a show. Come on, Emperor, cut the theatrics. If you can do it, just do it already, will you? Are you flying a kite here? Throwing out random shots whenever you feel like it, haven't you had enough? The crowd, seeing Pink Kristen actually being suppressed, and those who thought the overall situation was already decided, felt like they were being slapped in the face, and their hearts grew a bit weary. Explore more adventures at Empire. Kristen, blasted away, suddenly had a white sword-shaped mark light up on his forehead. Lin Shen, who was about to rush forward and pound Kristen into the ground, stopped in his tracks, thinking that Kristen might have some weird skill about to emerge. Most people had the same idea as Lin Shen, thinking that Kristen was about to use some secret technique, but only a few core members of the Diman tribe knew that Kristen was defeated. Kristen is finished. The Holy Heart Sword has been triggered, and his strength has plummeted. He can no longer compete with Lin Shen, Catherine said with a sigh. As the sword-shaped mark on his forehead shone, the pink mist around Kristen dissipated significantly, and the pink color on his carapace began to fade away. Seeing this, Lin Shen realized that Kristen wasn't using any secret skills, but rather his skill's duration had ended, and he couldn't hold on any longer. That wasn't easy, I'm finally going to win. Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief, thinking the battle was finally over and he could conclude his mission. The spectators shared Lin Shen's thoughts, assuming that this back-and-forth bout was finally coming to an end with Lin's victory. Suddenly, Kristen's sword-wielding hand shot up, with the tip of the blade aimed viciously at his own brow, thrusting down hard. The tip of the demon sword struck directly on the gleaming sword-shaped mark, smashing it completely, and plunged deep into the carapace, with blood flowing down the blade. What is he doing? Catherine stood up abruptly. That was Kristen, the most gifted and talented of the Diman tribe, destined to be among the ranks of the immortals. Even though Catherine did not have much interaction with him, she did not wish to see such a genius from her tribe perish like this. By destroying the Holy Heart Sword himself, Kristen was essentially unleashing the demon personality, meaning the demon would replace his primary personality. Even if he won this battle, he would no longer be the Kristen of before. A body controlled by the demon personality is an epitome of evil thoughts, only engaging in killing and wrongdoing, no longer capable of contributing to the tribe. Instead, it could bring about disaster. Many of the Diman tribe who practiced the extreme demon ended up killing their friends and family first, after the demon personality took control. It was assumed that Kristen, protected by the Holy Heart Sword, would not degenerate into a mad killer. Unexpectedly, he chose to destroy the Holy Heart Sword himself. Is the outcome of a duel really that important? Catherine murmured to herself, sinking back down in defeat. The die was cast, beyond any redemption. Sophia looked at Kristen in the painting, her expression somewhat strange, yet she remained silent. With the Holy Heart Sword shattered, the pink mist from Kristen's body spewed out more violently, staining his carapace even pinker, surpassing even Death Barbie pink. Kristen had completely lost his mind. Pulling the pink demon sword out of his own skull, he charged at Lin Shen again. Is it really necessary to fight so desperately for a single battle? Lin Shen felt frustrated. He wanted to finish the mission easily, without revealing too much, but Kristen proved to be extremely tenacious. His strength and speed had increased yet again, and his behavior had become even more unpredictable. Kristen now attacked Lin Shen with his back turned, sword flashing from a reverse grip as if his back had eyes, the speed of his attacks not hindered at all. The pink sword light was earth-shattering, slicing even the whirlwinds apart. On the other hand, Lin Shen, struggling to keep up with Kristen's bizarre postures. Even in his super base form, Lin Shen couldn't gain an advantage over Kristen. The two of them collided and flew through the wind, with invisible fist power and pink sword light clashing, creating terrifying fluctuations and turbulence. Lin Shen seized an opportunity, during a pause in the rhythm of the surfing fist, to launch a finger sand. The needle-like force struck one of Kristen's acupoints, piercing right through the carapace. Lin Shen thought it was over, but Kristen's body didn't freeze as expected. This can't be. Lin Shen was shocked, but Kristen still charged at him, madness unabated. Lin Shen did not realize that Kristen's body was now controlled by a demon, no longer under his own command. Even if his arms and legs were chopped off, as long as there was a breath of life and a glimmer of vitality in his body, the will of the demon would not let him stop. Chapter 538 So It's You. Lin Shen tried several more times, but the finger sand really couldn't hold down the pink Kristen. Lin Shen had never encountered such a situation, as he had already confirmed that finger sand could seal acupoints from afar and had tried it on other creatures, so he was sure it should work. How could it be useless? Even Nirvana creatures can be sealed. Kristen is just an ascender, it's impossible for him to be stronger than Yaya's body. If Yaya can be sealed, why can't Kristen? Could it be that sealing acupoints from afar and with the fingers are a bit different? Lin Shen wanted to try sealing Kristen's acupoints with his fingers. But Kristen now was like a ghost, his skills and techniques unpredictable and elusive, making it obviously not an easy task for Lin Shen to get close enough to seal his acupoints. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The two fought wildly in the storm, dazzling all the onlookers. After many attempts, Lin Shen couldn't get close, and became somewhat annoyed. He leaped back to create distance from Kristen and unleashed the 6th surfing strike in succession. Although the environment on Evil Speech Planet was harsh and provided a lot of world's force, it still fell short compared to the direct explosions on Fierce Fire Star. Unless Lin Shen directly charged into the tornado, using the power of the tornado and lightning to augment the super base pattern. However, if he really charged in, he would also have to endure the power of the wind and lightning, which would not be insignificant harm to himself. If the 6th surfing sextuple punch didn't work, he planned to initiate super base change and rush into the tornado. He would borrow the power of the tornado and lightning to refine his body through 100 refinements, allowing super base change and super base recast to combine, forging a sturdy carapace, and then gaining the enhancement from super base change to deal with Kristen once he emerged. Although the 6th surfing sextuple punch wouldn't drain Lin Shen's body, after releasing the 6 punches, Lin Shen's offensive momentum paused for a moment, and he felt a bit disconnected in strength. Boom! Kristen didn't even try to dodge, instead, he forcefully blocked the 6th surfing strike with the pink demon sword. The terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Kristen flying backward, unable to control his body even with his strength. Just then, a tornado unexpectedly took a turn and came their way, sweeping up Kristen into it. For a moment, even Lin Shen was stunned, not expecting such luck. The spectators were also shocked. After fighting for so long without a winner, Kristen was suddenly caught up in the tornado. Inside the tornado, thunder and lightning raged, lightning flashed, and what was once a dull vortex now resembled a pillar of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, continuously radiant. Kristen, he couldn't have just died like that. Seeing that Kristen hadn't managed to escape the tornado, everyone couldn't help but think this. With the Chaos God Bell's incredibly strong defensive ability, it couldn't last even a few seconds amidst the lightning, and although Kristen was strong, he wasn't to the extent of being more resilient than the Chaos God Bell. Having been bombarded by the lightning for so long inside, it was very unlikely he survived. The favored ones have the aid of the heavens. As Lin Shen looked at that lightning tornado, he felt certain that Kristen was done for, and he abandoned the idea of forging his body in the midst of the lightning tornado. At this moment, the lightning inside the tornado was at full force, many times more powerful than when it destroyed the Chaos God Bell, and even more terrifying than the explosions in the Sea of Flames on Fierce Fire Star. If he truly charged into it, Lin Shen didn't know whether he could withstand it. Given Lin Shen's nature, he would avoid attempting it if possible. Everyone watched as the terrifying thunder and lightning continuously shimmered within the tornado, like a thunderous real dragon reaching up to swallow the sky. After a while, the thunder and lightning within the tornado gradually faded, with only occasional flashes of lightning arcs dancing within the whirlwind. It's over, Kristen must be dead by now. Ascenders can't possibly survive such a rage of lightning, nearly everyone thought. Even Lin Shen shared this thought, but his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the tornado. A silhouette slowly emerged from the tornado, its form became clearer and clearer until it finally burst out of the whirlwind. Then, they could clearly see it was indeed Kristen. Your next read awaits at Empire. At this moment, Kristen was still clad in pink carapace armor, and the demon sword in his hand was still a shade of pink. However, for some reason, he seemed somewhat different. Impossible. Catherine's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at Kristen, looking as if she had seen a ghost. She saw something but seemed unable to believe it. He actually succeeded, said Sophia with a relieved expression, taking a long breath, to destroy the Holy Heart sword, release the devil's personality, allowing it to expand boundlessly, then use that devil personality to recast the soul of the sword. Each step was a dance with death, yet he actually completed it. Lin Shen, I've kept you waiting, I'm here, said Kristen's voice, but for some reason, it made Lin Shen feel as if this was their first meeting. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked, frowning at Kristen. Kristen actually began to explain, the evolution skill I practice is called Extreme Demon. When cultivated to the extreme, it's like being possessed by a devil, losing one's true nature. Although there are countermeasures, they are not a long-term solution and greatly limit my own strength. So I lifted the restrictions to let it rage uncontrollably. Then with your help, I fully activated its power and took the opportunity to truly subdue it, making it serve me instead of restricting me. I must thank you, without you, I might not have succeeded. Now, I am the true me. Let's get acquainted again, my name is Kristen, disciple of the Sword Saint of the Diman tribe, Kristen said, looking calmly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, human, Lin Shen replied. Our battle can finally begin now, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Kristen said as he sheathed his pink demon sword and smiled at Lin Shen, please make your move. If I strike first, you won't stand a chance. Lin Shen couldn't help but internally complain, you were cuter when you were possessed by the devil, at least you didn't show off back then. Lin Shen didn't care whether or not Kristen had been possessed by a devil, in any case, it was all the same to him. He directly launched a surfing quintuple punch, continually throwing out punches, forming a series of waves like a tsunami, seemingly pouncing towards Kristen. Facing such a fearsome punch, Kristen simply drew his sword and lightly swept it across. Lin Shen sneered inwardly, I've got 10 series of the surfing quintuple punch, what are you trying to imply with that one sweeping strike of your sword? Looking down on my fist power. But in the next second, Lin Shen's expression changed. With that light sweep, Kristen had completely dissipated Lin Shen's 10 series of surfing quintuple punches, leaving not even a ripple, akin to a breeze that could stop on a dime, a completely different concept from being shattered previously. Separation method. Lin Shen's expression turned curious, as he hadn't expected such a coincidence. The person who posted about the separation method on the web of heaven turned out to be Kristen. Chapter 539. Have you had enough? What is that ability, so terrifying? Many people were inwardly shocked, they had watched the battle for so long and were very familiar with Lin Shen's surfing fist. Just by observing the fluctuations of fist power, they could determine the number of layers in the surfing fist. Although Kristen had previously managed to break Lin Shen's 5 consecutive punches, it was not as effortless as now. The truly terrifying thing was that Kristen used to need 10 blade strikes to counter Lin Shen's 5 consecutive punches, but now, he had shattered all 10 of Lin Shen's punches with just one sword strike and done so with ease. This was rather alarming. To break 5 consecutive punches with one blade strike, even if it didn't require 10 times the strength, it would still need at least 5 or 6 times the strength. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Being 5 or 6 times stronger than a top ascender, and perhaps even more, such strength would likely make Kristen a formidable opponent even for an average nirvana being. Too strong, truly too strong. The strength Lin Shen has exploded with is already the top among ascenders. Kristen's one sword has completely surpassed Lin Shen, to the extent that there's no longer any comparability. With just this sword, Kristen has already qualified to battle a nirvana being. Among the ascension level, no one else is worthy to fight him, not even DESI. Almost everyone thought this way, including the nirvana beings. If Lin Shen and Kristen's previously demonstrated combat power could already be considered on par with DESI, Kristen's sword had surpassed the current level in everyone's view. He was no longer in the same class as Lin Shen or DESI. Kristen, such a strong person, such a strong sword. Even Catherine had to admit that Kristen was truly powerful. Lin Shen also thought Kristen was strong, but while others only knew he was strong, they didn't know where his strength lay. Lin Shen, however, knew very well. The separation method, the skill he had seen on the Skynet, was unexpectedly employed by Kristen. Honed such a skill, and it wasn't just Lin Shen's surfing fist that would be troublesome to deal with. Even Nirvana-level fighters would find Kristen challenging. If the power particles and attribute particles of a Nirvana being are not tightly integrated, then the separation method could directly disassemble the power of Nirvana, rendering it invisible. It could be said that the separation method has a great restraining effect on ordinary Nirvana beings. Possessing this method, it is not impossible for an ascender to overcome higher-level Nirvana beings. Lin Shen had also studied the separation method, but unfortunately, he had not been successful. We are all human, why can he master the separation method, and I cannot? Lin Shen lamented in his heart. However, in others' views, Kristen's strength was outrageous, but Lin Shen thought it was just one more skill, the separation method, beyond the devil personality state, and not to the extent of being invincible. This is the power of knowledge. Lin Shen understands the separation method, so he feels it is manageable, others don't, and seeing Kristen's sword explode with power, they think his strength is outlandish. I'll give you another chance, use your pistol air strike skill. Kristen had shattered Lin Shen's 5 consecutive punches with one sword, and his confidence had peaked. Next, he planned to shatter Lin Shen's pistol air strike skill in front of all races in the universe and then tell everyone that this was his separation method, the one laughed at in the video. Damn it, you're good with separation method, so my finger sand and surfing fist make no difference to you, acting all high and mighty. You've got to show off not just once, but twice, really enough, Lin Shen muttered under his breath. In fact, that was what the onlookers were thinking as well. Both surfing fist and pistol air strike skill, which could hurt an opponent from a distance, had been used by Lin Shen. Given Lin Shen's strength, slight differences in technique didn't seem to change the overall situation. Some even believed that Lin Shen would do better to concede and withdraw from the fight now, saving a bit of face. Continuing to fight would only result in a thorough defeat, and might even endanger his life. Kristen's last strike was almost divine, exalting him to the altar of gods. People on the internet had already started to call him God Kristen. Alright then. Lin Shen was someone who listened to reason, so if Kristen wanted him to use finger sand, he would use it just for him to see. Why bother? It's just humiliating yourself, Catherine said. Though she didn't truly believe that Kristen's power was so much greater than Lin Shen's like others did, she was aware that Kristen possessed a powerful skill that could decisively suppress or counter Lin Shen. Under such circumstances, it wasn't a wise decision for Lin Shen to continue the fight. He should withdraw for now, study Kristen's skill, find a way to counter it, and then think of taking revenge later. Ye Yuzhen's feelings were even more complicated at this moment. Kristen was so terrifyingly strong that she wished Lin Shen would withdraw immediately and not take any risks. But if Lin Shen were to withdraw, she would lose the bet she had with her grandfather, and that would cause a lot of trouble later on. Ye Yuzhen had this thought but didn't really care about losing the bet. Lin Shen's safety was much more important to her, and she hoped he would choose to withdraw. Lin Shen didn't withdraw, and instead when he raised his palm, Ye Yuzhen's heart was in turmoil. She wished she could run up there and pull Lin Shen out of the fight herself. It looks like he's in a pretty bad spot, Yi Jinggren said, gloating at the side with a smirk. If he doesn't give up now, he might not even get the chance to concede later. He won't lose, Ye Yuzhen retorted stubbornly. Yi Jinggren just smiled and didn't provoke her further, his eyes fixed on the starry sky scroll, waiting for the final outcome. This strike was crucial. Even if it didn't decide the winner directly, it would likely be key to determining the direction of the battle. Without a skill as monstrously powerful as Kristen's, Lin Shen wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Lin Shen's hand shape into a gun, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Lin Shen's finger sand had been analyzed countless times by countless people, even immortal-level experts had personally analyzed it. It was understood inside out by now. Everyone knew how tricky Lin Shen's finger sand was and acknowledged its strength. But compared to Kristen's strike, it was far inferior, not on the same level at all. Your journey continues on Empire. If Lin Shen was going to use finger sand against Kristen's strike, the outcome was predictable without even watching. Regardless of what they thought, Lin Shen shaped his fingers into a gun, then performed a graceful turn in mid-air. His arm rotated with his body, and with a violent flick of his fingers, he launched the finger sand. Chapter 540 Finger Gun Breaks the Enemy. The spectators were all a bit stunned, not knowing what Lin Shen was up to or why he needed to spin in a circle before using the pistol air strike skill. It seemed that the spinning, aside from showing off, appeared to be utterly useless. That Lin Shen could still show off at this point, they thought his composure was admirable but ultimately pointless. After Lin Shen fired the finger sand, Kristen did not sense any fluctuations from the finger force, but Lin Shen's pistol angle was openly displayed. Kristen directly swung his sword with a pink blade glow, sealing off any angle the finger force might have traveled through. His separation method is the nemesis of acupoint striking from afar. If Lin Shen's finger sand even brushed past his blade glow, all the combined particles would be separated, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Kristen's blade glow was almost without any delay, charging straight towards Lin Shen. In Kristen's view, the pistol air strike skill used by Lin Shen had already been nullified by the blade glow imbued with the separation method. His blade glow had sealed off all angles. Unless Lin Shen didn't aim at him when firing, the blade glow would definitely intercept it. If Lin Shen truly hadn't aimed at him, then his pistol air strike skill would have been utterly useless and would not have affected him at all. The pink blade glow launched with the separation method reached Lin Shen almost instantly. Kristen watched as Lin Shen sidestepped to dodge the swinging blade glow, his lips revealing a hint of a smile. Pistol air strike skill, so easily countered and nothing impressive after all, not even comparable to the demon sword glow that comes with my life base, Kristen thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt something pierce into his left ear. A buzzing sound resounded in his brain, the intense pain surged like a tide, as if his brain had been turned to mush. Kristen couldn't help but clutch his head with one hand, but he instantly realized something was wrong and with his other hand still holding the sword, he attempted to unleash his blade glow. But as soon as he lifted his hand, the figure of Lin Shen reflected in his pupils. This startled and angered Kristen. He didn't understand how Lin Shen's speed had increased so suddenly, appearing in front of him almost like teleportation. Enduring the agony from his brain, Kristen tried to slash at Lin Shen with the hand holding the sword, but it was already too late. As he raised his hand, Lin Shen's fingers had already touched the A-cup ointment on his chest. Kristen's body instantly stiffened, stuck in the posture of raising his sword, resembling a motionless puppet on the verge of falling down. Indeed, using my fingers directly can still seal the acupoints. Acupoint striking from afar still has some issues. Lin Shen didn't give him the chance to fall, his fist and fingers struck together, relentlessly hitting Kristen, sending him reeling backwards through the air until a final, explosive six-surfing strike from Lin Shen blasted him into the tornado. All these movements may sound complicated, but to the onlookers, it seemed very straightforward. Lin Shen used the pistol air strike skill, and Kristen also used that terrifying swordsmanship. However, Lin Shen dodged Kristen's sword glow, yet Kristen failed to avoid Lin Shen's pistol air strike skill. His ear was blown through from left to right, with blood spraying out from the right side. Then Lin Shen, with incredible speed, rushed in front of Kristen and launched fist and palm strikes, beating Kristen without the power to resist. The carapace on his body was shattered by Lin Shen's fists, his ribcage caved in, likely having all his ribs broken, and his internal organs were probably smashed to pieces. The last barrage of violent punches sent Kristen, who was reduced to a punching bag, crashing into the tornado. Watching the crackling lightning within the tornado, everyone was dumbfounded, struggling to process what had happened in those brief seconds. Just seconds ago, Kristen had seemed like an unbeatable god, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Shen had beaten him to that state. Kristen's head had been pierced, most of his carapace shattered, his ribcage caved in, and then struck by the lightning in the tornado. It seemed improbable that he could survive. Impossible. Catherine watched the starry sky scroll, momentarily unable to accept everything she had seen. We won. Ye Yuzhen also found it hard to believe. What happened? I just looked down to take a sip of water, and all of a sudden, Kristen's gone. Read new chapters at Empire. Damn, that divine sword strike from Kristen that broke through 10 punches. It couldn't have been an act put on by Lin, could it? He deliberately punched without putting power into it, leading Kristen to believe he was strong, only to end up trapped. Lin's pistol air strike skill is still fierce, hey? One shot and it blew Kristen's head off. Something's not right. Lin used the pistol air strike skill facing Kristen directly, so why did Kristen's head explode from his ears being pierced? I guess it must have something to do with the spinning around he did before making his move. Could spinning around also be some sort of innate skill? Impossible, Lin has already used so many skills, how could one person have that many? Is Kristen really done for? The lightning within the tornado stopped, and when no one came out, people thought Kristen was done for, but then someone noticed that Kristen had already returned to his home planet's main stage. Standing there with his sword as support, Kristen's body was drenched in blood, covered with charred flesh emitting a burnt odor and shattered carapace, looking like a bloodied person pulled from a bonfire. Despite the gruesome appearance, he survived. Kristen is still strong, after all, he survived that. Kristen 666, he's not dead. Fuck, someone's challenging Kristen at this moment, trying to take advantage of his weakness. It must be one of the contestants who's been secretly watching, wanting to take advantage of the situation. An ascender appeared on Kristen's main battlefield, shockingly, a 10th turn ascender from the celestial race. The celestial race and the Dim-Man tribe had fought countless battles, they were archenemies, and no one from the celestial race wanted a formidable Dim-Man person like that to survive. The 10th turn celestial ascender was also quite famous and was quickly recognized. Tianbei Star, a 10th turn celestial ascender, actually picking on the weak like this, isn't this too shameless? The web was filled with voices of condemnation, but Tianbei Star naturally couldn't see them and, even if he could, he wouldn't care. Being able to kill such a demand person would save many more from the celestial race in the future. If he didn't kill him now, he might never get the chance again. Without a second word, Tianbei Star went all out. An angel halo appeared above his head, his combat power soared, while a golden life base shaped like a shield appeared in his hands. Behind his shield, like a comet descending from the heavens, Tianbei Star charged at Kristen, who looked so unstable he could barely stand upright under the support of his sword. As he charged, a terrifying golden light started to build up on his shield, and the force became increasingly frightening. The Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, a renowned shield strike technique from the celestial race, combined attack and defense. Except for difficulty dealing with complex battles, its straight-line charge could unleash unimaginable strength. It also had a strong defensive capability. Often used on battlefields for storming fortresses or breaking through asteroid belts, even sturdy castles and various asteroids couldn't withstand the impact of the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, which illustrated just how powerful it was. Kristen, with the sword supporting him, stood there looking as if he didn't even have the energy to dodge, yet he raised his hand and delivered a slash. A pink blade light rose up, and although it was obviously weaker compared to when he battled with Lin Shen, when the blade collided with the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, it split Tianbei Star's shield life base, along with the man himself, right down the middle. Chapter 541, The Third Mountain. Without comparison, there is no sense of harm. It was only when they saw Tianbei Star, who used the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, cleaved in two by a sword light, that people could concretely know just how strong Kristen actually was. Tianbei Star was already a very strong ascender, yet he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from an injured Kristen. Lin Shen had fought Kristen for so long, and had taken so many of Kristen's sword strokes. Although he had felt the power of Kristen's sword light, he hadn't found it to be astonishingly strong. It was not until a sword light killed Tianbei Star that people had a concept in their minds, knowing just how strong Kristen was. No one dared to challenge Kristen anymore, and likewise, no one dared to challenge Lin Shen either. Just because Kristen could survive in front of Lin Shen, didn't mean that others could survive in front of Lin Shen. And with the peculiar headshot from the pistol airstrike skill, no one dared to try. Lin Shen sat back down on the stone to rest, wondering whether he should just end the matches, since his mission was already complete, and the ascension level ranking was of no use to him. The ascension level ranking couldn't affect the racial ranking because the racial ranking is determined by the final ranking. After winning the ascension level ranking, one would have to compete with strong individuals from other levels. Without the strength of a top nirvana cultivator, it was almost impossible to break into the rankings of the hundreds of races. But then he thought again, if he gave up the fight now, wouldn't it be too obvious that he was targeting Kristen? He was just a worker, and if the Diman tribe held a grudge and wanted to take his life no matter what, that would be rather distressing. With that in mind, Lin Shen felt it was still necessary to perform a bit more, to avoid giving others the impression that he was targeting Kristen. Then I'll challenge a few more who are relatively strong. Who might be stronger? Lin Shen looked at the leaderboard. Now that no one dared to challenge him, he could no longer dive downward. He could only scan upward, and noticed that DESI had not rushed up yet. He would have to wait for some time if he wanted to battle him. Apart from DESI, in fact, there were many strong figures among the various races. It's just that DESI was too famous, which made it seem as though he was the only formidable one, as if there were no other strong individuals. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had no knowledge of the ascenders of the major races. Looking only at the names on the leaderboard, he really didn't know who was strong enough. As he hesitated over whom to challenge, Lin Shen suddenly saw a name on the leaderboard that was familiar to him. Ximen Swordsman is also taking part in this racial ranking battle. Lin Shen noticed Ximen Swordsman's name. After the Night Ghost Tribe's action the last time, Lin Shen had specifically asked Tianxuan about Ximen Swordsman's situation. Tianxuan only knew that Ximen Swordsman was unharmed and still working under an 117. Ximen swordsman was challenging someone else, away from his own planetary home court. Lin Shen had no intention of challenging Ximen swordsman. If he wanted to test whether finger sand could break Ximen's skill of borrowing and transforming force, he could find him privately. There was no need to try it here. His gaze continued to search the leaderboard, and soon Lin Shen found another interesting name. Experience new stories on Empire. Shan Clan's Third Mountain. This name is quite intriguing. What race is Shan Clan? I've never heard of it before. And is he surnamed Third with the given name Three Mountains, or is it just a nickname? Lin Shen was somewhat curious. Seeing that Third Mountain's ranking was just a few dozen places above his own, and that no one was challenging him, and looking further to see that DESI was still some distance away from him, he figured he would have to wait a while for him to climb up. On a whim, Lin Shen chose to challenge Third Mountain. This was Lin Shen's first time challenging someone and entering their home planet's arena. The audience who came to watch Lin Shen challenge someone were very curious, wondering what kind of powerful opponent could make Lin Shen take the initiative to challenge them. However, when they saw clearly whom Lin Shen had challenged, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He was a complete stranger, and no one had even heard of this stranger's race. What is Lin Shen trying to do? Challenging an ordinary pedestrian, isn't this bullying? This unlucky Third Mountain really got a rough deal being targeted by Lin Shen. It's so pointless. If Lin Shen is going to challenge someone, it should at least be one of the top powerhouses. Lin Shen just wanted to pass some time, and after arriving at the opponent's home planet, he found that this Third Mountain was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had thought that a name like that would belong to a robust man as large as a mountain, but it turned out to be an almost spherical fat man. The man stood about 2 meters tall, wearing a white battle suit granted by the ranking board, with a belly larger and rounder than that of a pregnant woman with twins. The feature that differentiated Third Mountain from a human being was his ears. They were pig-like and floppy, but the rest of him was not unlike that of a human. Upon seeing a challenger enter, Third Mountain sneered to himself, "Come on, come to your death, let you all riffraff learn the extent of Mountain Lord's strength." But after getting a clear look at the newcomer, Third Mountain was taken aback. Lin Shen? Isn't he ranked first? What's going on? How can he challenge me? Aren't challenges only allowed upward? Third Mountain had been continuously challenging others and never paid attention to anyone else's status, so he was unaware that Lin Shen had plunged down the leaderboard. He even checked the ranking board specifically and saw that indeed, Lin Shen was no longer ranked first, and after a quick scan, he couldn't find his name within the top 100 at all. This is frustrating. Why would he challenge me? Third Mountain felt quite vexed, as he had no desire to draw attention to himself. He had more important things to do. Without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything, Third Mountain directly chose to forfeit the fight, giving up on the match. Lin Shen was teleported back to his own home planet's arena, taking over Third Mountain's original ranking. Lin Shen didn't mind. He had gotten curious on a whim and just wanted to see what this Shan clan looked like. Now that he had his look, that was enough. What he thought was just a side note, however, started to evolve in an outrageous direction. No one had previously paid any attention to Third Mountain, but after Lin Shen challenged him, many people felt that Lin Shen must have had a reason for challenging Third Mountain, and it couldn't be as simple as bullying the weak. Therefore, some people began to study Third Mountain, looking through his past battle records. You don't realize until you look, but once you do, you're in for a shock. Third Mountain had actually surged up from rank 50 million, and he had completed the third overranking challenge rule. It was just that he was completely unknown, and the opponents he chose to challenge were ascenders from minor races. He did not aim for the maximal challenge value. Thus, practically no one had taken notice of him. If Lin Shen had not come forth to challenge him, no one would have realized that such a powerful stranger was among them. Chapter 542 Dust Settles. Because he surrendered in his fight with Lin Shen, his winning streak at the Third Mountain was also broken. Having previously been able to challenge anyone ranked up to 1,000,000 places above him, he dropped a level and could now only challenge those within 10,000 ranks above his. Continue your journey on Empire. The third mountain quickly selected another target to continue his upward challenge, aiming to trigger the 1,000,000 level leapfrogging challenge rule again with another 100 consecutive victories. The third mountain thought that by surrendering, he wouldn't draw attention to himself, but he hadn't anticipated that many would take notice of him simply because Lin Shen had challenged him. People soon discovered that this third mountain only ever chose to challenge little-known small race ascenders. At first, some thought the third mountain was just picking easy targets, but after watching several of his fights, they realized it was not so simple. Among those small race ascenders the third mountain chose, some were unexpectedly strong. There was even a 10-stage ascendant who had mastered the Soul Clan's evolution skill Soul Sutra, who almost lost his life to a single slap from the third mountain. The Soul Clan's Soul Sutra, once mastered, provides tremendous resistance to physical attacks. Its users are usually hard to injure with attacks of similar destructive power. Yet the third mountain nearly killed that Soul Clan member with just one slap, which was quite alarming. Others looked back at his previous fights and discovered something even more incredible: the third mountain's combat strength was extraordinarily high. Although he challenged only small race ascenders, many of them were quite formidable, with strength comparable to ascenders from major races. But in front of the third mountain, they could only take a beating. Hardly anyone was able to last more than a few exchanges, and he would usually end the fight with just a few slaps, appearing quite casual about it. Someone compiled a highlight reel of the third mountain's fights and posted it on Skynet, explicitly stating in the title that Lin Shen's challenge to the third mountain was not picking on the weak. Because of Lin Shen's reputation, many watched the third mountain's battle videos and began recognizing the strength of this formidable small race ascender. This third mountain is really strong, no wonder Lin Shen wanted to challenge him. I knew it, Lin isn't the type to bully the weak. It's a pity, though, that the third mountain chose to surrender and didn't dare to face the challenge. Subsequently, many started paying attention to the third mountain and found that after his surrender to Lin, he resumed his winning streak, scoring overwhelming continuous victories and attracting an ever-growing audience. Lin Shen was unaware that his impulsive challenge had singled out such an odd individual. After that challenge, Lin Shen found that his loser's rule had also been downgraded. Only those within 10,000 ranks of him could issue a challenge now. That meant DESI would now need even more time before he could challenge Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought about it and decided not to challenge others. Winning more would only put him further out of DESI's reach. Now, Lin Shen was thinking about quickly fighting DESI, finding an opportunity to bow out. He found the competition rather dull mainly because no matter how much he won, it wouldn't affect humanity's ranking in the universe, so he felt it meaningless. The third mountain's incredible winning streak garnered increasing attention. DESI also continued his winning streak, finally reaching a position where he could challenge Lin Shen. DESI hesitated for a moment before choosing to challenge Lin Shen. He had watched Lin Shen's battle with Kristen. During that time, he had stopped challenging others and focused solely on studying the two's combat process. So just now he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to challenge Lin Shen first between Kristen and Lin Shen. Kristen was too seriously injured, and although his recovery ability was astounding, such severe injuries still required some time. DESI planned to challenge Kristen after his battle with Lin Shen ended. Lin Shen, who had been waiting for DESI, saw a teleportation portal appear and realized it might be DESI, so he stood up. Indeed, the person who came out of the teleportation portal was DESI. Lin Shen, are you the undefeated king's younger brother? DESI asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and didn't know why DESI would suddenly bring this up. This must be fate. The unfinished battle between him and me shall be completed by us, said DESI as he summoned his life-base dust. Dust seemed like an insignificant speck in the universe, rather unremarkable and not quite fitting DESI's illustrious reputation. But his life base was just this unremarkable speck of dust. Didn't you already defeat my brother? Why do you still speak of an unfinished battle? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Desi let dust settle on his fingertip and calmly said, I took one of his moves, but he did not take mine. Since the winner was not decided, naturally the battle is not over. The undefeated king has gone through nirvana, and that battle has no possibility of continuance. You must take his place and receive my strike. Lin Shen stared blankly at Desi, his eyes gradually turning sharp. Originally, he just wanted to have a casual fight with Desi to understand his strength and look for an opportunity to withdraw from the competition. But Desi's words meant that Lin Shen could not deal with this so lightly anymore. Since Desi considered him to be his fourth brother's representative, if Lin Shen were to simply lose, wouldn't it tarnish the undefeated king's reputation? Lin Shen looked at the dust life base between Desi's fingers, as carapace emerged and simultaneously activated super base form. Super base pattern and super base recast were also engaged, and his carapace shone with a brilliant radiance. If that's the case, then come on, I will represent him and take your strike, Lin Shen said gravely, looking at Desi. My life base is named Dust. Since my birth, it has been with me. We are one, it is me, I am it. It is the dust in the universe, and I too am a speck in the universe. Desi did not immediately attack, but regarded the dust life base on his fingertip and spoke these seemingly nonsensical words. Sorry, I am not well read and don't understand what you are trying to say, Lin Shen said frowning. My apologies, I mistook you for the undefeated king. Although you are brothers, you are ultimately not the same person, with very different temperaments. Desi laughed dryly and continued, my move is called Dust Settles. Although it is unleashed through the life base, it consolidates all the strength of it in me. Be careful. I am not my brother. Actually, you really don't need to say so much to me, just make your move, said Lin Shen helplessly, not accustomed to Desi's way of speaking. Very well, Desi nodded slightly, with his middle finger and thumb forming a circle, he flicked the speck of dust towards Lin Shen. Chapter 543 False Separation Method. Lin Shen had seen Desi use this move before, but only in a video. At that time, he hadn't thought the move was very powerful, but facing it himself now, a heaviness settled in his heart. To others, it appeared to be just a speck of dust, but in Lin Shen's eyes, that speck seemed like a snowball rolling downhill, growing larger and larger. It wasn't that the dust life base was getting bigger, but rather that the speck of dust seemed to be sweeping up the energy in the space around it, like a snowball, accumulating all the energy onto itself. Lin Shen even felt that the world's force his super base pattern absorbed had suddenly decreased significantly. Enjoy more content from Empire. With Desi's dust life base released, the force from the world that had been rushing toward him like a tide had now turned into a trickle, greatly diminished. Lin Shen suddenly understood why everyone was saying that Desi had grown stronger, the strength of others was limited to themselves. But Desi's strength was not just about his own power anymore. His casual strike could now draw on the universe's power to aid him. It was practically cheating. However powerful one might be, it's hard to exceed one's own level, but this move of his could really unleash the energy in space, snowballing beyond the shackles of his own level. The energy of Evil Speech Planet was inherently overwhelming, which provided an infinite boost to Desi's strike. What was Lin Shen's home ground now seemed as though it had been tailored for Desi. Lin Shen knew he couldn't just wait to die. If the snowball grew bigger and the dust reached him, he feared that even a nirvana being might not be able to withstand it. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen could choose to dodge this attack, but he had already declared he would take this hit for his fourth brother. If he dodged now, he would be slapping not only his own face but his brother's as well. I can only try, thought Lin Shen, as he lifted his right hand in the shape of a gun, aiming once more at Desi and releasing his finger sand. This finger sand didn't have the effect of gun fighting skill, nor did it carry the power of the sacrificial halo. As finger sand shot from his fingertips, it was somewhat different from usual. Normally invisible and formless, this time it sparkled with dazzling brilliance, like a streak of shooting light. It collided head-on with the dust life base. Kristen was watching this battle, and upon seeing Lin Shen's fingertip force, he widened his eyes in shock. Others might not notice the difference between Lin Shen's strike and the one used against him, but Kristen saw it as clear as day. Because Lin Shen's strike was imbued with the effects of his separation method, a fact that made Kristen's face turn green with envy. It was as if the beautiful girl he'd struggled so hard to win over had suddenly been found in the embrace of another man. Impossible! How does he know the separation method? Kristen found it hard to accept. The separation method was his own creation, and he had dared to publish its concept on the Sky Network because he was absolutely confident that no one besides him could master it. You couldn't succeed in the separation method just by being strong or working hard enough. The separation method required talent, and by talent, it meant a combination of the natural abilities Kristen possessed and his base talent. Without his natural abilities, without his base talent, no matter how strong others were, they couldn't use the separation method. This was like needing iron ore to forge steel. You need the metal first, as trying to forge steel from a stick of wood will only lead to ashes. Never steel.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. So Kristen couldn't believe that Lin Shen was actually capable of using the separation method. In fact, the separation method used by Lin Shen was a bit different from Kristen's. Just as Kristen thought, Lin Shen indeed didn't possess Kristen's base change talent or base talent, which was why he couldn't successfully execute the separation method before. It was only during the recent battle with Kristen, when Kristen used the separation method, that Lin Shen personally experienced it and felt that only Kristen could use such a method. However, after witnessing the dust settling of DESI, he suddenly got an inspiration. The essence of the separation method was to separate two combined particles. By peeling off one of the particles, one could disrupt the opponent's power system and cause its immediate collapse. Without Kristen's talents, it was difficult for Lin Shen to cause the particles to separate. Yet the snowball-like dust settling of DESI made Lin Shen realize that while he might not be able to separate someone else's power particles, there might be a chance for him to break through DESI's technique using the theory of the separation method. The dust settling absorbed energy from the space, making the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern very scarce. This meant that the super base pattern actually had the capability to absorb the energy swept up by the dust settling, which met the basic requirements of the separation method. The energy snowball rolled up by the dust was looser than the combination of strength particles and attribute particles, making it easier to separate. So Lin Shen had a stroke of insight to attach the super base pattern onto the finger sand to achieve the effect of the separation method. The super base pattern couldn't be used on others, only on himself, so Lin Shen could only try to see if he could attach the super base pattern to the finger sand. If it didn't work, he would have to break DESI's strike with the sacrificial halo. Luckily, it was successful on the first try. The super base pattern was added to the highly concentrated finger sand, and with Lin Shen's prior research on the separation method, it made the finger sand carry an effect similar to the separation method. But this effect was different from Kristen's separation method. It couldn't separate those tightly bound power particles and couldn't suppress the power of nirvana like Kristen could. It could only be considered a false separation method. But it was already sufficient to deal with the snowball-like loose dust settling. When the finger sand came into contact with the terrifying energy rolled up by the dust life base, it was like a red-hot iron rod plunged into snow, melting all the snow it touched. No matter how strong the energy snowball rolled up by the dust was, it couldn't hold against the finger sand, which pierced through the energy snowball around it and struck the dust life base at the center. Those who understood DESI and saw Lin Shen actually facing the dust settling head-on, rather than maneuvering like he did against Kristen, all thought Lin Shen was bound to suffer greatly this time. As long as DESI was given enough space and time, even nirvana beings wouldn't dare to meet this move head-on. How could Lin Shen, merely an ascender, possibly withstand it? However, the moment the finger sand collided with the dust, the energy snowball of dust suddenly disintegrated, and the dust life base was smashed and flew back. Even Lin Shen himself hadn't anticipated that this false separation method would have such an effect. It wasn't just because the false separation method could dismantle the opponent's power system, but with the enhancement from the super base pattern, the finger sand was able to absorb the world's force that was separated, just like the dust settling, empowering the finger sand. It could be said that this false separation method finger sand possessed both the properties of the separation method and dust settling. Chapter 544 Dust Life Base. Ordinary people couldn't fathom the ferocity of Lin Shen's strike, only a few who knew the potency of dust settles could perceive how terrifying his attack was. To the average person, it might seem that DESI was nothing special, not nearly as fearsome as the combat strength Kristen had displayed. "I've taken your strike, shouldn't you take mine as well?" Lin Shen asked DESI. Of course, DESI nodded in response. Lin Shen raised his hand, pointing towards DESI like a spear, and without any hesitation, he used finger sand again. A needle-shaped stream of light shot from Lin Shen's fingertip, heading straight for DESI's face. As finger sand flew, it somewhat resembled DESI's dust settles by directly absorbing the world's force onto it, making its strength grow increasingly stronger. However, it wasn't as rapid as dust settles, lacking its snowballing feature, it simply continued to absorb the world's force. Even so, because it subsequently absorbed the world's force, this finger sand broke through the limit of strength Lin Shen could muster, albeit not as exaggerated as dust settles. But dust settles had its flaw as well. It could only be effective if one used the dust life base, unlike finger sand which could be used anytime and anywhere, not limited by its medium. Lin Shen thought, DESI is after all universally acknowledged as the strongest among ascenders. I took his strike without using my life base, surely he wouldn't have the audacity to use his life base against my attack. As he was thinking this, he saw DESI create a circle with his index finger and thumb, flicking towards the finger sand from Lin Shen. One saw dust, rolling with an energy snowball, charging towards finger sand. When they collided, a terrifying burst of energy was unleashed, sending both men staggering backward in retreat. Lin Shen inwardly cursed, what happened to dust settles being a full force strike? What happened to it being the full force strike of his life base and himself? Isn't this cheating my feelings? Clearly, DESI's recent strike was just a casual flick, without using his dust life base at all. Didn't you just say that dust settles was the full force attack combining you and your dust life base? Lin Shen couldn't help but directly confront DESI. Yes, DESI nodded earnestly. Then why was it that your recent attack, without using the dust life base, managed to produce the same effect? Lin Shen continued to press DESI. Didn't I tell you from the start? My life base is but a speck of dust in the universe, and I am also a speck of dust in the universe. I am it, and it is me. Any speck of dust in the universe can be considered as my life base. DESI explained earnestly. Make it simpler, I don't like philosophy, Lin Shen frowned. To put it simply, the dust life base is any speck of dust in the universe, any of which can be my life base, DESI explained again. Are you saying that any particle of dust is your life base? You can use all of them as a life base. Lin Shen felt that DESI was bullshitting him. How could such a thing be possible? Yes, DESI nodded with certainty. In that case, the air is full of dust, all of which are your life base? Since they are all your life base, you should be able to control them, right? Show me. Lin Shen sneered. All right, as DESI's voice fell, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dust in the air, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to shimmer one by one. Countless specks of dust, as if responding to DESI, kept twinkling with various colors, making the entire space seem like it was filled with colorful stars. For a moment, Lin Shen felt as though he was in a galaxy. DESI stretched out a hand, and the dust that was as dazzling as a galaxy immediately converged towards his palm. It was as if a river of stars was flowing in reverse, continuously condensing in his hand, and it transformed into a folding fan, identical to Lin Shen's inheritance fan. Your life base is a folding fan, you must be skilled with fan techniques, then let us battle with fans, DESI said, holding the folding fan formed from the gathered dust. Lin Shen felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Could he really use the omnipresent dust as his life base? With dust being everywhere, DESI's ability to turn it into his life base meant that Lin Shen was constantly surrounded by DESI's life base. Even the dust he breathed in could be manipulated by DESI to become a lethal weapon. How do you fight someone who can strike you from all directions, inside and out, at any moment? Only now did Lin Shen fully realize why in the universe so many powerful figures, so many mysterious and strange skills, still only DESI is recognized as the strongest. Experience more content on Empire. This was more than strong, it was monstrous. DESI, truly deserving of a naturally nirvana-born human, the Heavenly Emperor rarely offered such praise. The universe is far too fond of DESI, Catherine also sighed. Kristen watched DESI silently, with an intensity in her eyes that was frightening. Lin Shen managed to beat her, somewhat by a fluke, and if she were to battle Lin Shen again, Kristen didn't think she would necessarily lose. But now, just by witnessing DESI display his life base ability, Kristen already felt immense pressure and couldn't think of a way to overcome it instantly. What is true peerless invincibility? It must be this kind of despair, someone sighed unconsciously. No one could imagine how DESI could possibly lose. Previously many thought certain powerful individuals could match DESI, but only at this moment did everyone clearly understand that no one had the right to be mentioned in the same breath as DESI. He was like a godlike existence, the true definition of peerless invincibility. Unless one's body could withstand the omnipresent attack from the dust life base, which was everywhere, no one else stood a chance. Only absolute strength and suppression could possibly defeat DESI. DESI was currently at the Ascension level, and there were the Nirvana level and Immortal level that could suppress him, but what when DESI advanced to the Nirvana level, the Immortal level? Who then could suppress him with absolute strength? Perhaps, the universe is finally about to welcome a new realm king. At this moment, many terrifying beings in the universe couldn't help but harbor murderous intentions, but thinking of DESI's origins, they could only suppress their killing intent. If the Supreme Clan wanted to delineate and become a realm king, it seemed there was no need to wait for the birth of DESI. Lin Shen looked at DESI, and did not summon his inheritance fan, because it was pointless. It would be like DESI foregoing machine guns and cannons to play with daggers in close combat. Even if Lin Shen won, what would it mean? Chapter 545 He just doesn't want to win. Lin Shen did not consider using the sacrificial halo. The attribute enhancement of the sacrificial halo could have allowed him to crush DESI with absolute strength and indeed ensure a victory. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. However, such a victory would bring Lin Shen no benefit and only harm. Even without using the sacrificial halo, Lin Shen might not necessarily lose, but he would need to fight with all his might, and the outcome would be hard to predict. In a state where his super base form, super base recast, super base pattern, and super base change were all activated, his body was flawless. Even if the dust life base launched an all-around attack on him or infiltrated his body to assault him from within, it would make no difference to him. But then he would be gambling on whether he could withstand until the super base change was complete. If he could last until super base change was completed, all of DESI's attacks would become beneficial to him, and by then he could suppress DESI with absolute strength. If he couldn't hold out until that moment, his body would be destroyed by DESI, and death would be his only path. If this were truly a great battle between races, vying for the top ranking, Lin Shen would have fought till the end, no matter what. What a pity that humans couldn't even make it onto the rankings of the hundreds of races, so what use would winning be to him? I lose. Lin Shen said with a smile as he conceded, then chose to directly forfeit his rights and withdraw from this racial war. Although everyone thought Lin Shen's decision was to be expected, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They hadn't been able to witness DESI fighting at full capacity, leaving them somewhat unsatisfied. What a pity, if it weren't for an unsolvable presence like DESI, Lin Shen might have had the chance to strive for the top ascenders ranking. Lin Shen is already very strong, but it's a shame he was born in the wrong era and encountered DESI. Could it be that the era of heroes competing for supremacy is about to end, and a new king is about to ascend to the throne? That's not necessarily the case, it still depends on whether DESI can live to become immortal. As people were expressing various sentiments, a figure made their way onto DESI's home turf. The spectators were all taken aback, as under such circumstances, someone was still challenging DESI. Everyone observed the challenger and realized it was yet another human, one carrying a jade umbrella, whose handsome appearance seemed as though he had stepped right out of a painting. Why are there so many good-looking people among humans? The undefeated king is already quite a sight, and this human is no less attractive. Tia's eyes lit up. Catherine had no words for her sister, who was obsessed with looks. She couldn't understand what young people these days were thinking. In her time, strength and masculinity were the standards by which a man's charm was measured. Of course, looks were important in that era too, just not the most crucial factor. The human man with the umbrella walked slowly towards DESI, carrying himself with elegance, as graceful as a beautiful woman. His flawless beauty, which no race could find fault with, led many to admire and even envy him. Everyone thought that this human man must have not watched the recent battle between Lin Shen and DESI, which would explain why he wanted to challenge DESI. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Shen returned to his residence, only to see that Ouyang Yedou was actually challenging DESI, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. What is Ouyang Yedou trying to do? Lin Shen felt that there was no need for Ouyang Yedou to challenge DESI, as there were no benefits whether he won or lost. Let's have another go. Ouyang Yedou walked up to DESI and said. What do you mean by another go? DESI looked at Ouyang Yedou with some confusion. He was feeling somewhat disappointed now. He had originally thought Lin Shen might give him some trouble, but Lin Shen had simply forfeited, which was disappointing to him. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have participated in the ranking battle. The move you used on Lin Shen just now, do it again, Ouyang Yedou said, looking at DESI. With that statement, everyone knew that Ouyang Yedou had watched the fight between Lin Shen and DESI. Even after witnessing that battle, daring to issue a challenge seemed a bit too sensational. Many believed that this human named Ouyang Yedou was probably crazed for fame. Why? DESI frowned and asked. Not just anyone was worthy of making DESI reveal his true strength. He had shown his real power to Lin Shen because he believed Lin Shen had that right. But this human he didn't recognize at all? He didn't think there was any need to engage with him, even considering forfeiting and going home directly. To prove something, Ouyang Yedou said. Prove what? DESI asked. To prove that Lin Shen has not lost, he simply didn't wish to win. Ouyang Yedou's statement sent the entire universe into an uproar. Just having sat down and taken a sip of water, Lin Shen spit it all out. Stay connected with Empire. What the hell? Ouyang Yedou, what are you up to? Lin Shen felt that something bad was about to happen. Ouyang Yedou was stirring up trouble. What's all this? Is this an actor hired by Lin Shen? Doesn't dare to fight DESI himself, so he stages this farce. What's the point? I thought Lin Shen had some class, but this is making him look really low. Having lost is one thing, but this seems like poor sportsmanship. DESI, Don't waste your words on him, just finish him off, it's kind of disgusting. How will you prove it? Desi finally became somewhat interested and looked at Ouyang Yadu. That thing you just used, do it again, Ouyang Yadu said. Desi understood what Ouyang Yadu meant. Once again, the dust that filled the sky twinkled like the stars of the galaxy and formed into an inheritance fan in his hands. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. You want to compete with me in this? Desi looked at Ouyang Yadu and asked, wanting to be sure if Ouyang really understood. What truly drove Lin Shen away was not the folding fan he condensed from dust but the omnipresent dust itself. Yes and no, you know what to do, go ahead, Ouyang Yadu said, shaking his head. This time, Desi was certain that the human in front of him wasn't joking, he truly understood. Without further hesitation, Desi casually flicked the folding fan open and tossed it toward Ouyang Yadu. The folding fan disintegrated in mid-air, turning into countless sparkling particles of dust. It was like a galaxy pouring out, hurtling towards Ouyang Yadu. Although it was just a casual strike, the terror it instilled was beyond imagination, akin to the cunning aspects of the petal torrent unleashed by Lin Xiangdong. Everyone thought that the human would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness amidst this terrifying galaxy of dust, a force no ascender could withstand. Yet, faced with the galaxy of dust, Ouyang Yadu simply lowered the jade umbrella in his hand and gently began to fold it shut. A bizarre scene unfolded. The dust hurricane hurtling toward Ouyang Yadu seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing into the slowly closing jade umbrella. When Ouyang Yadu completely closed the jade umbrella, the dust galaxy that had shined like the stars was now entirely absorbed within the umbrella. It vanished without causing any power fluctuation, so silently and stealthily. You're very strong, stronger than me, but even I can't defeat this move. Lin Shen is much stronger than me, he couldn't possibly lose. Indeed, he just didn't want to win, Ouyang Yadu said and then directly conceded and walked away. The entire universe audience was left in a momentary daze, and even Desi was stunned in place. Lin Shen felt his blood pressure skyrocket, nearly having a cerebral hemorrhage, as if a heart attack was about to happen. Chapter 546 The Lin Xiangdong Who Knows Only One Move. Big brother, if you're going to show off, please leave me out of it. Lin Shen's eye twitched as his heart felt uncomfortably blocked. Ouyang Yadu had the means to absorb energy, able to draw away the energy from the dust, but he did not possess such a power. With what could he possibly counter it? Moreover, Lin Shen had noticed that Ouyang Yadu had actually caught the attack somewhat reluctantly, with the Jade Bone Demon umbrella almost failing to close. And such a level of attack was, in fact, just a casual strike from Desi, using only the dust gathered into the fan-shaped part, rather than triggering the cosmic dust in its entirety. Even so, Ouyang Yadu had already received the attack with great difficulty. Lin Shen understood this, but others didn't, and with Ouyang Yadu's move, many now believed that Lin Shen had the ability to fight but chose to avoid battle. Is that for real? Ouyang Yadu actually managed to withstand Desi's attack. Damn, is Lin actually pulling off another acting stunt? Acting is only part of it, he definitely wasn't confident he could beat Desi, so he withdrew immediately. Those who had previously thought Ouyang Yadu had come to clear Lin Shen's name were now becoming speculative again. Ouyang Yadu was already this strong, so when he said that Lin Shen was much stronger than him, perhaps Lin Shen truly did have the capacity to contend with Desi. However, there were also those who insisted that Ouyang Yadu was just there to clear Lin Shen's name, and it might be that he wasn't weaker than Lin Shen after all. That Ouyang Yadu isn't bad. He must have taken part in the fierce Fire Star battle alongside Lin Shen, right? The Heavenly Emperor mused. Yes, Your Eminence, Tian Kanjiun responded from the side. The human family to which Ouyang Yadu belongs has been clinging to our celestial race since they entered the great universe, inhabiting under the fierce Fire Star family because of disputes with the Diman tribe. The Ouyang family, having lost almost all their Nirvana beings, participated in the showdown with the Diman tribe to preserve their holdings on Fierce Fire Star. This person is not bad. The Celestial Master Institute needs manpower for future development, and the Chief of the Heavenly Institute needs capable handlers. Transfer him to the Celestial Master Institute, Emperor Tianchi said indifferently. Your Eminence, what position should we give him? Tian Kanjiun understood Emperor Tianchi's intent. People of such small races without their own domain and without top-tier warriors, who could only rely on others for protection, would sell their lives for just a bit of favor. They were obedient, caused little trouble, had strong capabilities, and unlike our own talented individuals, they did not demand much and were not bothersome. It didn't matter much if they died. They were very useful. Let the Chief of the Heavenly Institute decide, Emperor Tianchi said blandly. Such talents should be given more opportunities to serve our race. Yes, I will inform the Chief of the Heavenly Institute immediately. Tian Kanjiun replied. Desi came back to his senses, his expression somewhat peculiar. Those two brothers really are peculiar. If there's an opportunity, it would be good to meet them. While people were still talking about Ouyang Yedu and Lin Shen, Desi unexpectedly chose to withdraw, exiting the battle for the race rankings. Following the withdrawal of Desi and Lin Shen, it wasn't long before Kristen also withdrew. Their exits, however, did not affect the intensity of the Ascenders battle, as many powerful individuals from various races continued to fight for their rankings. Azure Dragon, come have a seat. The Sword Alliance hierarch said with a smile, inviting Zhou Qinglong to sit by his side. Alliance hierarch, do you have any instructions? Zhou Qinglong saluted and asked. The Star Lord saw your performance in the ranking battle and has ordered your recruitment into the King Gui troop. Prepare yourself, you'll be leaving today. The Sword Alliance hierarch said earnestly, this is your opportunity. The resources that the King Gui troop can access are incomparable to ours. If you can secure your footing there, it will greatly benefit not only you but also the development of our Sword Alliance. Please rest assured, Alliance Hierarch, I will not bring shame to our Sword Alliance. Zhou Qinglong said. My child, be prudent and cautious in all things. If there's anything you need, make sure to tell me at once, we will support you with all our might. As for the path ahead, you must forge it yourself, your generation is stronger than ours. The Sword Alliance hierarch patted Zhou Qinglong's shoulder and continued, go out there confidently. Don't worry about home, I will ensure their complete safety. Lin Shen lay on the sofa, feeling as if he had been hollowed out, listless and without the slightest desire to get up. The battle within the starry sky scroll continued, and Lin Shen was simultaneously browsing the latest news on the celestial net and watching his fourth brother's combat. The combat prowess of his fourth brother was unexpectedly phenomenal. It hadn't been long since his Nirvana, yet he had already broken into the top 10 million of the Nirvana level ranking list, now positioned at around 9 millionth place. Don't underestimate this 9 millionth position. Nirvana beings that could penetrate into the ranking of 100 million strong, were at the very least, top-tier Nirvana beings. Continue reading on Empire. For newly advanced Nirvana beings to even retain their ranking was an impressive feat. Someone like Lin Xiangdong, who had surged from such a low position to within 10 million, was already considered to be a formidable existence even among those at Nirvana level. After watching a few of his fourth brother's fights, Lin Shen was somewhat surprised to find that he was relying on the same technique to climb to such a high rank. It was as if that was the only move he knew. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. If it had been previously, Lin Shen would not have discerned much. However, after his battle with Desi, Lin Shen had also developed the false separation method's finger sand, so when he watched Lin Xiangdong's pedal torrent technique, he noticed a few issues. Lin Xiangdong's technique clearly bore the hallmarks of Desi's dust settled. His pedals could whirl up the energy in the space, not by adhering energy through a super bass pattern like Lin Shen, but in a fashion similar to dust settled, essentially rolling up energy like a snowball. Was this move something my fourth brother knew all along, or did he learn it from DESI later? Lin Shen wondered curiously. If it was the latter, then maybe he could figure out the real dust settled too, if his fourth brother could master it. After breaking into the top 10 million, Lin Xiangdong did not continue to challenge others and rested on his own home planet instead. With his current ranking, there was a possibility for humanity to burst into the 100 million strong ranking list. Because the Immortals ranking list didn't reach 100 million in number, several tens of millions were still vacant. Ultimately, the final ranking would have to be filled by species with nirvana beings in their ranking. With Lin Xiangdong's current standing, he should be able to steadily make it onto the species ranking list, although his rank may not be too high. Lin Shen then observed the battles of the Immortals, but couldn't make heads or tails of them. To him, every move of the Immortals seemed like teleportation, their figures vanishing once they started moving. Moreover, the grand battles between the Immortals took place in the cosmos, as their strength was too damaging to planets, and some had already been destroyed. The fights among the leading Nirvana beings were even more terrifying. After watching a few top 10 struggles, Lin Shen realized that even Ascenders couldn't compare with their formidable strengths. DESI was already quite powerful, but even he would probably be crushed in the face of those top Nirvana beings. Chapter 547, Luja Snow Mountain. Tian Kanjiun once again visited Lin Shen's residence, where Lin, who was originally watching the ranking battle, had no choice but to take Tian Kanjiun to the living room. Chief of the Heavenly Institute's talent is so high, and his abilities so strong, it truly leaves one in awe, Tian Kanjiun complimented. Lin Shen sighed and said, "It's just a pity that Kristen's vitality is so tenacious, I couldn't manage to kill him." Tian Kanjiun smiled and said, "It's already enough. The Emperor has shown mercy by granting the Celestial Court 10 director-level positions under the Special Service Department and allowing you to recruit personnel independently. Steward Yun, you also know that I come from a small race. What exactly does independent recruitment for director-level positions mean?" Lin Shen asked. "It means, brother, that you can find 10 of your own people to serve as directors at the Celestial Master Institute, subordinate to the Special Service Department. Plus, these 10 positions are newly created and don't conflict with previous ones. Their benefits and treatment come from the finances of the Celestial Master Institute, you don't have to pay out of your own pocket," Tian Kanjiun explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's face fell. It sounded nice to arrange for 10 of his confidants to enter the institute, but to enter the Special Service Department meant to work in a department solely for dirty and tiring jobs. In all likelihood, they would even have to take on assignments using his own people. In this way meant treating them like beasts of burden. To say it's financed by the Celestial Master Institute and that he doesn't need to pay, but the institute's finances aren't managed by the Celestial Race's Finance Department, it's paid by the Emperor's own accounting department. Enjoy new tales from Empire. Now, as he is able to make money for the Emperor is willing to provide these funds, but what if he can no longer make money for the Emperor? Would the Emperor still provide this money? Previously, when the Celestial Master Institute had long overdue salaries that weren't paid, wasn't it because the Emperor didn't want to support the idle members of the Institute for free? The only benefit was the enjoyment of some privileges. Some of the celestial race's resource-rich planets require a certain status to gain entry, as do various regulated resources that one needs a certain status to buy. There are also various evolution skills and techniques, and with the corresponding ranks, there are corresponding libraries. One can only visit and learn from these once they have the requisite status. Tian Kanjiun certainly knew what Lin Shen was thinking and said with a smile, "Chief Lin, the Emperor is very pleased with your performance this time, there is another item he wishes to bestow upon you." With that, Tian Kanjiun took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen. An energy conduction permit for Celestial Star. Lin Shen recognized it, he had won the last time, but it was taken away after he left Celestial Star. From now on, you can come and go as you please on Celestial Star. The Emperor has given you the silent residence to live in, a distinction never awarded to anyone outside the imperial family, Tian Kanjiun said. The Emperor's grace, Lin Shen thought. At last, some good news. Living on Celestial Star can indeed greatly aid my cultivation and save many resources. The former head of the Special Service Department was ineffective, and the Emperor has already ordered his transfer to another department and sent a new head to assist you, Tian Kanjiun continued. Who is the new head? Lin Shen actually knew in his heart, the new head should be the Heavenly Consort's elder brother, Kong Chuan, probably due to the Heavenly Consort's efforts in having persuaded Emperor Tianchu. This person is an old acquaintance of yours, you should be quite familiar with him, so it will be much easier for you to get things done, Tian Kanjiun teased before finally revealing the name, Ouyang Yu from the Ouyang family of Fierce Fire Star. Lin Shen, upon hearing these words, was taken aback and looked at Tian Kanjiun with confusion. Isn't it Kong Chuan? He asked. Tian Kanjiun shook his head with a smile. Kong Chuan has also been transferred, but not to the Special Service Department, he's become the Deputy Dean. Do you know which department the Deputy Dean Kong will be in charge of? Lin Shen inquired. That is for you, as the Dean, to decide. However, Kong Chuan is the Heavenly Emperor's uncle by marriage. What an identity and status he holds. It's not appropriate to send him on those dangerous missions, it would be better to assign him a role that offers generous compensation for little trouble, said Tian Kanjiun. Lin Shen thought to himself, well, the Heavenly Consort actually hasn't been able to handle Emperor Tianchu. While it's true that a Deputy Dean ranks higher than the head of the Special Service Department, without any department to oversee, it equates to a sinecure, devoid of any real power. Lin Shen felt this was quite alright, he didn't want to use Kong Chuan either. Yet, instead of Emperor Tianchu giving direct orders, he was being made to take the blame. Lin Shen silently criticized in his mind, could it be that Emperor Tianchu is a Teflon reincarnate? Lin Shen could only bear this burden. Moreover, he didn't want Kong Chuan to become the head of the Special Service Department. In the future, the Celestial Master Institute and Lin Shen would heavily rely on this department. If Kong Chuan were to act on his own, paying lip service to compliance but secretly going against orders, it would truly be unbearable. After Tian Kanjiun left, Lin Shen immediately moved to the Celestial Star, where even sleeping could improve the base mutation rate and facilitate the reincarnation of the life base, which was much stronger than here. Upon arriving at the silent residence, he saw Tian Buluo inside, seemingly deep in thought with an ever-changing expression on his face. Prince, what are you doing here? Lin Shen asked Tian Buluo with curiosity. At this time, he should be participating in the ranking battles. Desi and Kristen both forfeited, and continuing to compete seemed pointless, so I forfeited as well, said Tian Buluo. Tian, no. Linear. After watching your battle with Desi, I realize that my own strength is still not enough, and defeating him seems too difficult. But I've also been unable to make a breakthrough in my heaven and celestial being's skill. So I'd like to visit the source of the River of Chaos, would you be willing to accompany me? The River of Chaos? What place is that? Lin Shen had never heard of this name before. The reason the Celestial Star is so rich in energy is because of the River of Chaos. The place we reside in now, including the silent residence, is all near a tributary of the River of Chaos, Tian Buluo explained in detail about the River of Chaos. Near the tributaries of the River of Chaos, the energy is relatively stable, suitable for nourishing the body. However, the main riverway's energy is not as stable, although it is much stronger than here, it might not be conducive for the body to absorb and could even cause injury. But if one can adapt to the chaotic energy of the River of Chaos, it is extremely beneficial for one's growth. However, that was not the reason why Tian Buluo wanted to visit the River of Chaos. His real destination was the source of the River of Chaos, Luja Snow Mountain, which is where the past heavenly emperors were laid to rest. What will you do there? Lin Shen asked Tian Buoluo, somewhat surprised. This place was akin to the cemetery of the elders of the celestial race. Tian Buoluo going there, was he perhaps intending to disturb his own ancestors' graves? It is said that the heavenly emperor became immortal at Luja Snow Mountain. I want to see his immortal body with my own eyes. Perhaps I will have some insights which can help me break through in the heaven and celestial beings' skill, said Tian Buoluo. You should think this through 3 times, Prince. It doesn't seem quite proper, does it? Lin Shen said hesitantly. If this was discovered, Tian Buoluo, as a prince, might not face severe consequences from Emperor Tianchu. However, as an outsider, if he were to disturb the rest of the celestial race's ancestors, he could face serious repercussions, possibly even risking his life. Chapter 548 Corpse. Tian Buoluo saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and laughed. Lin, you've got it wrong. Although we are both from the celestial race, we have always operated on the principle that the able should prevail. There have been many precedents in history where princes succeeded the heavenly emperor, but there were also many who weren't princes that took the throne. Our branch has no direct blood relation to the god or the heavenly emperor. After a pause, Tian Buoluo continued, moreover, I've heard that the god and the heavenly emperor mummified at the summit of Luja Snow Mountain and didn't enter their tombs, so it's no harm just going to take a look. I see, Lin Shen said, feeling puzzled, and asked, for someone like the god and the heavenly emperor, who must be immortals, how could they mummify if they are already immortal? Tian Buoluo explained, the so-called immortals, their bodies are indeed almost indestructible, but their lifespan is still limited. In fact, there are ways to extend life, but what really causes immortals to die is the death tribulation. Continue your journey on Empire. Tian Buoluo schooled Lin Shen on some knowledge about immortals. Immortals' bodies were indeed hard to destroy, and their lifespans were generally very long. If they had some special methods, there were quite a few immortals who lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Besides trying to extend their lifespans, the most difficult thing for immortals to deal with was facing the death tribulation. Ordinary people couldn't sense the death tribulation, it was a problem faced only by immortals. Every so often, immortals had to endure the trouble of the death tribulation. Many immortals within the celestial race had left descriptions of it. From their descriptions, the death tribulation appeared as a kind of light. When it arrived, a beam of light would shine upon the immortal it targeted. No one knew where this light came from, nor where it ended. All things in the world were incapable of stopping the arrival of this light. Even if they hid inside the core of a star or used immortal-level materials to craft a chamber as solid as a planet, that beam of light would still shine upon the immortal facing the tribulation. Immortals called this beam the light of death, visible and palpable only to them. When the death tribulation came, others, even if they were right beside the immortal, could neither see nor sense the presence of the light of death. But within that light, the immortal's bodily functions would rapidly deteriorate, and they might even die outright. Those who were able to survive the death tribulation were all terrifying beings without exception. However, the death tribulation did not occur only once. Once one became an immortal, the light of death would return after some time, each occurrence more potent than the last. Even the mightiest of immortals inevitably faced the moment when the light of death would slay them. Those immortals who had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years survived by enduring countless death tribulations. Such immortals seldom interfered with affairs of the universe anymore because they were either undergoing or preparing for the death tribulation. At their level, the light of death was unimaginably horrifying, and they needed to make extensive preparations to have a chance of surviving the next death tribulation. It is said that the god and the heavenly emperor passed away because they failed to surmount the death tribulation, thus mummifying atop Luja Snow Mountain. For some reason, the god and the heavenly emperor never entered their tombs, and their corporeal bodies remained at the summit of Luja Mountain. Tian Buoluo, never having visited Luja Snow Mountain, was also unsure if these accounts were true, but this was how the clan's records portrayed them. Confirming that visiting Luja Snow Mountain did not violate celestial race's rules, and with Tian Buoluo insistent on going, Lin Shen, after some thought, agreed to accompany him. As they traveled upstream along the branch of the waterfall, Lin Shen could distinctly feel the energy in the air growing more intense. Upon glimpsing the main channel of the River of Chaos, which seemed as vast as the ocean and nearly endless, the energy in the air had actually formed a mist visible to the naked eye. Such mist could only be seen in a few tributaries like silent residents where energies converged, but here it was everywhere. However, the energy here was obviously very turbulent. Breathing it in made it difficult to absorb directly, instead causing Lin Shen's respiratory tract to feel as though it was being sliced with a knife. This was even with him using his carapace. If it were breathed directly into his lungs, they would probably rot away. No matter how beneficial something is, excessive amounts can have adverse effects, unless one's body is strong enough. Lin Shen's body was excellent, and under the automatic operation of evolution theory, his base mutation rate actually increased. If I could stay here a bit longer, my base mutation rate and the number of life-base reincarnations would quickly rise, Lin Shen thought with delight. Lin, are you still holding up okay? Tian Buoluo stopped and looked at Lin Shen with concern, asking. Not bad, Lin Shen nodded. This kind of play suited him perfectly. If he were to activate the super base pattern, the amount of the world's force he could absorb would be unimaginably immense. As the two progressed upstream along the main river channel, the fog grew thicker. Eventually, it became so dense that they couldn't see their hands in front of their face. Continuing further upward, light could no longer penetrate, and darkness engulfed everything around them. Tian Buoluo took out a spirit base resembling Aladdin's lamp, and once it lit up, it illuminated a small area nearby. The area around Luja Snow Mountain is shrouded in the River of Chaos all year round. Without special navigational methods, it is nearly impossible to reach Luja Snow Mountain. The two had given up flying. Tian Buoluo led the way ahead and said, "This bright divine lamp I have is one of the few ascension-level spirit bases that can illuminate the River of Chaos. Without it, we couldn't possibly reach Luja Snow Mountain." Just as Lin Shen was about to say something, his watch vibrated. He found that his base mutation rate had increased by another point. In such a short amount of time, it had already gone up by 2 points. After walking for a while longer, Lin Shen was horrified to find that beyond the area lit by the bright divine lamp, the black fog had become as impenetrable as metal walls. Touching it with his finger, it felt incredibly hard. If the bright divine lamp were to be extinguished now, they would instantly solidify within this tangible river of chaos, with no chance of escape. Lin Shen now regretted his decision. If he had known how dangerous this place was, he wouldn't have come. Tian Buoluo had also become visibly more cautious, clearly not as confident as before. Fortunately, the two of them reached Luja Snow Mountain without incident. Although the River of Chaos dark as iron walls enveloped everything around them, Luja Snow Mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible shield, untouched by the chaotic fog. Moreover, the snow on the mountain shone faintly, resembling a white, luminescent mountain in the night. "Take this stick of incense. We must descend the mountain when it burns out, otherwise, our lives will be at risk. On the way up, the incense must not leave our hands, and it must not be extinguished, or we will face the same deadly fate." Tian Buoluo took out a box from his backpack and carefully pulled out 2 clear, jade-like incense sticks with a strange fragrance. He lit one with the bright divine lamp and handed it to Lin Shen. "Prince, tell me honestly, is there really no problem with us entering Luja Snow Mountain?" Lin Shen suspected that Tian Buoluo had deceived him. "As long as we don't do anything foolish, there won't be any problems. You have to trust me," Tian Buoluo said earnestly. "How about I wait here for you? I won't go up." Lin Shen felt that this guy was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. "We are already within the forbidden area of Luja Snow Mountain. It's the same whether you go up or not." Tian Buoluo realized he had misspoken and quickly explained, Don't worry. There are no rules forbidding entry to Luja Snow Mountain. The absence of guards here should tell you that I haven't deceived you. I trust you for nothing. Does a place like this even need guards? Lin Shen felt speechless inside, knowing he'd been bamboozled. Ahem, we are good friends, after all. Just accompany me up the mountain. I'll be honest, I am a bit nervous coming to a place like this alone, Tian Buluo pleaded. Lin Shen, feeling helpless, said, then let's go up. Having come this far, if he told others he hadn't gone up, they probably wouldn't believe him. Let's hurry then. The incense won't last forever, we need to get back before it runs out, Tian Buluo said, overjoyed, and hurriedly pulled Lin Shen up the mountain. Lin Shen followed Tian Buluo up the mountain, but didn't notice anything particularly unusual. After passing the mid-mountain, the mountain was covered in thick snow and glaciers, no different from a normal snowy mountain. It didn't take long for them to reach the summit. Tian Buluo looked around but did not find the remains of the gods and the heavenly emperor. Lin Shen also scanned the area but likewise didn't discover any remains. Could the records in the classics be wrong, or have the remains of the gods and the heavenly emperor been moved? Tian Buluo muttered to himself, or could they have been buried under the snow? Let's search, Lin Shen said, glancing at the incense in his hand which had burned less than a quarter. There was still some time left. The two began to search around the summit. Whenever they saw a pile of snow, they would dig through it to check, but they found nothing. As they moved along, Tian Buluo, who was searching everywhere, suddenly shouted with excitement, Lin, come here, have we found it? Could this be the remains of the gods and the heavenly emperor? Lin Shen thought to himself, what could I tell by looking? I'm not of the celestial race, I have even less connection with the gods and the heavenly emperor. I'd be surprised if I could recognize him. Despite his reservations, Lin Shen still went over. Anyone who could meditate into death here was likely no other than the gods and the heavenly emperor. Lin Shen walked over to Tian Buluo and looked at the spot he was staring at. It should have been a snow pile, but Tian Buluo had dug out a small portion, revealing a figure. Lin Shen didn't see what the figure looked like, because atop it, he saw heavy pixelation. What the hell, pixelation on a corpse? Lin Shen thought, feeling chills run down his spine. He had no desire to sleep next to a corpse. Chapter 549 It Can't Be God and the Heavenly Emperor. Tian Buluo examined the corpse in the snow, saying somewhat uncertainly, is this really the corpse of a celestial and the heavenly emperor? There is no trace of the aura of the heaven and celestial being's skill at all. n/vel/b/in.c//om. If you don't know, how would I? Lin Shen shook his head. He couldn't even see what the corpse looked like, so he didn't even have a chance to judge. Even Tian Buluo couldn't be sure if the corpse before them was that of a celestial and the heavenly emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Shen was pondering a question, was this celestial and heavenly emperor male or female? In theory, it should be a man, but he had never seen the fire seed on a man's body. But he couldn't ask Tian Buluo that, after all, the person was right here. He couldn't just tell Tian Buluo that he was blind. Let's keep looking, there might be other corpses, Tian Buluo suggested as they hadn't found anything, and so they continued searching, with Lin Shen following him. The two turned the mountain peak upside down but found no second corpse, so they returned to the first one. Doesn't your race have any image records of the celestial and the heavenly emperor? Lin Shen had no choice but to ask Tian Buluo after going around in circles. Billions of years is really too long, many things are lost in the river of history. We only have fragments and snippets left because our celestial race's civilization is relatively advanced and hasn't experienced any major interruptions, Tian Buluo explained. Could such an advanced civilization really have interruptions? Lin Shen was confused. With the technological level of the celestial race, the media for storing resources shouldn't be so easily destroyed. Tian Buluo laughed, Hasn't your human race experienced changes in dynasties, civil wars, historical revisions, and the denigration of previous dynasties? Of course, that has happened, Lin Shen sighed. Not only had such things occurred, but they were also quite frequent. The celestial race's history is said to span 10 billion years, but in reality, no one knows the exact number because of the numerous wars and interruptions in civilization that have occurred. Even within the celestial race, there are many different civilizations and races, such as the current families of An, Qi, and Tian. They simply adopted the surnames of different races from ancient times, but when it comes to lineage, the connections might not be significant, he continued. Tian Buoluo paused before continuing, the celestial and the heavenly emperor is too far removed from our times. It's only because places like the celestial star and the silent residence have been preserved, and skills like the heavenly heart skill have spread throughout the universe, that his name is known. In fact, there are many heavenly emperors whose names, even we do not know, and there are even some famous ones about whose existence we are uncertain. If it's from such a distant era, how could wooden structures like the silent residence be preserved for so long? Lin Shen expressed his confusion. Haven't you noticed? The celestial star is different from other planets, almost no new life grows here, and things here rarely corrode, Tian Buoluo said. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case, Lin Shen recalled. He had stayed on the celestial star for 3 months, and the scenery near the silent residence seemed to have undergone no change. Given the abundant energy of the celestial star, plants should be overgrowing, yet the plants near the silent residence were the same when he arrived and when he left. Could it be that the celestial star has the effect of stopping time or slowing the flow of time? Lin Shen thought, but then he felt it was wrong. If it were a matter of time stopping or slowing down, the time there should be different from the outside world, which was not the case with the celestial star. Although I don't know why the celestial star has such an effect, the reason why generations of heavenly emperors chose this place as their practicing ground and final resting place is not just because of the planet's abundant energy. The main reason is that it delays the aging process, and after death, the corpse can remain unchanged for many years, Tian Buoluo said. So, is this the celestial and the heavenly emperor or not? Lin Shen sighed. In theory, it should be, since that's what's recorded. But with the vast expanse of time, who can guarantee that nothing happened in between? For instance, someone might have come here to explore the ancient times, or perhaps a heavenly emperor or a prince came here on a whim, just like us. Tian Buoluo felt helpless. The key issue is that there's no trace of the aura of the heaven and celestial being's skill on this corpse. The silent residence, as the abode and place of enlightenment of the celestial and the heavenly emperor, has such a strong aura. If this were his corpse, how could there be no aura at all? Then it's not the celestial and the heavenly emperor, Lin Shen thought, and then he felt that he might have the chance to obtain the fire seed from the corpse. If it were the corpse of the celestial and the heavenly emperor, the celestial race would definitely not let anyone touch him, and there would be no chance for him to get it. If not, there might be a chance to remove the corpse, and then his opportunity would come. Right now, it was impossible to take a nap with the corpse, the burning incense in his hand had limited time. He didn't even have enough time for a quick nap. It's not necessarily so, let me study it in detail first, Tian Buoluo said as he seemed hesitant and embarrassed. If only I knew to bring Sister Qing Yu over. It's not quite right for me, a junior, to rummage through the clothes of a female senior's corpse. Lin Shen was startled when he heard this. It's a female corpse? Could it be that the celestial and the heavenly emperor was actually a female celestial? If it's of a female, then the chance that the fire seed on this corpse is the heaven-defying bone is much greater. Tian Buoluo hesitated for a moment but then decided to proceed. Before doing anything, he solemnly bowed to the corpse and then cleared the snow from behind the body. That's not right. This is not the corpse of the celestial and the heavenly emperor. Tian Buoluo suddenly stopped his hand and called out. What's wrong? Did you find something? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. Continue your adventure with Empire. Don't you see? This body has no wings, how could it possibly be the heavenly emperor of the celestial race without wings? Even if historical records are unreliable, it's impossible for one of the other races to become the heavenly emperor of the celestial race, Tian Buoluo pointed out, looking at the corpse. Is it possible that the wings were damaged? Lin Shen really couldn't see what was the actual situation with the corpse, it was too thoroughly pixelated. Of course, damage is possible, but the way her spine is structured, it's clearly not like a celestial's. Tian Buoluo pointed at the corpse's back. Then who is she? How did she end up here? Can you tell who she is from her clothes and possessions? Lin Shen could not see anything, so he could only keep asking. Let me see. Now that it was not the corpse of a celestial emperor of the celestial race, Tian Buoluo's psychological pressure was much relieved, and he reached into her clothing pockets. Chapter 553 Section Video. Lin Shen didn't believe that Tian Buoluo could really find anything. The corpse had been here for who knows how many billions of years, and anything of value had probably long been scavenged by those who came before. It was unlikely to be their turn. While he was pondering, he saw Tian Buoluo's hand come out of his pocket, and he actually pulled out something. Once it was removed from the corpse, the mosaic hiding it disappeared, and Lin Shen saw that Tian Buoluo had taken out a black jade token. There were clearly characters etched on the jade token. Tian Buoluo held it up to see the words more clearly. Divine and this is the identity jade token of the Heavenly Emperor. How can it be on her? Tian Buoluo was both shocked and angry. This woman was obviously not of the celestial race, yet the identity jade token of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor was found on her. There was only one possibility left. Tian Buoluo suspected that this woman could be part of another race's group that had invaded Luja Snow Mountain, stolen the corpse of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor at the summit, and for some reason, she had died here without being taken by her accomplices, or else her accomplices had intended to replace the body of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor with hers, which is why they left her dead here. Whichever possibility it was a desecration of the celestial race. Don't get angry yet, search her body to see if there is anything else that could help us investigate her identity. Lin Shen also thought of these things and reminded him. This is really unlucky. Tian Buoluo snorted coldly, he had actually kowtowed to this woman just a moment ago, and the thought of it made him uncomfortable. Tian Buoluo directly reached into another pocket to search and quickly pulled out something else. This time, what he pulled out looked like a bank card, but it was entirely like crystal jade, with only a celestial pattern on it, and nothing else. Is this a bank card? Lin Shen asked Tian Buoluo. No, this should be an identity card from a certain period, and it should also have a data storage function. However, the era is so distant that this card's interface and architecture are different from the modern ones. I don't know if it can still be read. Tian Buoluo flipped it over and found nothing else. It's about time, let's hurry down the mountain, said Lin Shen, glancing at the incense in his hand, which was more than half burned. It was too risky to stay here any longer. Reluctantly, Tian Buoluo followed Lin Shen off Luja Snow Mountain. Before leaving, Lin Shen looked back at the place where the female corpse lay, planning in his heart how to take the fire seed from her body. Since she was not Divine and the Heavenly Emperor, and furthermore, she was of an outer tribe, it would be much simpler. As long as he found a way to let Emperor Tianzhu know that such a person was present on Luja Snow Mountain, maybe Emperor Tianzhu would have her body removed. After all, that was where the celestial race and the heavenly emperors were laid to rest, how could they tolerate another race settling there? On the way back, Lin Shen was already contemplating whether he should confess to Emperor Tianzhu, which was essentially blowing the whistle and exposing Tian Buoluo's actions. Continue reading at Empire. After the two returned to silent residence, Tian Buoluo started studying the card. He attempted to use the communicator to scan the content, hoping that the interface and the architecture would be compatible. Both were extremely tense when suddenly they heard Tian Bulo's communicator say, "Storage card reading successful. The storage card is damaged with no identity information found." After reorganizing and restoring, 3 segments of ancient video were discovered. Full holographic projection is not possible. The videos have been analyzed into the latest image format. Would you like to project? Project. Both of them were overjoyed and immediately instructed the communicator to project the video images. Both of them stared at the holographic image that was projected, but Lin Shen was stunned in place. He could see that a person was projected, but he couldn't see what that person looked like. The holographically projected person was actually obscured by a thick mosaic. "It's that woman." Tian Bulo beside him had already identified the silhouette, which was the corpse they had seen on Luja Snow Mountain. There was no sound in the projection video, only the woman making all sorts of bizarre movements. Although Lin Shen could only see a mosaic, he could make out the general movements, which seemed very strange to him. It was as if she was performing like those shadows in a shadow puppet show, both bizarre and somehow familiar. No. 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 This is not the heaven and celestial being's skill, nor could it be a practitioner of heaven and celestial being's skill. Tian Bulo watched for a while and his expression gradually became odd, finally murmuring to himself. Upon hearing Tian Bulo's words, Lin Shen had a sudden realization, immediately understanding why the movements looked somewhat familiar. When Tian Bulo practiced the heaven and celestial being's skill, his body seemed to move as if pulled by strings, but his movements were relatively natural and hardly noticeable. But this woman's movements clearly looked like they were being pulled. The marionette-like sensation was particularly obvious. "Isn't this the heaven and celestial being's skill?" "It looks a bit like it to me," said Lin Shen. "It does resemble it, but there are some differences. It's strange, but I can't put my finger on what exactly is weird. In any case, this woman could not have mastered the heaven and celestial being's skill. It's a secret technique that only our celestial race can cultivate." Tian Bulo denied Lin Shen's observation. Until the video ended, there was no sound coming from within the video, only the woman making all sorts of bizarre gestures that were excessively contorted, moves that a normal person simply could not do, as if possessed by a fierce ghost. The first video stopped abruptly, and the communicator automatically projected the content of the second video. Lin Shen was speechless, he still saw only a blur of mosaic. He knew it was that woman again, but this time, she wasn't performing those odd movements. Instead, she was sitting at a table, speaking to the camera. Because the video was restored, some parts were not perfectly repaired. The initial audio was very choppy and incomplete, producing a noisy sound, and it was impossible to discern what was being said. When the audio finally became clear, the first sentence they heard was, "The research on heaven and celestial beings' skill has failed again. What are those existences? Where are they from? Where do they originate? Why can they control everything? Does this world truly have gods and ghosts?" The woman mused in front of the camera. Tian Bulo, looking puzzled and angry, exclaimed, "What does she mean? Did she research the heaven and celestial beings' skill? That's not right, it was our celestial race's heavenly emperor who realized the heaven and celestial beings' skill. What does it have to do with her? She's plagiarizing."